All right. It's working. Ready to go?
Let's go. Let's do it.
All right, let's go. All right, guys. What is up? Zach in here.
Rick in here.
And welcome to Escape the Matrix 2024. So you got a lot more people here than we did last year, which is pretty exciting. I think the thing that I'm probably most proud of is everyone that came here from the first event has done at minimum. The ones that haven't done any deals have done at least 3 or 4. And that's kind of, I think, the most exciting part about this is every single person, and I kid you not, it's recorded, the people are there that were not doing deals, all did deals. It's pretty crazy. And I think everyone that came to both events, the worst person, I think, had a 5x increase in their business. And so I'm not saying I have a 100% success rate, but I do. So listen to what we have to say and do it. Half of this event is the information, but the most important part is the community and networking with other people. I told pretty much everyone, I think a third of everyone in here from just my conversations have done at least 5 deals. So if you haven't done any deals, talk to people that have, and we're excited to go. So it's just about a mastermind and learning exactly what it is. So this is Escape the Matrix, and we're excited to go. So let's get it going.
So guys, I'm flabbergasted how many people are here. I think it's really cool. So you guys remember we started our first event in our hometown. It was me and Zach put everything together and we did it. And we're lucky enough to have volunteers. So if you came out to volunteer yesterday and today, we really appreciate it because you guys understand what we're all about. And this event, so we do 2 different types of events. This event is about the fundamentals of wholesaling. And I'm going to warn you. So I've been doing this 22 years. The biggest problem I have with people in wholesaling is they try to complicate it. They try to go like super high level and they get very geeked out and they stop doing what made them successful. So I'm not going to change anything like I teach you on YouTube and all the other stuff we do is I just keep reiterating the same thing. It's because of what you need to know. I got into wholesaling. I thought I was the smartest guy after 2 years. And I screwed up my business over and over again. And every time I remember, go back to the fundamentals of wholesaling. I'm going to beat it in your head today. If you can do the fundamentals and be consistent, you will destroy this business. Once you decide you know it all, you're done. Your biggest enemy is not anybody in this room. There's no competition here. So if you're in the same market, work with them. I'm telling you, you have to bury your ego. It is a problem with people in general. Your ego is how you think your personality is, and you always have to think it's right. And when you activate your ego, you cannot learn. So I learned from every one of you. I'm just here to tell you, if you've done 50 deals, just open your mind up. I'm very good in wholesaling, so is Zach, is because we stick to the fundamentals. If you stick to the fundamentals, you can't get in trouble in this business. Once you get out of wholesaling, you now are nothing more than a speculator, and you're usually going to get caught, I promise you. So listen what we have to say. I know a lot of it is repetition, but sometimes when you come to these events physically, it connects a little bit more with you. And me and Zach get to learn more about your businesses. If you guys want to talk about deals, we do JVs. This is a great place for us to talk. But please open your mind. I don't care how long you've been doing it. I don't care how old you are. I'm old, guys. I learn something from this kid every day. I learn from you guys. The worst thing you can do is say, hey, I know it all. I'm just going to sit in the back of the room and just ignore it. So fundamentals works. It's just like any type of sports. When people get too fancy, the coach has to pull them aside and go, hey, listen, you got to learn to tackle, block. You've got to figure out how to do it. They go, no, I'm too good at it. Like, I got this beautiful uniform. Take your uniform off. Your ego will kill you in this business. I've watched more wholesalers die just from their ego alone. Like, Rick, I know it all. I'm like, you're going to get killed on those 5 deals. It's not wholesaling. So without further ado, we're going to go through it. We were going to do introductions, but we're going to let you guys do introductions outside of this because we'll tie up 2 hours doing it. So I think that's a good problem to have. So if you guys have seen some of this presentation, we've changed it up. It's not the exact same one, but I just want you to understand the basics and we will progress, I promise, with it. So any questions before I get started? Everybody knows where the bathroom is. Everybody knows where coffee is. We've only got sugar and there's some snacks over there. Remember, I ain't taking you on a boat ride. We're not doing like fancy dinners. You're here to actually learn. So Me and Zach are valuable, but the people in this room are much more valuable than us because you all subscribe to our mentality in wholesaling. So we're a little bit crazy how we do this, but honestly, I've lasted 22 years. There's a reason I've lasted 22 years. There's a reason he's been doing it. So you guys came here, and the main goal is really to escape the matrix. So I'm going to kind of run you through how that works. What does that mean? Everybody has their own matrix. It's something you're stuck in. You're like, man, if I don't make a drastic change, I'm going to wind up just like everybody else around me. Do not accept the normal in life. I'm just telling you, it sucks. You're going to have to pay a price for it. I don't hide it from anybody here. I don't have this like easy button, pay me $5,000, I'll make everything super perfect. I'm going to tell you to put in the hard work. Remember, if you do the hard stuff up front, the business gets easier. If you want to take the easy button, how many people have pressed the easy button, bought a course, and thought your life was figured out? I have. It's miserable. Like you wind up, you get frustrated, there's less money in your pocket, and you got to move forward. So the whole idea of this event is like, how can I escape? Every one of you are going to have a different story. We all have a story here. I got a story, he's got a story. We have to set our stories aside and figure out how we progress. And you can heal through wholesaling anything going on in your life. Loss of a loved one, financial issues. I dug myself out of a massive hole, but I'll show you exactly how I did it. So you said this one?
Yeah.
So we have three main goals here. Whatever your matrix is, define it. If you want to share it with me and Zach, we would love to hear it. Keep it condensed and go, okay, this is the obstacle. It's just an obstacle you're going over. You've got to set the emotional baggage aside of it. I worked for the most miserable employer for 12 years, and I sucked it up. And how about you? Like, I hated every minute of it. And studies show 72% of Americans hate their job. And I know that's probably a reflection in this room. It's okay. You can fix it if you want. I did my job while I did wholesaling. I didn't have a choice. I was broke. I was in over my head. Okay? Our goal is to get you to your first 100 grand. But to get you to your first 100 grand, you got to get to your first deal. Here's the funny part. The first deal is actually not the hardest part. It's deal 2 through 5. Most people get lost because some people get lucky on their first deal. Some people struggle so bad, they don't know how to do it again. You have to learn the fundamentals of wholesaling. Everybody agree with that? You have to. And after a while, once you get to deal 5, you will develop a pattern. And if you follow the fundamentals of wholesaling, you have a skill set that will last you the rest of your life. Okay? And listen, surround yourself with successful people. Who has naysayers in their own family going, what the hell are you doing with this wholesaling? Okay? Luckily, my wife supported me when we did it because we wanted out of the rat race. I can tell you, outside of that, actually, he was 3. I didn't have any support. Nothing. There were no groups like this. I had to figure it out all on my own. And who feels all alone when they do wholesaling sometimes? Like, it's a lonely sport. So this is supposed to re-energize you and let you know you're not alone in the struggle. But if you can get through it, let me see, ask somebody a question here. We'll get a reward with it. What must you sacrifice for wholesaling? How much time to really be successful? The truth.
And 2 years.
2 years. See, listen, I love this. See, we don't even have to reteach this. It's 2 years. It's the honor. You can get lucky here and there. But if you want to get out of a rat race, get some cash flow, it's 2 years. If you can't commit 2 years, 24 months flies by. I remember when he's 3, he's a lot older than that now. It goes by much faster than you think. Think about anything else you've endured 2 years. It's not as long as you think it is. It seems like forever. So, okay. So what will Escape the Matrix do? We're going to teach you how to wholesale. We will teach you how to wholesale. You got to change your old self. I tell you this all the time. We all have this personality and ego we've developed to this point. Here's the problem, guys. Here's the honest truth. At age 54, most of us have been programmed by everybody else in their life. And we've tried to live the life they taught us to do. I tried it. My parents said, hey, go to school, get good grades. I didn't quite check that box off for sure. I was a C, maybe C+ student on my best days. I had full-on ADHD when they didn't diagnose it. Not an excuse, just they said, hey, you'll never get a good job. They were right. They were absolutely right. And I got really pissed off when I heard that because I was programmed my entire life to get a good job. Most of you were told what? Go to school, go to college, get a good job. Who thinks that's the pathway to success anymore? I'm not discrediting college. You got to ask a lot of questions. I asked a lot of questions when he went to college, when my daughter went to college. And it was at that time, it's like, is this really a good return on your investment? It depends on what you want to do. So we have to understand your programming. If you truly ask yourself where you are in your life, just admit it. I let other people tell me what to do, mostly our parents, let's be honest. And now you are on your own. You have to make that decision moving forward. Stop trying to make other people happy. Stop trying to get other people's approval. You're not going to get it in wholesaling. I'm just going to warn you right now up front. Does everybody agree with that? Okay. So don't worry about it. You are in a room with people who want to be successful. This is the people who count. I don't tell you to disrespect your parents or anything. I took very bad advice from my parents. I don't remind them every day, but it's like my father takes complete credit for me now, but like didn't give me any guidance when I did it. So it's like when you're successful, like, hey, look what so-and-so did. I made sure they had everything. I'm like, bull. Okay. So just keep that in mind. Now, going into wholesaling, you can't use your own personality. You have to kill it. And people go, well, Rick, this is how I always do it. And here's what I tell you. And how's that worked out for you so far? Change is hard, but it's doable. So here's how I deal with change. And if you're getting wholesaling, you're adapting to it, or you're struggling with it, make progress. Number one, recognize what you're doing wrong and just recognize it. We don't recognize it. Your spouse will point it out, your significant other, anybody else will point it out. We don't know when we're doing wrong because it's just our personality. You have to set it aside. If you use those old goggles, your old employment goggles in wholesaling, you're going to get killed. You have to be wildly resourceful. You have to solve most of the problems. There is no support employees past me and Zach to get you there. So you're going to have to kill the old version of yourself. If that scares you, good. That's awesome. I'm a completely different person from wholesaling. I've changed most of my friends from wholesaling. It's not that I love the people that I didn't grow up with. I just, like when I go hang out with my friends and watch football, it's like their shocking state. Like I'm like, their struggles are completely different than mine. But I still love them. I don't change it. And I don't let anything they say affect what I do, period. So you're going to have to drop some of your old self when you do it. You got to get in the right room with successful wholesalers. Most of you, let's face it, the internet is a great place, but a dangerous place. There is no credibility of anybody on the internet anymore. Everybody's a coach. And what I love about it is the one thing I hate about it. You have no idea who to take advice from. So I said, find people that have had an amazing success record in wholesaling and stick with them. I didn't even spit one word out of wholesaling until I was 12 years into this business. I never felt like I was that high of a caliber. And after a while, like, Rick, you're really good at what you do. I go, yeah, but I like wholesaling. I do not like the coaching business, just for the record. I think it's all about take money. They make that in the business. They're flipping you guys. They're not flipping houses anymore. And me and Zach don't subscribe to that model. So we have a lot of enemies. I don't care. So if me and Zach don't care, you really have to protect yourself against family, friends, and just let them know. So let me ask you, when people say, hey, what do you do for a living? What do you say? What do you say, Sebastian? He's learned. The minute you go, I do this thing called wholesaling, and you go down this long, winded road, and there's like, is that even legal? What? Don't do it. Number one, they don't care. I'm just going to be brutally honest with you. They don't care. They're just asking you a superficial question. I do real estate. That's just leave it there. Most of my family assumes I'm still a realtor. I don't care anymore. I don't have to explain it to you. I'm going to show you what I am instead of tell you. We need to come from a world where people show you instead of tell you. Everybody wants to tell you how to run your life, right? Lead by example. You want great kids, I tell you that. Show them. Don't tell them. Everybody tells, nobody shows anymore. And we need to get a plan to conquer your financial life. Wholesaling is the start. It is the spark. You get it going. Everybody wants to get cash to fix a problem. So the idea is to build a consistent cash flow. And I want to create so many problems in your life, you have to keep coming back to me like, hey, Rick. So we're going to create cash flow to solve some problems so you have options. A lot of you are digging out of a hole. I dug out of a huge hole in wholesaling. I did it in a year and a half. I could have gone a lot of different ways. I dug myself out of the hole to the point where you're like, Rick, I have all these problems. I talk to a lot of people and they're like, Rick, I'm trying, guys, there's so many people in here. I talk to you guys so many online. Where's Jason? Which way? That's good. Okay. So Jason, we were talking online a lot. He was like, Rick, he said, I'm stressed out. What are you stressed out about? He goes, I just made $80,000 and I got all these deals and I don't know what to do. I go, Jesus Christ, that's the problem I'm trying to create for everybody in this room. Do you understand that? And then you got to figure out how to manage and create wealth. That's another strategy. I don't specialize in that because if I spread myself too thin, what value am I to you? I'll introduce you to other people. Corey in the back, he's like, Rick, I got this incredible tax problem. I owe so much money to the guy. Like, what do? I go, listen to, I want you to have problems like that. Either you choose your problems are going to choose you. Everybody has to have problems. Who doesn't have a problem in here? Raise your hand. Means you're dead. Okay, everybody has a problem. If you do not want to take control of your life, the problems will be brought to you and you don't have a choice. If you take control of your life, you can solve anything you want. And guys, I already tell you, money is not going to make you happy. Choose to be happy. Choose to be happy while you're here. And you can have all the money in the world. I know some of the wealthiest people, they're miserable. So money is not going to solve that problem. You got to choose to be happy. Some of my happiest moments when I was broke with me and my wife and no money. We enjoyed each other. We figured it out as we went along. So this is what it won't do. I ain't going to do the work. I'm going to tell you the truth. You're going to have to put in the hard work. And if you whine a lot, I don't have any cheese to compliment you on it. I can't do that. So when you're at these events, we can talk about solutions to problems. But if you chronically if you go around the room and keep telling everyone the same problem, they're going to avoid you like the plague. Do you understand? You know people like that in your life? And like, man, they always have a problem. You know why? Because they call you, then they call your sister, then they call your buddy, then they call your coworkers. They go, yeah, hey, did Susie tell you about the problem she had at work today? I'm like, yeah, she told everybody. Those are people that just obsess over it. I used to be one of those people. I had to recognize it. I go, I got to stop telling people about my problems. Honestly, do people outside your immediate family care about your problems? They really don't. They're just being nice to you. And if you understand that, okay, we're not going to make the sacrifice for you. You're going to have to go on the journey. Here's the really cool part. If you paid somebody $100,000, and I've heard that number before, or you get education from me and Zach free, you're going to have to make the same sacrifice no matter what. I find people, when they start out with more money in wholesaling, they usually don't make it because they think they can buy their way through it. Wholesaling, as awesome as it is, doesn't care your race, your religion, it doesn't care about your financial, it doesn't care if you've been arrested, heck, it doesn't even care about your age. What it does care about, if you don't reward it with work, it will go find somebody else in the room that'll do it. It's just like money. That's the same way money works. If you don't take care of money, be a good steward and learn how to multiply it, it goes in the other hands. That's why money washes through our government the way it does. That's a whole nother presentation. So I'm not going to promise anyone's going to make $100,000 because it's an unrealistic promise. You can make $100,000. I can give you the tools. Anybody can do it. You've got to make a choice. I used to think $100,000 was like a staggering amount of money until I started doing it every month. I'm like, and now I look at the numbers, but I had a limitation I set in my head. How did I do that? It was my old self. I could never make more. How can I make $100,000 a month where it'd take me 2 years to make that kind of money? We're teaching you not to trade your time for money to actually make a difference with wholesaling. That right, it's earned, it's not given. It doesn't, I've told you, I've watched people $100,000 and then they come and flip with Rick. They go, you've given me more than anyone else has given me. And like you've barely taken any money from me. I go, dude, you got to do the work. So when you guys get on that live, you know exactly, we don't BS you. And the ability, the way we've created the system, in my 22 years in wholesaling, I can actually tell you the truth. And I'm like that father or that uncle that a lot of you need in your life. You just sometimes have to be told the truth. The problem is, you ever hear the saying that the truth hurts? It's true. I tell you all the time on the lives, you can't fix a problem if you can't tell yourself the truth. So you all have to tell yourself the truth because there's a lot of people that'll lift you up and help you in here. If you're dead broke, just admit it. I'm okay with it. We just have a plan. We work forward. Hey, Rick, I don't have money to do this. Hey, Rick, I don't have money to do the X leads. Then don't buy X leads. I don't care. The basic plan of X leads is designed for you to get leads first and leads only. And that's how it's created. So you guys are going to have to earn it. It doesn't matter if you paid $100,000, $1 million, or you do it for free. You've got to do it. I do my sports analogies, but a lot of you start out on the JV team. If you want to get to the varsity team, how many deals makes you a varsity player in wholesaling? 5. Why? Because I've done the studies. Find someone that does 5+ deals and they last in the business. Find someone who quit and they usually stopped at 4 or they gave up on number 5. Why? Because you have to show you have what it takes to get this business done. I can't make you do it. This business has a 95% failure ratio. It's by design because you all get oversold. You think it's super easy. Your expectations are here. And then you find out you got to start down at the bottom, just like everybody else did. It doesn't matter. It does not discriminate wholesaling. So if you guys know the story, just take a sip of your coffee. A little bit of background. I've been doing this 22 years. I've done over 3,500 wholesale deals now, and I've counted them. And I escaped my matrix at 34. Here's the really cool thing. If you get really good at wholesaling, you don't have to worry about retirement. As long as you have the ability to use your mind, you can do anything. I now flip properties without ever looking at them, without ever touching them. And that's a long way from where I started, from where a lot of you guys. But the first 2 years of wholesaling so burnt my mind because it was disturbing. It was quite shocking to me. And I remember just telling my wife, I go, I don't know if I can keep doing this. She's like, you don't have a choice. And sometimes you need that kick in your butt from your spouse going, hey, listen, we don't have a choice. You're going to have to get through this. You quit the job. I go, it's a good benefits. How many people like stick to jobs just like benefits was the biggest soul for me. So I had 2 young kids at the time. I had a wife, I had a mortgage. And the one thing I had a problem with my job is the benefits. Well, have you ever added up what your benefits truly wind up being? I think they were wind up being like $15,000. I'm like, I gave my life up for an employer for 12 years for average 15 grand a year. And I can do 15 grand in like one deal. And I learned, the benefits aren't as beneficial as I think because they own me. And I didn't like it. So I worked my company for 12 years. I had to get out of that life, dude. Let me tell you, I did time for 12 years. And I didn't do prison time. I did corporate time. And if you've ever sat in that cubicle, I was responsible for so many employees and they constantly had an excuse why they couldn't pay me more. And Rick, you need to do this, you need to do that. But they taught me a skill set of frustration, pissed offness, and I couldn't take it anymore. And I just decided I have to make a change. It took me 12 years to build up the courage. If you're in that scenario, I'm trying to save you now. If I would have taken the wholesaling route at like 18, 19, I don't know what would have happened. I believe everything happens by design and on purpose, and I'm not going to question it because I made that change, and that's why he's here with me. That's why my wife's with me. I'm all about family. So if you're wondering, like, dude, like, how do I do this with like the family? Number one, make sure your family wants to be in wholesaling. I forced my wife into wholesaling. My son loved every minute of it. He thought it was the greatest thing. The reason why it gravitated so much with him is my sole focus in wholesaling was to get control back of my life because I was owned by a corporation. 6 days a week, drop of a dime, you had to do whatever they said. And I couldn't stand it anymore. I just wanted my time back. And I wanted to spend time with my kids. My father never spent any time with me as a kid. And that is still, I got to change it. He's 3, I got to make the change now. And I bit the bullet. And one of the reasons we're here right now is because I made that change. Now, we can't hear the volume on it, but this is a clip from Step Brothers. So I work for Enterprise Rent-A-Car. They gave me the tools to be my own boss. Complete crock, but it taught me a lot of skill set. And I want you to understand is I owned my corporate life. That's me. That's actually the owner of the company at Enterprise. I had to go meet him out on an airport tarmac as he flew in on a $60 million Gulfstream to meet him out there with his Suburban. I mean, it was humiliating. It's like, it just got to the point. And the guy left of me was my biggest pain in the ass. Who's got a pain in the ass boss right now?
So,
If you don't have it. This guy used to make me go out at like 11 to 12 o'clock in the middle of the night and go meet the owner because he didn't want to get out of bed. I'm like, man, you guys are like spoiled. Now, I was amazed. The owner had an incredible business plan, but I did 12 years hard time there. So if you look at my Bobos underneath there, this is me wholesaling with him underneath the chair while I did it. So if you got screaming kids while you do wholesaling, good, it works. A lot of you guys don't know when I started out, my logo at the time, because my kids were always screaming in the background, I wrapped the family van, because my kids always trashed our van. If you have kids, you understand minivans, is my daddy buys houses. I got sued for it later because somebody else picked it up in Tampa and I didn't trademark it. But I just embraced it. Hey, who's that kid screaming in the back? I go, he's the future of wholesaling. Just keep it down. We'll be with you in a sec. But a lot of you go like, my kids are screaming, like it's okay. People actually enjoy the authentic. I go, how I have kids, tell me more about your kids. And the more I talked about my kids, that's how I learned to be authentic in wholesaling. See, when I started out, someone taught me to do this from a corporate sales training. Worst advice I ever took in my life. And so I go, I'm going to do it my way, and I'm just going to connect with people. And today is the methods me and Zach are going to teach you. But this is how we did it. So at my end of my 12 years of sacrifice, I earned 90 grand. It wasn't a lot of money. And keep in mind, I was a W-2 employee and I had no write-offs. So I was fully taxed the entire amount. I was obligated 60 to 80 hours a week. What I hated about it, everything. Like I don't know if you guys ever have a job where you just hate going in so much you feel like you're giving up your soul. This is why I wholesaled. Wholesaling didn't find me, I found wholesaling. It was an escape the matrix for me. What did I give up? Honestly, I gave up all my fears, insecurities, everything in my life because I believed in whole. Honestly, I had no idea. I started out buying rental properties with my corporate income. I could only buy 2. And they were complete frickin' disasters. I never made a dime. I actually lost money on it. And I remember going around, I go, how can I buy money with no money? Now I started with Carlton Sheets, wasn't bad. He's actually from my area. But I try to look at everyone's thing. I go, listen, all I got to do is contract these little houses in Port St. for 50 grand. I used to drive down to Miami. I'd meet buyers. They're like, yeah, I'll buy it for like 65 for you. I go, really? And I just kept doing it over and over. And then for me, I'd have to fly all over the country and find people that had similar mindsets with me, and it was hard. And so that's my story. That's my background. You've got to know why you're getting into wholesaling. And if your belief and your conviction is not strong enough, you probably won't survive. I'm just brutally honest. Now, if you'll take that with the fundamentals and you learn to be consistent, you can do absolutely anything you want in wholesaling. So I'm going to bring my son up. I'm going to tell you like his story. He'll give you maybe a little bit shorter version of it. I know I like to talk.
So there we go.
Yeah.
Love it.
Good thought.
All right. So my name's Zach, if you don't know me, and let me tell you a little bit about me. You only know Rick, right? So basically, I've been wholesaling for over 8 years now, which seems like a lot, but it seems just like yesterday I first started. So I'm 25, started at 17. But basically, I started this business because Rick put a couple wholesaling checks on his desk when I was in high school. And I'm like, dang, it's a lot of money. Every 17-year-old, wants really 2 things in life, right? They want the girls and they want the car. And pretty much to get that, you need to make a lot of money. That's basically social media 101. And seeing $25,000, that's a lot of money. So that got me into this business. And fast forward now, done over 2,500 wholesaling deals. Rick's at 3,500. And it's kind of cheating because when me and him do a deal, we both count it towards our total. So maybe I'm cheating a little here, but like, come on. Like when we do 100 deals, technically it's 100 for him, 100 for me, and then it's 200 combined deals, but I still make it count. So 2,500 deals. Got my first deal at 17 years old and started working with Rick at 19. So kind of solo for a couple years, came back in college, and I kind of did wholesaling my own way. Did this weird thing called virtual, did something called cold calling, which he never did, and basically added cold calling, virtual wholesaling, and then this new thing called texting I saw on Facebook, and basically used it for your direct mail. And we decided to be partners after that, and the whole thing went crazy. So scaled it to 7 figures, became an official millionaire by 20 years old. That is liquid assets minus the house you own. And that was pretty exciting. So that's kind of my quote claim to fame. But what got me started in wholesaling is this is the actual Publix I used to work at. Publix, if you're not from Florida, is a grocery store. And this was my quote matrix. This is why I wanted to get started in wholesaling. I hated scrubbing toilets. I was pushing grocery carts at 95 degrees, 100% humidity, and it was bad. Minimum wage. So minimum wage in Florida at the time was $8.25 an hour. That's what I was deemed by my boss. That was my value. And working 39 hours a week. Why was I not working 40? Because they have to give you benefits at 40. So 39 hours a week, $8.25 an hour. That was my matrix. Now, it's not as bad as somebody's matrix if you have kids and all these things, but to me, at 17, I didn't like it. Bagging groceries, scrubbing toilets. I gave it my dignity, my freedom. It's not fun, okay? And basically decided something's better for me. And that's kind of what got me started wholesaling. Made 20 grand my first deal, 25 the second deal. And then after that, I quit my job and went all in on wholesaling. So that's kind of my story real quick. And eventually now me and Rick, I think we have the largest wholesaling course in the country. I think we have a lot of people that follow us. And I got 250,000 people in freewholesaling.com and just growing. And I think I've helped a lot of people. There's been not one person, I don't say this with any ego in my heart, but there's been not one person that's caused somebody to get their first deal more than me and Rick. And it's all because we're not the best, but we're the only ones that teach you for free that have done a lot of deals. So let's kind of talk about what we're going to learn at this event and the itinerary for day one. So first and foremost, we're introducing ourselves, talking about who we are. We're going to do some basic wholesaling 101. We got a lot of new people on here, some people that have done deals. Quick recap. We're going to break out into a roundtable for people, just a little more networking in there. And then we are going to go out here and have Bill Tyler speak, which is basically me and Rick's accountant. And that guy's going to blow your mind. He's a cool guy. He hits a lot of people a lot of money. And he's a cool dude. We're going to go over some marketing 101. I think the number one question I've gotten from people is like, okay, doing deals, or I'm trying to get some deals, or I haven't got a deal yet. What do I do? How do I get deals? It's what marketing 101's all. Just a recap of how to find wholesale deals. Now, the coolest part is we got a bunch of people in here that have too many deals. They're like, I'm finding way too many deals. I don't know what to do. And they got people saying, I don't have enough deals, or I can't find deals. So it's a good problem to have, and we can help you guys with that. We're going to do some live cold calling today, which is going to be pretty fun. No pressure, but if you saw the recording of our last event, the first cold call we did was a closed deal. So it was pretty exciting. I think I got good luck on it. And then we're going to do something what we call the one thing. And then at 7 o'clock, we are going to meet at iFun Park. So a lot of this event's like me teaching you stuff and talking and networking, and then we have fun. And so we're going to go to Icon Park. It's the big wheel, a lot of food, a lot of cool things. It's a cool hangout spot. So that is exactly what we're going to do here for day one. So we are going to introduce ourselves at lunch and like that. So let's kind of get started on Wholesaling 101. So do you want to go here?
Yeah. Just let me know when you want to jump back. Catty. Okay. So I'm going to beat fundamentals into you. We'll get through this. Just, you have to hear this, because a lot of times when I hear you guys' problems, like, are you wholesaling? They're like, no, you're speculative. Ask yourself, if you're struggling with a deal, ask yourself, are you wholesaling, or am I going outside of wholesaling? Real estate investing is a very, very, very broad topic. Wholesaling is a very niche topic. So a lot of you guys ask me questions. I'm like, is it wholesaling related, or is it just real estate investing? I'm okay answering either or, but you've got to wear the right hat when you ask the question. Because wholesaling is the one thing, it's very black and white. You can't, if you do wholesaling and you stick to the rules, you can't get in trouble. Doesn't mean you can't do other techniques in real estate investing, but if you don't have the experience, you don't have the knowledge, my recommendation, Zach's recommendation, is stick to wholesaling, because that's where you pick up the most knowledge. Once you learn how to identify the right deal and minimize your risk, you can kill it. The main goal for wholesaling is to minimize your risk and maximize your reward. Speculation, you maximize your risk and you hope to God and pray it works out. That's the strategy. Because if you're just depending on appreciation, you are not in control, and you're just like any other investor that goes out there. So, process of writing up a contract to buy real estate and selling the contract to a rich landlord, house flipper, AKA cash buyer for a profit. Nowhere in there does it say put on the MLS and sell it to an end user. That is a whole different skill set that most of you are not ready for. And I'm telling you, I don't do it. Okay, I'll teach you an easier technique to do it. But the last thing you want to do is start doing a strategy. This is where you're going to make your bread and butter. Most of the stuff you guys are buying on the internet, these courses, by a show of hands, how many people have seen a course to teach you how to take your wholesale and bring it to retail market? I see it everywhere. Guys, it's a fictional dream. A lot of the houses we buy are really they have to go through a process to get to the end market. If you want to start from the wholesaler all the way to the end, you got a 1 to 2 year journey. That's what you're going to sign up for. I've been through this. I promise you, if you're tempted to do fix and flip and you've never done a deal for it, come up here. I'm not going to slap you, but I'm going to shake you because it's going to be the most painful lesson of your life. I've seen more people go broke, file bankruptcy, because once you go to fix and flip and go to retail, you are not in control anymore. Who's in control? Market, the contractors, some people say the Federal Reserve with the interest rates. There's a lot of things that you cannot control. We buy pretty ugly, crappy houses. Do you think there's problems hidden in those walls? The problems are enormous. I've had entire walls fall down on me. I've had entire properties condemned on me. Like, bad stuff can happen very quickly. And eventually you will get caught with one of them. So remind yourself of this definition. You're buying a real estate contract and you're selling the contract to a cash buyer. You are not going out and getting financing. You're not doing any of that stuff. A whole different skill set. You don't want any part of it in the beginning, I promise you. This is the process. It's just black and white. If you ask me, hey, Rick, what's the process? This is it. We've defined distressed property with marketing, period. So let me ask you this. What are the two types of motivation? What are the two ways to identify if you even have a slightly motivated situation? It's
Motivated seller.
the motivated seller, and what leads to that?
Scary house.
Distress, probate, loss of job, pre-foreclosure. It's a ticking time bomb. Number two, if you don't have a motivated seller, what else?
Motivated house.
Motivated house, which is most of what we find. Now, in a perfect world, you get a motivated house, which looks like it's just rough. Remember, they don't choose to be in that situation. Nobody wants a crappy house. Even I admit that. There's probably a select few. If you get a motivated house and a motivated seller, all you have to do is guide them down the path, like right down this middle. You don't sell them at all. The problem is a lot of you are taught is you just got to sell the crap out of everyone. In wholesaling, we're looking for a very finite type of property. When you get it, you do not sell them. You just help them and solve their problem. It doesn't mean you lay over and don't do anything. You have to follow a process. It's not a sales process. Become educated and understand it. So if I have a house that's really run down and the seller's like, well, I think I can get $250,000. You're like, where? They're just not ready for me. But I'm going to keep, that house isn't going to retail. I'm going to keep them in my follow-up and I'm going to stay on it until they tell me to just disappear. Don't ever give up on a motivated house. They just have not accepted what? The truth. Your house is rough. I know you want $250,000, but it's worth 120 as the way it is right now. And who's going to give them the truth when they do that, when it's all said and done?
The market.
The market's brutal, man. It's brutal to people. Like, I don't know if you ever guys seen, so I've owned a real estate agency. I mean, realtors are brutal on people. Oh my God. I've had picture perfect brand new houses a realtor still pick apart. It's what people do to try to get a deal. If you leave them a piece of junk and you put it on MLS, what types of properties should go to MLS?
Retail.
People on MLS, do they want to sell their house? Do they need to sell their house? They want. Who here just gives up on chasing down people who want to sell their house? I did it. It's terrible. I thought I could sell anybody. I came from a corporate sales job. There's nothing you can say to make people sell their house for a discounted price. You have to solve a problem. That's how you buy it. If you think you can force anyone to sell you a house, I do not have magic words to tell you. So our main job is going to be marketing and finding these distressed situations. That is your skill set. That is what you learn in wholesaling. If you do not master the marketing part, forget about the rest. I'm just telling you up front. And a lot of people want to skip this section. You have to become incredible. When I started wholesaling, I took this to word. I had ADHD. I was excited because I thought I could solve a problem with my family, and I went all in. I'm the type of guy, it's like if I take a course or I read a book and I read it 4 times instantly over and over. It's just how my mind, I can't stop it. And so I obsess. The guy goes, whatever you do, you better figure out marketing. But you know what the problem is? I figured out marketing. I was so bad at everything else. I had to get everyone to help me, and everybody took money out of my pocket. I didn't care because an old wise man told me, which is not with us anymore, says, if you master marketing and wholesaling, everybody will bow to you in the long run. If you don't master marketing, you have to fill in all these others. And it's not to say you can't do it, but I'm just telling you, if you skip the marketing part, guys, it's going to be painful because you have to find a very finite set of people. So then we're just going to lock up the deal. We show you the contracts. We make it simple. We find a buyer. We walk them through. We give it to an assignment of contract, and then we get paid via assignment. End of story. Do not complicate this. Okay? If I can stress to you anything on this, you have to master marketing. Now, some of you are going to do it with absolutely no money. It's fine. I did it that way too. You will learn faster, more rapidly. I'm not going to tell you ain't going to get frustrated and you're going to like burn a lot of energy because you are. Get to deal 5. Let's put money in your bank account and then I will show you how to scale the rest of the way. But you have to fight. You want to go on the varsity team, like my wrestling coach says, you just got to beat that guy in your spot. I can't beat him for you. And I'm telling you right now, you have to do it. Get to deal 5. People are like, I want to be your partner. How many deals you done? Oh, okay, let's help you get there. And then you do. Some people just take longer than others. I'm okay with it. This isn't a race. It's what? It's a marathon. Look at it like a marathon. You guys know sprinters? You guys been on the internet long enough. You see sprinters, right? They look really good. I did 15 deals. I sold my business for 10 million. I'm the best. Then they disappear. They tell you that anyone who tell you they got killed in wholesaling, they weren't wholesaling. They were speculating. Listen to people's words carefully because they tell the truth. Just read between the lines. So everybody has this on there. You can take a picture of this. Is all in free wholesaling.
I got something else. Okay, so I like learning about it by doing charts, but I know how Rick learns. Rick's very visual, ADHD. So let's play a little game here, okay? We gotta grab a shirt.
Okay.
So here, what's a flip of the, does anyone know like a quick flip of the shirt? Okay, let's play a game. All right, yell a number. What is the largest, who here has the largest first deal ever in wholesaling? Okay, anyone do a first deal? How much? Anyone, 20,000, 20,000, 40,000, 50,000, 50,000, 50,000. 100,000. Of course, Jen. Oh, come on, Jen. I don't want to hear it. What is it, Jen? $128,000. Cool. All right, well, Jen, if you want to get a shirt, if you want to explain to everyone how the deal worked, come up. I'm sorry. You don't need a shirt. All right, explain to everybody how that deal works so we can have a visual representation.
So what's that sheet? No whole quote.
That counts. That counts.
They got to come up. And guys, so you know, Jen came to our last event and she wasn't shy. And she spent the entire time with me, Zach, and she went across the room. She took the lunchtime. I can't do everybody at lunch, but I'm just telling you, she knew how to work the room. And I like Zach, I go, this girl like knows what she's doing. And she loves to learn. And she took it off. She's very good at probates. She's learned to solve people's problems. So you guys, here's the key thing is when somebody says, when you get excited to hear about the deal, I don't care if they made 1,000 or 100,000. What's the number one question you ask somebody who gets a wholesale deal? What's the number one question? If you could only ask what question, what would it be?
The villain.
Yeah. So let's start with that. I always ask them, where did you get it from? Because you learn a lot and you'll see patterns. And that's how you learn wholesaling.
Okay, so where did you get the deal from? It was a referral. Referral, okay. Specifically, like, what kind of referral? Like, how do you define, like, who referred you?
So it was actually my mom's neighbor.
Yeah.
So a neighbor of 20 years was leaving their community, right? So they've been there since I was when I was born. But at the time, I was actually a loan originator, and she thought I was going to be the one to help them find a new house. She didn't know anything about wholesaling. All she said was, "Oh, you're leaving? My daughter is in real estate." So all she knew was real estate. And I was like, at the time, it was the beginning of my transition to finding out about wholesaling or flipping. Actually, I was going to do flipping, mind you. Rick says not to do that. Thank God we didn't do it. And this deal was going to be a flip, and I ended up finding wholesaling. I was going to make equal to more money, and I ended up making more money wholesaling it.
So what do you lock it up for?
173.
All right, let's write that down. So $173,000. Okay. Now you have a deal locked up. What do you do now?
Okay, so originally we were gonna flip this because the ARV
Yeah.
was like 290, and the rehab was like 55 to 60,000.
Uh-huh.
And then I pulled out a whiteboard that looks just like this. Because I told Sebastian this probably 30 minutes ago, I started taking out business lines of credit at 0%. So I was even going to take lines of credit out to rehab it. But because I had a whiteboard, I was like, this doesn't make any sense, there's too much risk. So I was going to take a hard money loan, take out business lines of credit to do the whole thing. And mind you, it's going to be my first flip, and I was like, this doesn't feel right.
Yeah. So how do you find the buyer?
Okay, so we actually ended up negotiating down to 167, by the way. So
Okay, write that down then, so we know. So what was the conversation like?
so
Because you're already making a ton of money. Well, why are you being more greedy?
Okay, so this sounds easy, but I actually didn't even have the contract until 7 months later. So I spoke to the guy every 3 weeks. So if I can leave you with one thing, follow up is key. And do not forget that, because I didn't even know what I was doing. So March is whenever she gave my number to the gentleman. He was like in his late 60s. He's moving to East Texas. And every 3 weeks or 4 weeks, I would just call him, have a conversation. Nothing about the house. Everything about how's the new construction going. It lasted less than 10 minutes. What else? Let's see. And then in September, I think September is when I finally asked, well, what do you need to walk away with? And he, I actually don't think he gave me a number, but I just said, well, do you owe anything on it? And he gave me his mortgage amount, his payoff. And I was like, okay, I did the math. And I just said, 173. Do you think that'll be okay? He's like, yeah, that'll be all right. I was like, holy crap. Okay. Because the house had issues. It had foundation issues. He knew the roof had issues. It hadn't been updated since 2001. And so he knew there was issues, right? So I got him to tell me what was the issues with the house before I even asked for price. So that's always at the end, which they teach.
There we go. And then, so how do you find the buyer here?
So he actually ended up taking out private money. So we ended up closing on it because I had no idea that I could find a buyer before we closed.
Okay.
But I knew we had a deal.
Yeah.
And so we were getting bids, contractors for a whole week. And that's in between where I pulled up the whiteboard. And I was like, Yasmin has, my girlfriend, she has her license as an agent. And we're like, let's just stick it on the market, see what happens. And so I wouldn't tell anyone to do this because that was a big risk, but it was deep. I mean, the ARV was 290, 300, and it was in Garland, Texas, which is a hot suburban market. And she did open houses for 3 days straight. The fourth buyer was a group home buyer in the same neighborhood. And she didn't even find it online. She found it because we stuck a sign outside. Because she was making her rounds to visiting the, I guess her properties with I don't know what you would call them, tenants, but it's government type of business.
Users, I don't know.
Yeah, and so she actually walked in, she looked around the house, and for me, I always like to be transparent, and so Yasmin took her around, she's like, okay, there's issues with the roof, you can see cracks in the foundation, the whole place is not, updated at all, and she was just thinking right then and there, she's like, well, what are you asking for it? And she's like, I don't know what Yasmin said, but she said, I actually think that Yasmin said, well, we have other offers. And she's like, well, just give us your best offer, because that's what you say when it's on the MLS. And she goes and she's like, okay, 290. And we're like, what? We just told you there's issues with the house. What do you mean 290? So she's a unicorn buyer, which sometimes you'll find out in your deals that there are unicorn buyers out there because they have a specific reason why they want to buy a house, and you may not think of it, but it's out there. And so we found out it was for tax purposes because it's in October. She's making money from all these group homes that she's doing single-family residences, and she needed a deal. And she's like, oh, I have 2 houses down the street. And so we made a relationship, and hopefully she buys from us again. We just need to find one in the same neighborhood. So
290?
yeah, 290. And then she actually thought about it for a second. We're like, okay, holy shit, she's not saying anything. Sorry, it's my language.
No, you're good.
And she thinks about it for a second. In the same setting, she's like, okay, 300. Without Yasmin saying anything, she says 300. She's like, but I gotta pay this 10 on the side. We're not saying anything. We're just like, okay, sure, pay us on the side after the closing. And she does. She gave us a check afterwards because it was all because she was a wealthy individual who needed the property to feed her business. And so, I mean, it's just working there.
So yeah, you're doing the numbers
thing.
there. So
Yeah.
so what's the total there then? So like 129.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you write that. You write that. Right, 100.
Well, I guess top line, not net. Because I've got expenses.
Yeah. Holy moly. So hopefully, when was this? When did this close?
October 2023.
There we go. A year ago. So there we go. Give a hand for her. There we go.
So that's Jen for you. So, and then she's gone on to do even better. So, just trying to put it in perspective because I feel like an old man. Like, oh, 8 years ago, I got my first deal and 22 years for you. And so try to put some more youthful vibe to me. So it's, and she's not the only story. Like some other people doing really well too. So it's real. It's better when you see a real example versus just on the chart. Yeah.
Yeah. So she found a problem and she solved it. And listen, when you have big spreads, you do have options. And that's where me and Zach try to help you out. If you're brand new and I go, man, you got like 100 grand and there's like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what a probate is. Like a deer in the headlights, we're never going to force you to partner up with it. But I will tell you the truth too. And sometimes you guys don't like what I tell you. I go, it's not a deal. And then some of you fight back with me, it's a deal. I go, okay, how many deals have you done? I'm just telling you, I'm saving you the agony. Sometimes you're better off getting the truth up front. Go back and get me more information because what I have here, it's not a deal. So remember, it's risk versus reward. You can't take a huge risk for a little bit of a reward. What Jen did is she took a risk, but she had a calculated probability to make an outcome. I will tell you this. If you're doing your first deal and you're considering doing hard money, you're doing it 100% wrong. They don't call it hard money for no reason. It's hard. You have a business partner when you have a hard money loan. It is a loan. It's a pain in the butt. I've done them before. There is a time and a place for them. When you're starting, it is not the time. Does everybody understand that? You're better off, in my opinion, getting a partner helping you get through the deal and getting it done. Some deals are complicated, especially probates with legal filings and stuff like that. It's a pain in the butt. And I get it. You don't know what to do. You're better off taking half the money and learning. And when you do deals with me, I call you, we talk direct, and we go like that one-on-one. And that's the reward of doing it. And most people do a deal with me, they wind up doing 4 or 5. And I go, listen, little bird, get out of the nest. Do it on your own. I want you to be on your own. That is a sign of growth and success. I'm not here to hook you for life. I don't need it. Some of us just need a little bit of helping hand getting off. The whole purpose of Flip with Rick is like, hey, Rick, I got an appointment. I'm going tomorrow. I'm freaking out. 9 times out of 10, I just tell you, get bound to the basics. Jen said an important thing. You do not obsess over the property. The property is just a symptom of what's going on with the human being. So a bad investor spends all their time like, what are you asking for the property? What do you think the word asking means? You can ask for anything you want in life. Give me 10 million. I can't do 10 million. Are you crazy? You open up such a conversation, it doesn't work. I get into how did we get in this situation? Tell me. And if you get in the story and you get the drama in it, you get an emotional connection, you get a reaction, and that's how you get deals. Remember, we have to find motivated sellers. Jen didn't find it on the MLS. She found it from someone. She told, hey, I buy houses. I simply tell people I buy houses. Do you tell them I buy houses or you tell them you're a wholesaler? Nobody has no idea what wholesaler is once you leave this. Like, what are you like? You sell to Costco? What do you do? I don't understand. It's honestly, if I could rename this business, I would, and maybe we can all do that together. And then we can just, I'm not wholesaling. We're fine. We can get around a lot of the stuff. Okay, brings us to the next one. Is wholesaling legal? Yes. You guys realize since 2003, they told me, go, Rick, I don't know, man. I don't know if I get started in this business, they're going to outlaw it. I'm like, luckily, I'm a very defiant person by nature to a point, as you'll check with my wife. I just like, how is it illegal? And so you start asking questions. And 9 times out of 10, when someone tells you it's illegal, they go, I heard somebody said, I saw a post on the internet, I saw a YouTube thumbnail that said it's banned. Give me the facts. You guys are smart. Get facts. Are they making things more challenging? Yeah, but most of the stuff, if you read into these laws, it's around marketing. And guys, what are we doing? Are we selling houses or are we selling what? Do you understand the difference? It is a fundamental difference. If you stick to the basics, how I learned this 22 years ago, very, very few times will you get in trouble doing this business, okay? We don't lie, we don't cheat the people. Sometimes you just gotta tell people the hard truth. Do I tell people if I'm making a profit when I buy their house? I do. They're like, Rick, what are you gonna do with the house? How do you answer that? Anybody wanna be brave enough to answer that question?
That's what it qualifies for. I hold it, I split it.
No idea. Can you tell me a little bit about the house? Let's see what we're getting into here. Remember, I need to go from the house to you to find out what your story is. And if you can get them to release and tell you how they got in this situation, because there's a story behind every dirty, nasty house. My husband's an ass. He put me in this horrible situation. He left me with the kids. What do you want me to do? Okay, I get it. Don't get upset when they start getting hot with you. That's what you need. If you're having a civil conversation, you're not wholesaling. I need people, I don't want them to cry, but I'm trying to solve their problem. And I need to know how deep it is in their heart they want to solve it. If you just want to solve it transactionally, I can't help you. And I'm going to cut you loose pretty quick. But if you want to go in the store and you need help, we'll figure it out. I do a lot of the Port St. Louis here. We buy from a lot of elderly people that they're taking care of their mom. She's got dementia. I recently dealt with a lady. She stood by the AC controller. She goes, this is why I called you. The house was perfect. She goes, my mom won't let anybody in the house. You need to go talk to her for 15 minutes and acknowledge the thermostat. And you're not going to change it. And you're not going to touch it. There's like 4 extra locks. Her hands worn on it. And I quickly find out this has nothing to do with the house. He goes, we just want to honor our mother. She bought us this house. She's very sick. She's very scared anybody comes in this house. So they spent 20 minutes with me outside. I go, I understand. Tell me what the problem. So it took 10, 20 minutes to unwind the problem. Don't embarrass me in front of my mother. You need to honor her. I'll give you a good deal, but you got to commit. Because if you insult the house, especially the thermostat, she's going to go batshit crazy. I'm like, this is a common theme for me. And I'm just telling you, that's how I get great deals. Now they walk in, they go, how much are you going to give me for this house? And I go, I never answer that question. Well, tell me what's going on. Tell me a little bit about your story. Get away from the house. Get to their problems. And then it'll match up. You could also find out if they're telling you the truth real quickly. Because people can't make up these stories. Okay. Wholesaling is legal in all 50 states. I don't care what anybody tells you. It doesn't mean you should not review the laws in your state and be up to date on it. There are some crazy, crazy policies. I'm not going to get into like the details on it. If you have a question, there's only one even questionable state, in my opinion. There's always an argument with federal and state. So if we go into a particular business that has a funky smell, that's got a dispensary everywhere, it's federally illegal, but every state's making it legal because the state wants the revenue. It makes no sense to me. Our argument is reverse. It's federally legal. Now states are trying to make it difficult. So if you understand your rights, you understand the Constitution, don't disrespect it. And here's the worst case scenario. If they banned it all, I'll tell you how to do this anyways. We're always 3 steps ahead of people. The problem is there's a lot of unethical people out there that are screwing it up for everybody else. But those type of people, they're going to be a bad teacher, a bad cop, a bad insurance person, a bad mother. No matter where they go, they're just going to be bad. We can't sit there and legislate every little piece. Otherwise, the government's going to tell you everything.
But we've done, in the past year, I think we've done a deal in 45 states. So every single person that told me it's illegal, like for example, there's certain people that have told me that it's illegal to wholesale in Virginia. Ace, are you in prison or are you still wholesaling? No. So people online have said that Ace will go to prison for wholesaling in Virginia.
Yeah.
I was told I was going to prison for wholesaling South Carolina.
South Carolina, we did it.
That month, I wholesaled 5 properties.
Yeah.
Just because I'm a jerk. And I just proved everyone wrong. And so you've been hearing everywhere that wholesaling is illegal, illegal, illegal. There's only one state where it's questionable, Illinois. After that, like, we keep doing deals there. So, like,
So eventually somebody has to win a case law. When we have that, I believe it'll be over. I don't want anyone here to get challenged, okay? I'm not here, like lawyers are a nightmare, and especially like a state prosecutor. They're not fun because I've been through it before. And I'm just like, hey, what do you do? So a lot of people, you got to understand outside of this room, most people do not understand what we do. So if they don't understand it, what's their instant assumption? To legal. And this is how we get in this thing. There are some really bad actors in this business. But the problem is with people teaching to do wholesaling on like MLS, we're just creating huge problems. You guys realize we have the opposite agenda of most realtors. And so we do a Hatfield-McCoy thing, and this is why it's just such a mess. I don't mess around on the MLS. There's a year and a half during 2010-11, like you could buy anything. It didn't matter where it was. That was the only time I found that you could find motivated sellers on the MLS. Now, I have to go through 1,200 leads just to even have one qualified one on the MLS. That is exhausting, and you typically burn out. So, if you understand it, this does not relieve you from looking up your own state statutes and laws and getting involved. Texas is trying to push some like very aggressive stuff, and investors have stood up to them. They go to hearings, and they tell them why it's screwed up. So most of the time, you have politicians that don't understand what they do. They just hear the bad side. A lot of people talk about representation for our business. It's just not that easy. We don't need a course to tell us how to do this. You just need to have some common sense and some ethics. I can't make you be a good person. It's a choice. So let's just put it to bed. The illegal thing, honestly, if you're selling your contract, you're doing it correctly. The one thing I strongly advise is do not take pictures of the house and throw it out all over the internet. You will invite trouble. That's where you're going to get in trouble. Because now you're basically acting as a realtor. That is the significant difference. We sell contracts. We don't sell pretty pictured properties. We do what most realtors do not want to even bother doing. Our service will always be needed. Always. There's just no exception. Okay. Wholesaling versus other real estate. Wholesaling isn't investing. Does everybody understand that? It is a strategy to find the deepest discounted deals. Everybody tries to mix up real estate investing. We are here for what? Wholesaling. Okay. You're selling the contract, not owning the house. This is an income-producing strategy. Now, I'll be the first to admit it is a highly paid job, but it is a job that will pay you perpetually, and then it will also give you residual value in whatever you own. So anyone who tells you, have you ever heard someone goes, I sold my wholesaling business for X amount of millions of dollars? Anybody heard this claim? Doesn't exist. Prove it. Show it to me. 22 years, no one's ever showed me they've sold a wholesaling business to make a fortune. The value in a wholesaler is the assets you produce. End of story. You buy my wholesaling business, me and Zach leave, you don't have anything. You get a little bit of traction, maybe some old leads, but we are the engines. You are the asset. The minute you leave that company, it's of zero value. So if anyone ever told you they sold a business $5, $7, $10 million, they're not sellable. I've been part of companies where they try to sell them. They never close. They always wind up being a back-end deal. I'll give you $2 million on the back if everything works out. And why would you sell a business that makes a crap load of money? It usually means you're losing. I sold the business and I'm going to go on to coaching, right? That's what you hear. Bullshit. Run your wholesaling business and show people exactly what you do. Show them, stop telling them what to do. So you've got to understand, if your dream is to sell a wholesaling business, I'm just here 22 years, it doesn't exist. Now, if I buy 15 houses, I get them paid off and it produces a lot of money, there's your $2 or $3 million right there. I've seen it more and more on the internet. Hey, I sold my business for X amount of dollars. Show me the statement. There is a statement when you sell a business. I've sold businesses just like a HUD. When they don't show you the statement, it means it's probably fudged the whole way. End of story. So I want you to understand, it's the assets you buy that does it. Do you need any money experience? Absolutely not. I didn't have any. I made him do it without it. And a lot of you are doing that. Now, if you have money, you have a few more options, but you're going to have to bury your ego, because what happens in wholesaling when you tell people you have money? Hey, I want to learn this business. I got $10,000. You are going to get hammered. And who are you going to get hammered by? Coaches that just want your money. They don't want to solve your problem. I need a sale. I need a sale as fast as I can. So be careful. If you do have money, keep your mouth shut. It's going to work against you. And by the way, if you go on an appointment, please do not pull up in your high-end Mercedes, your cyber trucks. It works against you. It doesn't work. I made the big mistake once. I bought a old UPS truck. I wrapped it. The most obnoxious we buy houses. My daughter wanted to die when I picked her up in school. And then honestly, I found out my customers were pissed. They're like, dude, like you're embarrassing me in my neighborhood. I'm like, I got towed so many times, the fees, and the thing broke down. And my daughter goes, I'm not going to recognize you in that thing anymore. And the doors were open on the side. I just thought it was the coolest thing. It was a terrible idea. So if you have a beat up truck, keep it, because people look, they will size you up before you walk in that door. And if you're too high class, you're not going to connect with them. I'm just telling you, it's something I've observed over the years. So when I send my acquisitions people, I go, you're not taking that car, take the beat up truck over here. It speaks volumes to people. You need to connect with people. A lot of people think they need to drive a fancy car to prove it. You're not. If you want to be a realtor, go be a realtor. On wholesalers, nobody gives a crap what you drive. Solve people's problems and connect with them. Okay. So there's just 3 parts: marketing, and what else? So all you got to do is break it down to the 3 parts, period. Do not complicate this. Of the 3 parts, which is the one you have to master first? You have to master it. If you skip this and you go, hey, Rick, I'm struggling to get deals, but I have this great disposition software and all this. I'm like, dude, focus on the marketing. You guys have been taught your entire life, you have to figure everything all the way out, take these courses, then you step into the big leagues. I'm here to tell you, if they did school differently, like you learned something and you went out in the world and applied it, we'd have a different outcome in life. This is brutal. Like when you get out of school, you find out like you're the lowest man on the totem pole. Like I've been studying for 16, 19 years, like, holy crap, I could have been doing this from the get-go. That's what you got to understand. So marketing, acquisitions, dispositions. Any questions on this? Break your business down to 3 simple phases. Spend all your energy in the first 3 to 6 months in marketing. Acquisitions, I have systems that'll protect you. If you follow the system, it works. Dispositions, I fully admitted to you guys, I didn't even do dispositions the first year and a half. I did not have the brain capacity for it because this is my problem, not yours. Now, most normal people will go, okay, I'll master marketing. You have to master it. So marketing is how we find the sellers, deep discounts that are motivated. You have a motivated house or you have a motivated seller. In the perfect world, it's both. When you have both, it's usually very simple. You just walk them down the aisle. Most of the time, the house is a piece of junk and the seller's completely unrealistic. You just keep those people in follow-ups. I buy at least 50% of those houses. They just take more time. And that's where everybody gets frustrated. You heard Jen, she worked on the deal 7 months. You've got to be willing to do it. We're going to provide you some more tools while you're here at this event so you can easily automate some of your follow-ups. Because you're like me, if I get too many tasks, I just start to freeze like a deer in the headlight. I'm not great with technology. I'm okay with it. My son's amazing at it. My wife even helps me out with technology. I'm old. Okay. Divorce, tall grass. A lot of the stuff we do is like really common sense. You don't have to overthink. You guys realize there's an actual course out there for driving for dollars? It's $3,000. I've looked it up. And he's going to teach you how to find an ugly house. I can do it in a minute. I'll save you 3. To me, everything's for sale. And I think it's like, listen, if you want to buy it, that's great. I have the whole thing on freewholesaling.com. It's really not hard to do. So call, text, email, however we connect to them. This is considered your median. And we're going to talk about that as we go through it. So we do marketing. We have our list. We call them prospects. Some of you call them suspects. And then you have your marketing medium. That's how you deliver your message, which is always up for debate. There's a million options, and we're going to talk about and figure the best one for you. Everybody tends to gravitate toward one or two of them. If you're short on cash, you're going to be limited on these options, and you're going to have to put in the time, the hustle muscle. No matter what, you're going to have to do the hustle muscle in the beginning. Okay, acquisitions. This is where we go out and we meet the sellers and we underwrite the house. I'm going to simplify this process. Who's in comp hell? Who overcomps? Just admit it. I was one of them. I used to sit there and comp. Why do you think you overcomp so much? Stand up, tell them why. Because I already know the answer.
I'm afraid for the no.
Okay. So what are you going for?
I go for the yes.
Okay. We have to do it backwards. Okay? So if I have a asset that's worth $300,000, say that's the ARV, and you guys get in there, oh my God, I got to comp this house, I got to go to PropStream, I got to go to X Leads, I got to go to Batch, I got to go to Deal Machine, I got to go to Zillow, you have to, like what I had to comp, I had to go to a realtor. I didn't have a choice. She goes, hey, here's the range. I'm like, crap. I already spit out this price. I go, I'm sorry, it's not a deal. And so now I find we have so many tools, we're spoiled silly. And then you guys, you have a range. So some of them are like 320 and some are 290. What do you pick? Always take the lower. You can't make numbers up. When you start making up your own data, you will get killed in this business. So if I have a range from 290 to 320, my comp's 290. I'm just going to err to the caution side. If I make an extra 30 grand, God bless me, right? You have to understand that. Here's the problem. So let's just say it's worth 300. But you're going to spend, what, an extra 2 hours trying to figure out it's worth 320? The reason why you're doing it is because you're trying to get into the seller's mind. You have no idea what they're going to say. We're going to go over this in more detail, how to do it. You have to stop doing it the old way. It doesn't work. I spent 4 years of painful process to find out comping is a waste of your time in wholesaling. It doesn't mean you disregard it. You have enough tools, especially with X Leads, in 2 minutes in and out. I do not comp until I'm getting down to write a contract. Here's the reality. Say it's worth 300, I go to the house. Guy's like, listen, Rick, you gotta buy the house right now. Okay, the comp's 300. I'm just gonna go in a number, I'm probably gonna offer him 200, and I'm gonna shut my mouth and watch how he reacts. Do I care if it's worth 290 or 320? No, it's a waste of my time. I have to buy for a deep discount. The people that overanalyze properties on values, they act like they're a realtor. And the reason you do it is because you want certainty in your life, because you're scared and you're uncomfortable. It's okay. I'm gonna make you so nervous to how you make an offer. You guys know I'm gonna teach you how to do this. You should have pits in your stomach before you spit it out. If you do it, it means you're doing wholesaling right. If you feel good about your offer and everything like that, I promise you, you're going to overpay for the property every time. So there's rules in acquisitions, and I'm gonna show you how to do it. It's easy. You're not a salesperson, you're a qualifier. Who thinks they have to be a massive salesman to be successful in wholesaling? You don't. Me and him have hired some of the best salespeople in the world. They're the biggest nightmare in our business. It's fake, it's not genuine, contracts fall apart, people start lying to each other. I don't like it. You've got to connect with people. The sooner you get to the truth, the better you can do. Do not be a salesperson, it doesn't work. The world's full of fake people. Social media's made it 10 times worse. People are actually refreshed when you're honest. Don't mix up being authentic without being a very stealthy, sophisticated business person. You have to have the tool sets, but you have to connect with them. So you have to wear 2 hats at the same time. I don't have any magic words to teach you to close somebody. It doesn't work in this business. Selling a car, it's a different team. Hey, Sebastian, you're gonna look amazing in this car. Think about all the girls are gonna look at you when you drive this car. Think of the status. It doesn't work in wholesaling. It just, either you're a good fit or you're not, and you gotta understand that. We got you covered what to say, because most people absolutely freak out when it comes to the negotiations. True story, I used to stall before I did the negotiations. You know how you stall? You just keep talking. You never get to the point. After a while, you go backwards in credibility. You're like, Rick, didn't you come here to buy my house? Are you ever gonna get to the point? I'm like, crap, I better land the plane quickly. So I learned techniques like transition statements. So when you start over talking, fix it, identify it. You know how you find out you're an over talker? Somebody tells you, you talk too much. You're like, damn, do I really? People used to tell me, oh, Rick, man, you talk, man. You got a gift of gab, but sometimes you don't know when to shut up. And I took that to heart when I did wholesaling. And I had tricks. So when I started talking and I started getting uncomfortable, I'm like, okay, you're scared to negotiate. You're scared of the outcome. Switch gears, go for it. Because you're never going to improve your life if you don't get to the point. And that's all I did. And I'm going to show you how to do it. Who's scared to negotiate in here? Be honest. Because we're going to do some live negotiations, so you guys are There we go. You got the roll call on that? The sooner you overcome the fear, the better off it will be. It'll never go away completely. To this day, some people still, I'm like, I have no idea what the outcome's going to be. The people I think that are slam dunks in wholesaling, they surprise the crap out of me and fight me the hardest. And the people I write off, I go, there's no way this person's going to sell me the house cheap. I go through the process, I'm like, holy crap, they just left me 50 grand. So stop trying to underwrite your deals before you talk to them. I'm going to teach you how to transition. I'm going to teach you to go for no, because all you guys have been taught is to go for yes. It's such a simple method, but it works. I hear it all the time from you guys. God, Rick, you know what I used to do? I handicap myself. I don't play golf. The handicap would be terrible. So whatever offer I'd make, I'd minus off 25, 30 grand. I'd protect myself from my own, like I want to help people. I'm an empath. So I started handicapping myself and I figured out, I go, how can I find out what is the bottom line number? That's how I came up with the method. So we're going to teach you all that, and then we're going to get into dispositions. This is basically selling your contract for a profit. I'm going to be honest, this is the easiest part. This is the one that you shouldn't overthink. I couldn't handle it because my brain was taxed, but I figured it out. I let other people teach it to me, and you're going to wear a different hat when you do this, and we'll teach you how to do it. Just like Jen said, people will shock you what they'll offer you on a property. And you got, because everyone says, hey, what are you asking for it? The easiest one is go, tell me what you need to take down this property. I got some other people to talk to. It's one of the easiest techniques. It's not complicated, but you put the ball in their court. A lot of people will lowball you, do that. We're not going to talk about that. Let me know when you're serious. Give me a call back. We're going to teach you every technique that you can do with it. As I said, it's the easiest one of the three. And so let's talk about what makes someone successful or not in wholesaling. Here's the three main killers. Lack of knowledge. Most people don't do wholesaling. They try to be a sophisticated real estate investor. It is such a broad scope. But here's the good news is, if you master wholesaling first, you can learn anything you want. Listen, if you don't want to wholesale in the long run, it's great, but remember, wholesaling is where the source of all great deals come from. So why would you ever want to get out of it? If you become successful, you teach other people to go on the appointments for you, you get other people to help you answer the phone, and you have a successful business. But you're going to have to walk at least 20 miles in those shoes. Some of you want to outsource everything when you come in. I just smile. I go, let me know how it works out. I don't teach that method. And they always come back to me and go, man, Rick, I'm 50 grand lighter. You were right. I go, I did it. I told you. You got to listen. Put your ego aside. Listen. I can save you guys a ton of money if you just listen to me. I've made every mistake known to mankind. Ask me. I'll show you. You guys have a lack of networking. You feel like you're doing this all alone. Like, hey, I'm all by myself. This is absolutely crazy. And then when you do earn money, you're like, how do I pay the taxes on it? How do I get a write-off? Did you realize if you do wholesaling and you separate you, either through an LLC or an S or a C corporation, I'm not going to get into accounting with you, you get a 30 to 35% pay raise right off the bat. So if I earned 100 grand as a W-2 employee, you're going to give a third of that roughly up to taxes. If you own your own business, you can basically include almost every write-off. What kind of write-offs? You can do an annual corporate trip. You can take your employees, you can take your wife, you have to record the minutes, you have to do everything. But remember, I don't know about you, when I was a W-2, when I got that and they dwindled my check down, I'm like, crap, I gotta buy gas, I gotta take my family on a vacation, I gotta do all this stuff. Just by doing that will make a tremendous difference. But you got to learn to know who to talk to and who's telling you the truth and who's not. Who has a real business and who's faking it. You got to know enough people. There's enough people in this room, I'm telling you, you would be blown away. Just try to talk to as many people as you humanly possibly can. And number three, this is killing every one of you. You've got to have tremendous volume. You are pushing a boulder uphill. And it's going to take everything you got to push. But a lot of you think you're pushing it downhill. You're just going to give it a little push and it's just going to roll and the deals are going to flow in. It's painful in the beginning. I know it. I've lived it. And some of you just aren't telling you the truth. Some of you go, I'm going to make 200 cold calls today. And then you're calling me and Zach at cold call number 23. I'm like, this is tough. People are mean, Rick. You know what she said to me? No, I really don't care. Wait, where's call number 24? Are you going to keep going? Like, do you have the guts to do it? And what happens is you start going back into your own personality and you're stuck. And you want to complain and bitch about it. Like, kick yourself in the butt and get it going. Because me and Zach are just going to tell you, 23 is not going to get it done. You do 23 an hour, maybe we can talk. Whatever you think you're doing, you should 10x it, in my opinion. Because you're going to make mistakes, you're going to find bad deals, but here's the really cool. You know what volume does? It gives you experience, and every one of you need it. If you gave me 100 grand, I would give you the exact same advice. I would tell you just to go rip through that cold call, go door knocking, go do it. They go, yeah, but I paid you 100 grand. I'm like, I don't give a crap. I'm not doing it for you. I'm just going to tell you where to go. You guys understand? I've watched people charge 100 grand that don't even do wholesaling, and they're going to tell you you're going to have to go out and cut your teeth on the journey. And that's where most people shock. You guys think if you pay a higher sticker price, you're just going to get your ass kissed more. That's it. I ain't doing it. I'm just going to tell you the truth. This is a hard business, and if you're hard and you want to do it, you're just about 2 years. If you can get through it, then you'll see the fruition. Deals start coming to you. I still market for deals because every 5 grand I spend investing, I get an 8 times return. I didn't always think like that. You know what I said? God damn, I got to write another check. I'm scared to death. What if this doesn't work out? What if we switched around and said, what if this does work out? Because we always know where we can go. I can always go back to my old job. It's always sitting there waiting for me. There's somebody always waiting to do it. You have to start thinking on the other side. What if this does work out? You are the only person that can make it work. Not me, not Zach, not anybody else in this room. But you got to go to work and get it done. Volume fixes everything. For the most part, at least in wholesaling, because if you have enough deals, you get experience, and after a while, you'll identify patterns. But if you only do it like, if you guys are gonna, like, we always talk about AI is just gonna help you move faster. It's never gonna do wholesaling for you. Some people like, Rick, I wanna do AI because I just wanna get 25 leads, and I wanna know at least half of them are gonna sell to me. I'm like, don't do AI then, you're gonna get killed. AI is not a cheat sheet, it just moves you faster, okay? So we are going to go over marketing right now, right?
Yep.
And we're going to go into the details. So we always have to start with pulling lists. I get more questions on list pulling, and you guys know exactly how we're going to run and work this. Did you want to take this over?
Yeah. So make sure you turn that off and plug it in.
Okay.
Plug's right there.
Miami? I got it.
All right, let's go find some wholesaling deals. So let's kind of go over exactly how to find a deal. So I get a lot of people asking me, just getting started, how do I find a deal? How do I do my marketing? And I have pretty much run most successful people that I call successful, people that do their first 100K, that's the main point of this event, through this entire marketing system. So this is a system of finding wholesaling real estate deals. So let's kind of talk about the first thing. It's the list. What is a list in wholesaling real estate? A list is basically a data set of potential properties and owners that have probably a 50 to 100x better chance of selling their house. There's a big difference between me going to Orlando and just pulling properties and going to a list of Orlando homeowners that have a 50 times more likely point of selling. These are people usually that have a better chance of wanting to sell their house than the average person. These are motivating factors making the property distressed and or ugly. Now, what makes a list, what makes a person more willing to want to sell the property than not? Well, we kind of learned today with Jen, a referral's pretty good, but there's some other ones, right? What I have found in 2,500 wholesaling deals, there are 2 categories of why it turned into being a wholesaling deal. Number 1, the property was distressed, which means the house was ugly. You don't need to be an expert to know if a house is ugly or not. Number 2, they had a situation that was distressed. So distressed property or a distressed seller. So let's kind of go over the differences between these 2. Now, distressed property is easy. I think anybody knows what an ugly house looks like. But just in case you don't know, if the house has broken windows, it's pretty ugly, right? The house becomes abandoned, no one's living in it. I think about 10% of all homes are abandoned. No one lives in it, they're vacant. This is from the United States Postal Service. So when you get mail, you pick it up. But if no one starts picking up the mail, the United States Postal Service actually puts a green slip in Florida, and they put vacant. And you can actually get that database if you're a nonprofit. Actually, we have a workaround how to get it, and you can get a list of that. House has bad foundation, it's a hoarder house. I've been through a lot of these. Mold properties, house has a leaky roof, outdated, hurricane hits it. Anything to make the house ugly, rats, bugs, termites, just something that's bad, right? These are what we call a distressed property. These are just ugly looking houses. And if you're driving for dollars, this is my $3,000 driving for dollars course. But that's it. So distressed situation, this is actually a little better because a distressed property, like it screams out, but sometimes the property's distressed, but the person still doesn't want to sell it. That is the main issue I found. So usually seller behind on their taxes or mortgage. That's a great way to find somebody that wants to get rid of their house for a discount. They're not paying their taxes, and if they're not paying the mortgage, the bank takes the property over, so they have to sell. Death probate, you've probably heard it a lot. This is me and Rick's personal favorite one. I think anybody in here that has made over 60 grand on a deal has done it through a probate. Probate is the biggest motivating factor. And I'll be honest with you, the biggest reason, somebody dies, well, usually old person from New York, they move down to Florida, and they have a house that has zero sentimental value. When somebody dies and they're trying to sell grandma's house and they lived in grandma's house and that's where they grew up, they have this thing called sentimental value that they want more for the house because it's sentimental. When grandma moves, when she was 75 to Florida, there's no sentimental, they don't visit her, and they don't really care about the house. So there's no sentimental value and they just want to get rid of it. Person wanting to move, change his job, people behind on the credit cards. It's a great list to get. Tired landlord, evictions. I think me and Rick have our fair share of eviction stories. There's some crazy ones, but yeah, there's just people in general. They destroy houses. Divorce, that happens a lot, financial issues. And what I usually say in wholesaling is everyone's like, well, are we ever gonna run out of deals? I'm like, well, if people are born, they are kind of destined to die. Not a bad thing to say, that should motivate you. But when you're born, that means usually somebody died, right? If there are ever people that have financial issues, it's just happening more and more. Do people get divorced? Do people cheat on their spouse? Every day. And not a good thing, but it happens every day. Are people destroying houses and not paying the rent? Yes. So as long as these situations happen, we're gonna make money wholesaling. And that's kind of the cool part about it. So how do I find so we know what makes a good list. How do I find the best areas for a list? Now, without really explaining on slides and making it good, if I can only have one sentence to tell you, Zach, I'm in blank city, where should I wholesale? With 95% accuracy, I can tell you, if you can go to a city, find the cheapest house relative to the lowest crime rate, that is where the best area for wholesaling real estate is. And so the best way I can describe this is if you ever grew up with like friends and the parents were like car mechanics, they were teachers, bus drivers, like very like blue collar, hardworking people that would never commit a crime, right? Like very nice people that grew up lower middle class and they bought a house. That's where you want to be at. It's a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, right? It's not really preppy, but it's not like in the really bad area of town. It's just working class people, right? That is the best area for wholesaling real estate because those houses are actually the most in demand for first-time home buyers. So you think of 26, 27-year-olds that just got their new corporate job, they have 2 years W-2, now they're looking to buy their first house, 3% down payment. They're not looking to buy the $600,000 house. They want a 3-bedroom, they just got married and they're excited to go. That is where they're looking to buy, and those people will pay the most. That is where I get the most overbids on my houses. First-time home buyers, they want to get the most, that's the area. But we can get kind of more in the deep details on it, what makes a good market. In my opinion, the market is almost as important as the marketing. So we've had some people in here that have had some insane struggles in their market, and I tell them, hey, just row in a different river. A lot of people are rowing upstream. I think one of the best examples is Evan, I think he's on a phone call right now, but he was struggling really bad in Western Pennsylvania, like really bad. He's working so hard, he just can't get anything. And then I'm like, well, why don't you just try Detroit? And changed everything. Heck, Yvonne's like that too, right? Sometimes Yvonne's a good example because she was rowing so hard, and just getting nowhere. She was rowing upstream. And I'm like, why don't we just try a different river? And she did the same effort, and boom, it all worked. So sometimes the market is the thing too. So What makes a good wholesaling market? For anyone watching this, are you in a good market, bad market? This will pretty much answer it to you. It's a deals to wholesalers ratio. That is it. So how many wholesaling deals are available in a market versus how many people are in that market? So does anybody here know where the most wholesaling deals in the country are on a monthly basis in the entire United States? Houston, Texas. It is, so I think I've told some people today, a lot of people think, oh, you know, New York, right? That's the biggest place. So I like to look at, it's not population or houses, it's wholesalable houses. In my opinion, if a property is worth anywhere between 50 grand to 600 grand, that is a wholesalable house. You're not wholesaling a $4.5 million San Francisco house, you know, like full house type thing, right? You are wholesaling a house that is on the cheaper side, that is probably distressed. And the biggest amount of these is in Houston, Texas, because it's the biggest population center with just regular homes. That's it. That in Chicago, but a lot of Chicago is a little expensive. What I also look for is what I call the teenage success factor. Everyone loves the age of the internet now. And my favorite thing to do to find good markets is I look for 17 to 18-year-olds on TikTok. I think a lot of us remember being 18. We were dumb. And what happens when you give an 18-year-old a lot of money? They do dumb stuff. I see it with athletes a lot. But so I go on TikTok, I just search make money wholesaling, and on a weekly basis I find a kid, okay, he is in just a random stupid market where he's born in, he watches one of my videos, and he makes 20 grand in a month. And the first thing he does is gets it wired, goes to the bank, take the 20 grand out, does this Kodak Black money spread, and posts it and says, hey, I made this, you can do it too, buy my course. And you just want to like skip those, but you want to see like, this kid's so dumb, but he made 20 grand. Is it because he's a genius marketer? Or maybe he's just in a really good market and he doesn't know what he's doing. It's kind of like me, right? So Rick's really, really good at fishing. I'm pretty good at fishing, but nowhere near as Rick. But if I go to an area that's got a lot of fish, I'm going to destroy him because I'm in a better market than him. Doesn't matter how skillful he is, right? If I'm fishing in the Keys and he's fishing in Miami, I'm going to destroy him because I'm just in a better market. So sometimes if you can mix really good marketing with the market, that's the best way to do it. So example, Detroit, Michigan, right? Detroit, Michigan has a lot of deals. So the population of Detroit's I think 650,000 people. That's insane. And there's a ton of real estate buyers. Actually, I don't think a lot of people know about this about Detroit, but one of the largest areas of Canada, which is Windsor, London area, is right by Detroit. Detroit's actually more north than Canada. It's kind of weird. But a lot of those people don't want to buy real estate in Canada. They don't like the politics, not going to get into it. But houses in London, Ontario are like 500, 600, 700 grand. And you just go 2 miles over there and you got houses for 40 grand. It's crazy. So it's a great deals to saturation ratio. Population 633, average home price $74,000. Whoa. And these aren't like you're living in the hood, right? I mean, there's some, you know, M&M 8 Mile areas, but like overall, these are decent homes. And so I say it's a good market, right? There's a lot of people making money and just a big population, right? Now, let's use another example here, okay? Let's use Alexandria, Virginia, you know, DMV area, right? This is by DC, Alexandria, probably one of the most beautiful places in the United States I've ever seen. It is a beautiful area. But there's a lot of problems. There's a lot of buyers, cool. There's not a lot of deals. They are not discounted. They are worth a ton of money. They're worth a lot of these houses are worth a ton of money. There's a lot of wholesalers. Population 164, the actual like city. I think Fairfax County has 1.2 million people in it. Average home price $647. It's not a good market. Prices are just too high, and there's just way too many wholesalers in that area. So what happened? Why is one area better than the other? What I found, 2 factors. Population, that's a big one. So they both have a good population and average home price. Those are the 2 factors I look at. So Alexandria has a good population, but the home price just is way too high. So population is going to be the first factor I see if a market's going to be good or not. So all my virtual wholesalers take note. If a population's high, there is usually a high amount of cash buyers. Real estate is not just a way we can make money in wholesaling, but it's also an investment vehicle. So I have a lot of cash buyers that are heart surgeons, doctors, lawyers, right? hey, I want to put 300K into real estate, right? I can save on taxes. It's a great thing to do. So you have cash buyers that aren't even cash buyers. You can turn people into cash buyers. With the high population, there's always going to be people buying real estate. With the low population, there's low cash buyers. So if I'm in the middle of Missouri, there's going to be not a lot of people looking to buy a house for cash. So that is the main issue. Sweet spot I personally found is for a county, 50,000 to probably 300 is like the good sweet spot. For a county, I like at least 100K, but there are some counties that do work. City-wise, I think 50,000 is good. There are some 20,000 population cities that work, but you want a high population because you want a high amount of people. I kind of said this, if you want to open a pizza shop, you want to have a nice population so you have plenty of customers. You don't want to open up the best pizza shop in the world in the middle of Missouri. You want to open it up in like Kansas City or Orlando, something where like you can get some good traction, right? Median home price is the second thing I look at. The higher the price of a piece of real estate, the harder it is to get a discount. The way I kind of equate this is basically if you're looking to flip cars, right? Who here knows about like the whole like car flipping business, right? You know, people buy cars, they flip them. It's kind of fun, right? It sounds cool, sexy. People like cars. Same thing with real estate. People that flip cars, they are flipping Toyotas, Hellcats, right? They're mid-sized to kind of expensive cars. Nobody really flips a Ferrari. Nobody flips a Lamborghini. It's kind of weird. It's like, why don't they do that? Because if I have somebody who has a $50,000 Dodge Challenger, if I offer him $30,000 for a $50K car, it's not like I'm insulting him. It's like, that seems like in your mind, I don't know why, it doesn't seem insulting. If I have a guy who has a $750,000 Lamborghini Huracan and I offer him 350 grand, he's gonna punch me in the face, right? Why? It's the same discount. Why am I insulting him? Because human beings don't care about percentages, they only care about the price off the discount that they paid for. And the problem is when I sell a car, when I sell a house, there are certain fixed costs. And the problem with fixed cost is you can make a lot more money on flipping something that's cheaper than more expensive. And that's the problem with high prices. If I offer 600 grand to buy somebody's $1 million house, they're not gonna take it. If I offer 60 grand on somebody's $100,000 house, they usually will take that. That's what I find. 2,500 deals. I've tried San Fran, Dallas. I've tried the most expensive real estate in the world. Lower price houses are usually the best. Now, here's the caveat. Lower price, lower assignment fee. I know that hurts, but kind of the cap on wholesaling I found is about 200K on a deal is like the most you're gonna make if you like wholesale it specifically, because you can make 200K on about a $600,000 house. 100K on a $300,000 house, and then 200, you're like 80. That's the max you're going to be able to make. There are some areas, but sweet spot 75 to 300,000. The cool part, though, I found is the lower the price, the more volume you can do. You can usually do a lot more of these because more people are open to get rid of it for cash. Now, the max I would do is 400K if I was just talking to you guys. I don't do 500K houses. That's pushing it hard. So how do I find the best zip codes and areas? And so I've said this before, but ask your buyers. So I kind of told you the deals, low crime rate, right? Cheaper real estate, but really just ask your buyers. That's the best way to do it. Ask your customers, right, where they're looking to buy. And the cool part about this is if you start talking to cash buyers, they know a lot more than you. So one thing, if you're like 18 watching this, if you're doing a new market, so you're going to Oklahoma City, you know nothing. A guy who's been buying rentals for 25 years in Oklahoma City will have a conversation to you and tell you exactly his 25 years of experience for free because he wants more deals. So just ask him. Ask your title companies. So I tell people, do wholesaling friendly title companies. Find a title company that does wholesaling transactions and ask them, how many wholesaling transactions have you done in a month? Oh, we've done 30. Oh, cool. So that means you've had 30 cash buyers. Wire you checks? Yes. Okay. Well, do you have any buyers? They usually give them to you. Also ask, what are the zip codes of those deals? Oh, I can't give you the buyer, but I can tell you the zip code where it closed. You can get a lot of good intel from a wholesaling title company. Ask the buyers where the rentals are. So you might get a guy that says, oh man, I buy anywhere in Oklahoma. Okay, well, can you tell me the zip codes that you currently own rentals in? Oh, I only own rentals in these 2 zip codes. It's good intel. A lot of people like to talk, they'd like to buy somewhere, but where are they really buying? When you actually own a house and you actually put your real hard-earned money into the rental, you can't lie about that. Affordable working class houses, like I said, old houses with low crime rates, amazing area. So these are roughly the median home prices per county, Q4 of 2023. So what I'll tell everyone is, everyone's getting the whole slideshow of this, by the way, to be posted in the school community, so you don't have to screenshot this or whatever. But what I'll tell you is the sweet spot in wholesaling is going to be the orange area. So orange is where I'm gonna go after. I don't like yellow, that's just middle of nowhere type stuff. And you're gonna find real estate is like tiny, like this area, not that best. This is where I actually wholesale right here. This is where we're at right here. So we're still in the orange. So orange doesn't tell you the whole story, but you'll find is like, oh man, I'm in Missouri. It's only really gonna work in Springfield over here, Kansas City, and that might be St. Louis, I'm not even too sure. Oh no, these are Quad Cities, amazing market. But basically, I think Quad Cities is up here, oh Lord. But basically, you'll find that there's certain pockets that work well, right? And we'll see, you know, Houston, Dallas, Austin, area is great. But then you get over here, things get a little nutty. But really, you want to be in the orange or the darker orange. Once you get into purple, it's probably not a good area to be wholesaling. But roughly, we want to stay in the orange category here. Now, pulling a list, it all comes down to 3 categories. When you pull a list, you want to get a deal, there's only 3 types. There are government lists, there are paid lists, and there are earned lists. Those are the 3 lists. So let's talk about government lists. Government lists are lists you get from the government. I have spent 5 years of my life telling people about government lists and people still don't pull them. It breaks my heart. But it's kind of crazy and it's kind of sad. This is why our success rate is so high. There are millions of people trying to get wholesaling deals, and only people that follow me know about this list and do them. And I feel like it's a secret. I don't know why. I give it for free, but the government is literally going out here and pulling houses that are ugly and just putting them on a list like Santa Claus, and they'll just give you the list for free. It's insane to me. They have the best return on investment, return on the time out of anything possible. This is what you gotta do. And so, as a guy who owns X leads, I love X leads, right? It's not the best return on investment, because yeah, you can make 30 grand on a $49 a month, but you can make 100 grand off of $0. This is a lot better. And for my virtual people out here, it's the best. It's better than any paid list, and I'll tell everyone with full conviction in my heart, there's not one paid list that is gonna beat a government list. The problem with government lists is they're smaller. That is the main issue. They're not really saturated, and they work really well. So let's kind of talk about why government lists work so well versus anything else. It's all about how easy it is to get, and it's supply and demand. So it is a lot, when it's really easy to get a list, naturally more wholesalers will pull it. So if I were to go to PropStream and pull a high equity list, anyone can do that. You just got to pay $97. The barrier of entry is like this hard. When it is harder to get a list, less people do it. Shocker. I love fishing, so I use fishing analogies. If there are 10 people fishing in a pond, and there's the same amount of fish in another pond, but no one's fishing in there, you're just gonna do better. That's just how it works. So the harder it is to get a list, usually the better it is. So again, what is the government list? A government list is a free list of potential sellers that have a motivated factor from the government. And the government is paid by us, the taxpayer, so we're actually privy to this information. The United States of America actually passed the Freedom of Information Act, which makes pretty much every government document outside the military public and available to anybody, which is pretty dang cool. So it is our job as citizens of the United States to get this information. So let's kind of talk about code violations. So these are one of my favorite ones. This is code enforcement. And what code enforcement does, if you've never had the privilege of having a violation, is they are just drawing for dollars employees. That is how I look at it in my mind. They get in their car, they look for ugly houses, and once they find an ugly house, they fine you $50 a day until the house isn't ugly anymore. So they're causing financial stress, they're driving around looking for houses, and if it's not part of the code, they will literally find the person, and then they have it on a list and they'll give you the list. It's insane. It's one of my favorite things in the world. Code enforcement levies $10 to $50 a day fines for not fixing the code violation. I actively, on a daily basis, we did this, I think a month ago, we dealt with a seller who had a $6,000 code enforcement penalty. Like they had $6,000 of code enforcement penalties for not paying. And the cool part about code enforcement is I know how to negotiate with them, and you can cut them down to $2,000 or $3,000. A realtor would never do that. So it's an amazing list to get, and you can pull it pretty much for free. So you just go to your local code enforcement office, they're called neighborhood services, whatever, and just request a copy of all open code violations. Now, half of this room, they're gonna do that, and they're gonna get it. The other half of the room, they're gonna act like you just asked for like secret intel of CIA secrets on Russia, and it's private world-class information, and they can't give it to you, which is kind of funny to me. What you need to do is just keep asking, and eventually they'll give it to you. The coolest part about that is when they decide they don't want to give it to you, that means every wholesaler that goes and tries it, they say no, they walk away. You can be a person who's the only person who gets code violations in your market. It's insane. So what you do is go to code enforcement, ask, give me a list of everyone that has tall grass, violations for structural damage, violations for mold on the property, and also they have broken windows, they have a lot of stuff, but make sure it's for residential houses only. The list for a month is probably gonna be 200 or 300. Make a lot of money doing that list. On top of this too, we have there we go. Next one's water shutoffs. So I don't wanna rant about this too much, but has anybody here ever went camping? Raise your hand if you went camping. Okay. Is it fun when you go number 2 camping? No. Why? There's no running water. So there are properties where there's no running water. It is not fun. You're not having a good time. You probably don't want to be living there. And so it's kind of weird. It's like you can get a list of every house that doesn't have running water. Why isn't the water running on the house? Because no one's paying the water bill. When you don't pay the water bill, the water doesn't come anymore. And usually no one's living in there. That is a filthy way to live. And so these are basically just vacant, abandoned houses. So you can actually go to the water department and say, hey, give me a list of all the houses that aren't paying their water bill, and you turn the water off. They're usually like, yeah, we'll give it to you. And heck, call them and tell them to pay the bill. It's great. No running water, no fun. There's a list of people that just don't have any running water. And just, hey, can I get a list of all the properties that have their water shut off due to non-payment of the utility bill? Just go to the utility department and you can pull it. So go to local utility department, make sure they're government owned. Some are privately owned by a corporation. There's no way you're getting that list because it's a private company, but most of them are public and you can get their information right there. Next one, fire damaged properties. I'm not trying to run through this, but like there's just so many ways to get lists and get wholesaling deals. But a house that went on fire, the most houses that go on fire, everyone imagine in their mind the whole house goes in flames. It's not. Most home fires are from the kitchen and from the bathroom. And usually only that area is destroyed. And so they get a little insurance check, they're good to go, and you can wholesale it. Heck, it's like wholesaling land. So go to the fire department and do it. Does anybody here have any family members that are firefighters? Raise your hand. It's even better. If you have a friend or family that's in the fire department, that you're in, go to their records department and you can get that information. And it's not illegal. Like you're paying for their salaries, and so you need to know where they're doing. Heck, there are people who, they're called police scan. Have you heard of like a police scanner Facebook group or police scanner guys or fire department? You can actually get the scanner of where the fire department goes on. I'm not trying to be that type of guy, but they'll tell like, I don't know how to say it right, like 401 going to 123 Main Avenue, house on fire. Maybe go contact the owner after. Maybe he wants to get rid of the house, right? And the one thing about it too is a lot of people, I've never been in a house that caught on fire, but I can only imagine from the stories, it's a little traumatizing being in that house. I've had a lot of sellers where somebody like broke into their home and they're traumatized. They just want to go somewhere else. They don't want to tell you that, but they just want to get rid of it, and they don't want to make it public, and they don't want a scene. It's a great area to do. Arrest records is another one. So I think a lot of people think once you get arrested, you're banished, you're a terrible person, and off away from society you go. I think a lot of like these TV shows make it seem like every single person's a murderer. They get arrested. It's not. Most people that get arrested, it's for usually non-violent crimes, DUIs, maybe drugs, bad things, right? And people have situations. It's not good. I don't promote that. I don't think it's all good. But these people are still human beings. They're innocent until proven guilty, and for some of them, they're going away for a while. I've had a story of one guy. He got arrested for having a pound of cocaine in his car, and he thought he was getting away free. And then his lawyer told him that you usually can't get out of that. And he was looking at like 5 or 6 years. And so he had a choice. He had a $250,000 house. Does he just leave it there for 6 years, or does he give the property to me and I buy it for quick cash, and he gets cash so he can use commissary? It's not really said too much about how the prison system works, but in most states, you have to pay for things like toilet paper and soap, which is kind of weird. Not a lot of people know that until you actually go to prison, and they're really expensive, and they don't feed you a lot, and you gotta use, so you need money. And if you have a house which is like a bank account to them, and you're going away for 6, 7 years, you're gonna need that money. And I've wholesaled a lot of arrest records. I've actually wholesaled a house from a guy on death row once, all through pen and paper with power of attorney. Kind of funny. He's not here with us anymore, but you know what? The money didn't go to him, it went to a relative, so whatever. But basically, how to pull the arrest record list, just go to the sheriff's website, the records department, and just ask, hey, can I get a list of all the people that have been arrested for the past 7 to 14 days? Now, 80% of these people don't own real estate. What you want to find is the guy on his 2nd or 3rd DUI that owns a $300,000 house that is going to go away, and he's like, okay, I just got to sell the house. Lawyers are really expensive, and they just get rid of it, they're good to go. Tax liens, tax delinquencies, a lot of people don't pay their property taxes. Heck, a lot of young people that buy a house don't even know they have to pay their taxes because they're young. And you can just contact people that aren't paying their property taxes. So we're in October right now. In the state of Florida, a lot of property taxes are due in November. And a lot of people are on their 2nd year of not paying taxes. And these people are behind, or they don't have the money to pay them. And so you actually pull them pretty easy. So you just go to the tax collector for the property, and hey, give me a list of everyone that isn't paying their property taxes, and they give it to you. It's a great list. Bonus, the property appraiser sometimes has the information too. Then they'll put a lien on the property for not paying their property taxes, and when you're not paying your property taxes, you're usually not taking care of other things, and it's a great one to do. Again, another government list that I absolutely love are what we call pre-foreclosures. This is a list of people not paying their mortgage. So if you're not paying your mortgage payments, usually after about 100, 120 days, the bank's like, okay, well, we're gonna follow list pendants and we are gonna take the property back. And then they're like, oh, I guess I gotta sell the house. These are one of the most motivated sellers because the bank is going to auction off the property in the next month or 2 if you don't do anything. Most people don't do anything, and you're at behest to the bank of how much you're getting for it. So a lot of these sellers are a pain in the butt to talk to. You cannot cold call them, you can only usually text them. But once you text them, they usually answer, they can do well. So go to public records, search for what we call list pendants. Under the notice of default section, go in person, and you're able to get these list of pre-foreclosures. The problem is a lot of paid lists have pre-foreclosures, so they're sometimes not the best. But one of the biggest secrets that I found is X-Leads gets their data from the top wholesaling software. We get the same one. I'm not going to mention that one. But basically, we get the same one. And some markets, because we just pull it from the county, they're about 30 to 60 days late. So if you pull the list pendants that's pulled like right now, like today, you're able to get that list 30 days before anybody else on any other software. So you get the jump on it. Again, lien list, people not paying their IRS taxes, people behind on the credit cards, you get a list of that too. Heck, people that tell me that there's not enough lists to pull, it goes on and on. And so lien list, get the divorce list too. People that are filing divorce, you can do this. Not my favorite list, but it is one to pull. Public records online, go to divorce filings, you're good to go. Next here, the eviction list. This is different than a tired landlord list, right? So my favorite thing to do is a guy that owns 4 rental properties and he's on his 10th eviction and he's just done with it. He's gonna just put all the money in stocks and be done with it, right? And a guy that does not know how to deal with a good tenant and they only have bad tenants, it's a nightmare. They want to get rid of the house. I have found a lot of deals where guys are like, okay, just let me liquidate all 5 houses, let me get rid of it. And it's not fun. I once had a tenant where, I don't know how this is possible, but she ate chicken wings every day. And she put she ate the chicken wings and just put it on the carpet and she didn't clean it up. And that was one of the nastiest cleanups I've ever had in my life. And it was bad. And so people are weird. And they're always doing weird stuff. I once had a tenant, which a nice, awesome young couple. They have great jobs, they're great. And guy decides, you know, I'm just gonna cheat on my girlfriend. What could happen? And it's like that Carrie Underwood song, right? Before he cheats. And she decided to take it out on me. And she punched 150 holes in my house, every room, to get back at him. Because she thought he owned the house or something, I don't know. And that was one of the worst properties I ever had to deal with. I have a lot of wholesale deals where that happens. So fun fact, if a house has a bunch of holes, it's usually a bad dude. But yeah, tired landlords, it happens. And so get a list of evictions. If you're paying a lawyer $2,000 to evict the lady or the guy, it's great. So go to public records, go to the search tab, go to the eviction filings and say, hey, I'm looking to buy more rentals in the area. Oh my God, you are? Let me get rid of mine. It's a great area to do it. Again, probates, I think we've talked about probates a lot today, but people that pass away, you deal with the person's will, estate, property, other things. It's basically the court proceeding. Go to public records, online, search probate filings. You're gonna go, PPS 3.0 is in school, so it's in the classroom, so the whole breakdown's in there so you can see it. It's one of the best ways to find wholesaling real estate deals. But really my script is, hey, I'm a private citizen doing private research, and I'm here to pull the code violations for the past 30 days. That's what I'm looking to do. My best tactic that I have found is if I go in with like a college hat, people think I'm a college student and I'm pulling it for a college project. That's the best thing I can do. Overall, Rick says this, overcome resistance with persistence. That's the best way to do it. Usually, if they don't give you the list, that's really good. That means every person usually just gives up and you just gotta keep going. Now again, what if they don't give you the list? Good. The harder it is to get a list, the better. Explain to your tax-paying citizen doing independent research, speak to the manager, or file what we call a FOIA Act, or Freedom of Information Act request, which basically means if they don't give you the list, they are actually breaking federal law and they will lose their jobs. Once threatened of their cushy government job gets threatened, they will give it to you. I promise you that. Now, the next part here is what we call paid lists. So these are lists you get basically from like X leads, right? These are lists you can pay for with the software. Again, these are less quality, but there's just more volume, right? So government lists are way easier to pull, they're less money. These cost a lot more money, but there's still ways to get deals. So paid softwares, my opinion, Xleads is the best wholesaling software, period. I think anybody here that went to the Xleads Mastermind, seeing what version 2 is, it kind of blows everything out of the water. But what I'll tell you is probably the best list you can get from Xleads is our AI SAC list, which basically pulls tired landlords, probates, pre-foreclosures. A lot of those, it pulls people that own rentals for a while, active investors, stack them up, and it gets a little score. It's about 300 or 400 properties. It's one of my favorite ones right now. Other softwares do work, so I'm telling you, I'm not here to tell you Xleads is the best and everything else sucks. They're all pretty good. I don't think they're all going to be bad at all, so you can use whatever you want. But if you are pulling a software, I'll tell you high equity is one of my favorite ones. I've been telling anyone here that has high volume, there's really no point even pulling code violations anymore, because if you pull every high equity, it's a deal. If somebody has at least 30% equity, you can make money on the deal. Vacant properties are my favorite ones, so you can't get this from the post office. They say you have to be a non-profit organization to get this. I have to spend a lot of money to get this information for Xleads, but if you have a software, you can do that. Heck, Xleads has 60,000 exports, so there's probably somebody in here that can probably pull a vacant list for you if you don't have the money for the software. You can use AI stack list, 700 score. Tired landlords are an amazing one. These are people that own multiple properties, but they owned it for a while. It's a good one to do. Tax delinquencies, and then stacked lists again for any paid list. But any of these lists are going to get you wholesaling deals. That's it. High equity. Okay, I already did that one. What in the world? Here are the filters that I use when I use this software. Number one, I like 55 to 60% equity. That is by far the best filtering for any good deal. If you really look at basically how much somebody owes versus the value of the property. You want them to own it for at least 3 to 5 years. Statistically, most good deals, if they've owned it for a year or two, it's not a good deal.
I was going to ask, if you're talking about Xleads, the 55 to 60 equity is different.
Yeah, that's loan to value. So you want the max loan to value to be 35 to 40% max on there. But then you pull equities on there, so that's how we basically put it on there, but good catch. And then exclude active investor owned. So in X Leads, you can actually do that. No corporates or LLCs owning the property. You don't want that. And then just make sure it's single family, duplex, or triplex. No MLS, no on-market properties. Get rid of those. Those are not good deals. Okay? Make sure it's under your median home price. So if you use a software, just make sure the max home price is 400 or 500 grand. Don't go anything above that, and you're pretty much good to go. Now, the next type of list we can pull to get wholesaling deals are what we call earned lists. So there's government lists that anyone can pull. There are paid lists that anybody can pull. But earned lists are lists you have to earn. It is never a given list. So I can go and pull a probate, it is given to me. I can go pay for a software and get a list. This is a list that you can't buy, you have to earn. That's why we call them earned lists. So you actually have to earn them. Okay, so mostly this is drawing for dollars and reverse drawing for dollars. These are one of my favorite ways to get deals. But pretty much drawing for dollars. Get in your car, look for an ugly house. Anyone here that drove here, you probably saw a couple ugly houses. That's it. Tall grass, anything that makes it look ugly, you're good to go. Reverse drawing for dollars, one of my personal favorite things to do. Literally all you do is you just find an ugly house. I had this epiphany one day where I was door knocking. I hate door knocking. I love cold calling, I hate door knocking. And what I did was I had sticky notes and I just said, hey, this is Zach. I had a quick question about your house. Please give me a call back. Because I did not want to spend 45 cents on a postcard because the software had like a 45-cent postcard because I was doing 100 of them. I'm like, I don't want to spend 40 bucks today. And so I just put it on the door. And I found a 30% response rate, which is 30x better than any direct mail you'll get. So that's all you do, reverse drawing for dollars. Hey, this is Zach, I have a quick question about your property. What is it? Who is this? What does he want? They'll always call you back. No skip tracing involved on that one, and they always call you back. You can also drive around a list, like a pre-foreclosure list, like, you know, be like a delivery dudes or like Uber Eats guy, and just drive to their house, put a sticky note, go to the next one. You'll do really well with this. Again, once you get all these lists, you pull them, you can organize them in Google Sheets, Excel format. We got some cool templates in Flipboard Plus in the classroom, you're good to go. And then again, skip tracing, right? So skip tracing is an important part of getting somebody's phone number. If you want to get somebody's phone number, let me show you here. Basically, my favorite one is cyberbackgroundchecks.com. It's probably one of the most lethal ways to get anyone's phone number. The reason I found this website, again, was people started calling me. And I thought that was really weird. I'm like, how do you have my phone number? Like, I'm on no paid software. I've done really hard work to do it. And then people started texting me like, hey, you have a really cool house. I'm like, how do people know where I live? And I'm like, I gotta get somewhere else. And Cyber Background Checks had my name, it had my house, and it had my phone number. Oh boy, that was a little scary. And first thing I did was I removed all my info from Cyber Background Checks, and then I started telling people about it because it's scary. Like, if you don't know about this, your address and your phone number's on there. It's crazy to me. So TrueBeal Search really good too, but it didn't have my personal information. Cyber Background Checks does. So first thing I'll tell everyone, go to this website, remove your information. There's a remove my info on the bottom, and then start using it. And then you're pretty much good to go. I don't get into this, but one thing I do is when I see a kid who creates a wholesaling course, I think we talked about somebody in Flipboard Plus now has a $6,000 course teaching my thing. First thing I do is go to Cyber Background Checks. I'm like, let me see, and he lives with his mom. But I don't want to break it down. But that website will, I call it the Guru Killer because these kids have courses. They live with their mom, and it's all in there. But yeah, White Pages is a good one. You can actually DM your sellers. So a lot of people have like, this house has been abandoned across my street for 4 years. DM the seller if you can't get the phone number. Do whatever you can. Then from there, marketing channels. And so now we know how to pull a list, how we reach out to these sellers. Marketing channels are basically the way we reach out. So I can't really use a gun example, right? I kind of use the gun and ammo, but maybe it's the bow and the string, right? Maybe that's the better way to do it. If you have a bow and it breaks, you're not going to do anything. If you have a terrible arrow, it's not going to fly well. You kind of need both to make it work. So marketing channels don't work with bad lists, and good lists don't work with bad marketing channels. That is how it works. So let's talk about every single channel to find a wholesaling real estate deal. There are currently, I believe, 15 ways to get a wholesaling deal. You can cold call the seller. You can put a sticky note on the house. You can give them a text. You can send them a piece of direct mail. You can run Facebook ads. You can door knock. You can post a digital bandit sign. You can put a bandit sign, like a physical bandit sign. You can do SEO. You can try that if you want. You can do a pay-per-click type thing on Google. You get a referral realtor. You can JV with somebody. You can do a radio or TV ad. Heck, you can do a billboard, or you can go out here and, still before it's illegal, you can do a PPL company. These are currently the 15 ways to get a wholesaling deal. That's pretty much it. Does anybody have anything else? Let's brainstorm here. I don't really know many other ways to get a deal outside of this. Now, be a little shocking, but pretty much only 8 really work anymore. That's the main issue. Let's talk about Facebook ads. I think, I don't know really many people that actually get a real ROI on their Facebook ads. Anyone that tells you Facebook ads work usually sells a course on Facebook ads. There's really no one organically, oh, I'm killing it on Facebook. It doesn't work anymore. It's too saturated. The issue is Facebook ads used to work when not a lot of people, only like digital marketers did them. Now Coke, Apple, Spotify, they went in and just, it's a bidding system. So now when the big corporations get into it, it's saturated. Door knocking is not fun. I think if you door knock a lot, especially in Florida, because Florida people are crazy. They'll threaten you. They'll try to beat you. They'll say, I'm going to beat you up. I've had pit bulls launched at me. It's not fun. SEO seems like it's cheap. Some of the best SEO guys are paying $6 to $7 grand to actually get some good traction. And Google changed their algorithm in like that, and boom, your whole $6,000 SEO site doesn't work. 10 PPC. PPCs are roughly $100 a lead, $200 a lead. I think I was explaining yesterday the problem with PPC is when you put, how do I sell my house in Orlando? What they do is they click years, they'll click the second guy and then the third guy. You spend $100 for a lead that the lady's already talking to 4 people. Not worth it, and not fun to do. Same thing with PPL, by the way, but you're paying $300 a lead, and that's actually going to be illegal soon. Radio, TV ads, we've done a ton of them. We've had a good ROI, doesn't work. Billboards, get out of here, and really, those don't work. I hate to tell you. So let's focus on, and then JVing too. But let's kind of focus on the 9 that actually do work, okay? Now, I'm not getting a whole 2-hour cold calling example because we're going to do some live cold calling today, but that's my favorite thing. By far, the best way to gain confidence, gain skills, and actually have good conversations with sellers with conviction in your heart is by cold calling. That's the best way. So if anybody here has ever done like a combat sport, you can go study it, you can read a book on how to punch a guy, but the best way to learn how to punch somebody is by punching a guy, right? If you ever punch a bag, it works, but unless you actually get in the ring, it's just a lot different. Same thing with football, they call it reps, right? You can't really read a book on how to shoot a 3-pointer. Like, you just gotta do it. And so cold calling is one of my favorite ways. You just gotta do it. Number 2, reverse trying for dollars. This is like direct mail. You can make a lot of money doing direct mail. The problem is direct mail is expensive. These things are free. One of my favorite ways to do it. Number 3 here, SMS text blasting. You can text blast for free on Google. It's actually completely free to do. You can send direct mail, which is a little more expensive. Door knocking, I don't know why that's on there, but no door knocking. Don't do it. So it is 8, all right. Digital bandit signs, I've coined this now reverse Facebook hacking because people don't like the word digital bandit sign. Just post on a Facebook group with 50,000 people. The best example I use is if you live in Louisiana and like you're wholesaling in there, get your little Drew Brees jersey, post a selfie and say, hey Saints Nation, what's going on? This is Zach Ginn, love the Saints, and if you want to sell your house, contact me. Go Saints, right? You can do that. Like, it's not even a joke, but like, people are like, oh, this guy has a Saints jersey. He's cool. I like people that like Dolphins jerseys, right? Like, people are weird. It's a great way to do it. One of my favorite things to do, I've been telling everyone, is you go to Gemini AI. So I actually am a big Florida Gators fan, and so I hate Georgia Bulldogs, like that whole team. But I do deals in Athens, right? I do deals in that area. So one thing I do is I will go to Gemini AI and I'll say, make a picture of a bulldog, right, with a black football jersey holding a sign that says, I buy houses. because I never put on a Georgia Bulldogs jersey. And guess what it does? It has a picture of Uga with a little sign that says, I buy houses cash with my phone number. People love that stuff. They think I dressed up my dog in a jersey that says I buy houses. And I infiltrate like that. It's one of the best ways to do it. And you can do it for any Saints jerseys, basketball teams, anything. It's really sneaky. It's amazing. You can put regular bandit signs out. That's how I got my first 100K wholesaling. Hit or miss. Realtors are great if you have the relationships with them. I'm not getting a whole realtor talk today, but realtors will provide you deals. They're better for buyers than anything, and then, like I said, JVing. Who here has done a JV deal with a Flipboard Plus member? Like Flipboard Plus guys. So you've done a deal, like, there's a lot of ways to make money here. And the cool part is if you do a deal with me, you get Flipboard Plus for free. So a lot of people not here, they don't pay to come here, they come here just to come here, which is crazy to me. But yeah, it's pretty cool. So JVing is a great one. So we're about to hit lunch. So what I want to do is just have a quick Q&A on anything I just said really quick, and we can talk. So yeah, Chip, right? Wait, is it Chip?
Yeah, Chip.
Okay.
So if somebody's on that road, should you buy their house subject to?
No, so subject to is when you don't have a lot of equity. Yeah, but so doing a subject to on a dead guy's deed is really cool, and I like that. But when they have a lot of equity, you want to make 120 grand. So the problem with the subject to is, if a guy owns a house free and clear, you can't subject to. Let's say the house, they owe 100 grand and it's worth 200 grand. Here's how subject to works. You give him 100 grand up front. Do you have 100 grand up front to give him? No. And what if the due on sale clause happens? Not fun. So I only like doing subject twos 25 grand or less. I know those guys that say subject twos 50, 60 grand. It's not fun giving a guy 60 grand for a house that can just have a due on sale clause on it. And so that's the way I look at it. Other questions? All right, well, I'll ask questions on people then. So, yeah. So, Dave, what's your marketing?
So good question. I'm starting to do texting and cold calling around I'm still doing trucking and so I'm around that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's my virtual marketing at the moment. So that's my strategy for right now. Cold calling and texting government less personal yet.
You go, how many?
That's where I'm being honest, I need to improve. I need to focus and be more accountable to my time with marketing. I'm very starving with the marketing.
Okay. So usually when I found marketing, does anybody know what's the minimum I say of how much hours you should put in your marketing to do a deal? Anybody? Okay. So usually I found, holy, I say about 10 to 15 hours a week is the best way to get some results in wholesaling. If you want to get a deal a month, 10 to 15 hours a week.
That does not include the list pulling. That means
So that's what I call, oh my gosh, what is up with this? I like to call it,
that's like cold outreach.
I call it income producing activities.
That's included pulling government list, organizing the government list.
Polling government list doesn't make you money. Calling the government list will make you the money. So that's actually, I call it income producing hours. So is it producing income or not? So pulling a list doesn't do it. Making my profile picture doesn't do it. 10 to 15 hours of actually doing something that's actually going to produce me a deal. Okay. So texting, follow-ups, yeah, that's good. Anything else is just hearsay, making you feel good. Okay. So 10 to 15 is what I found. And these are because I found part-time people can make this work.
Yeah.
Full-time, you can still do it, but obviously more is better.
Maybe I should explore hiring a VA to maybe prepare the list for me. This way I can focus around my full-time job to focus, get 10 to 15 hours per week.
How much, do you know how to cold call?
Yeah.
You do?
Cold call is sure. I don't mind cold call.
I know, but do you know how to do it
No,
correctly?
at least get the VA to prepare the government list for me to cold call, not train them to cold call, which is...
So here's the problem. If I open a restaurant and I try to hire a guy to become make French cuisine, I'm not gonna know if it's good or not. Because I don't know how to cook French, right? That's my, I think you should learn cold calling and then hire somebody to know what it works. Because you don't even know what KPIs work, you don't, so you need to figure out, hey, I know how to do this, now I'm gonna hire somebody to do it. That's what I do for everything. So the only way I actually have a functioning acquisitions person is by me knowing how acquisitions work. And I know, oh, okay, you have a 60% closing ratio, that's pretty good. And unfortunately, that's the problem.
But what about just having them prepare just the list? So when they hand me the list, I'm just doing the income producing hours, and they're just preparing government list, putting it into like.
Yeah, if you want.
Just give Tracy and for me that type of stuff, seeing who has equity off the government.
Yeah, why not?
Because then I could use the 10 to 15 hours just to solely focus on income producing.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that's an increase.
It's not bad at all.
Yeah.
I like it. Give David a hand. There we go, man. It's cool. Awesome. Any other marketing questions? Okay, well, everyone's doing deals, I guess. What's going on, man?
So I know you released a video the other day about why PPL is going to become illegal, but I haven't
Yeah.
watched it yet. Can you just give us a brief, like, why?
Yeah, so the FCC just made a new law about if a seller opts in on basically a Facebook or Google ad, that if you opt in to that ad, the person who generated the ad has to, like, they can't sell that ad to somebody without the seller's consent. So if you clicked a We Buy Houses Kansas City ad, and I'm like, I'm gonna sell that lead to Jessica, I have to go get it's written consent. Hey Sebastian, is it okay if I sell your lead for $200 to Jessica? You're never gonna be like, what? And so that's the problem. It's illegal to buy somebody's lead without getting the seller's consent to move it to another person, which is crazy to me. And so you'd have to have an agency, be like, hey Jessica, I'm a PPL company, here's my retainer, and we're gonna start running ads for you. The problem, the only way PPL leads are able to sell so cheap, $300 a lead, is because they run nationwide, which is the cheapest one to do SEO. Now they're gonna do Kansas City only, it's gonna triple the cost. It's crazy. And then the worst part about it is, if I put sell my house Kansas City, I click on 4 ads. And usually the worst part about PPL is they don't tell you, when you call the PPL lead, 4 guys already called them. So it's rough. So what we're gonna do is have an hour for networking, or lunch, whatever you wanna call it. Me and Rick will be here if you wanna go talk to us. But get loud, talk to somebody, and don't leave by yourself. If you're going somewhere, go with somebody and learn it. So yeah, thanks guys, and we'll be back in an hour.
Somebody up here. I forget how many years I've known him because I'm so damn old. But actually, Bill was referred to me, I think, to a friend of ours, a mutual friend. I said, hey, dude, I'm gonna do this thing called wholesaling. He's like, eh. He goes, I've heard of this before. I go, you gotta help me figure out, like, how to hide all this money. Like, he goes, hide? No. He goes, Rick, I'm gonna show you how you can almost pay no taxes and not drive yourself nuts. And I'm gonna be honest with you, this guy knows more about, like, my business than anybody else. And he'll tell you the first, really 3 years, I was completely all over the board. It was just about surviving. So I never had to deal with Bill till I really had a problem. And so my job here at Muzak is, as I said, we want you to choose your problems before they choose you. So the idea is we want you to make so much money that you start complaining how much you have to pay the government. I'm here to tell you, your biggest partner in business, if you choose to do nothing, will be the United States government. They will be your big brother. They will tell you when you can do something, and they're going to tell you how much it's going to cost you. And if you don't try to do correct planning, you're going to pay the most. As a show of hands in here, how many people are W-2 employees? You don't have a lot of choices when that tax comes in. You get your after tax, and you report it on there, and you get some of your typical deductions, and you're done. So you're already at a disadvantage. The idea of wholesaling, even in the beginning, so a lot of people have this theory is, I'm going to get a good accountant or a CPA when I get a massive problem. But the problem is, you ever heard of, like, a lawyer? How do most people hire a lawyer? When they get sued. It's too late. The damage is done. You're done. Because they're suing you for everything that happened beforehand. So you guys got to start looking at financial people. You got to look from tax. If you know the government's going to be your biggest partner in your business, there's things you can do ahead of time to set up that aren't that expensive. So it's just like planning for an estate or anything like that, is don't wait till December 23rd and go, Bill, I got a problem and you need to fix it. He's not a miracle worker. I tried this for 3 or 4 years with him, and he slapped me silly and said, hey, you need to, he goes, remember last year we talked about this in here and you keep doing it. So now it took me a long time. I had to figure, Bill's biggest thing with me is like, Rick, we got to keep records. We got to keep books. You're not keeping score, so I can't tell you what to do as the coach. So I was a little bit slower in this department, as Bill will tell you. And now I've graduated. Now he helps me with probably over 10 companies, trying to figure out, I just look at financials and we meet and we make decisions. Some are good, some are bad on my part. And Bill says, hey, you got to fix this and do that. And now we're doing things I never thought in my wildest dreams I could do. And just like I teach you guys in direct mail, it's not an expense, it's an investment. What you wind up investing with like a good CPA, it's a return on your money. If not, you're just going to give it to Uncle Sam and he's going to tell you did it wrong and you're going to have to fight for him. If you ever got in a fight with the IRS, it is brutal. If you do not know what you're doing, a lot of people I find more people get in trouble in wholesaling when they first start making money because they don't understand the rules to the game. Okay, so I'm going to be honest with you, a lot of stuff went over my head. I had ADHD. I'm like, Bill, what the hell are you talking about? What's the difference between an LLC, a C Corp, an S Corp? It's taken me a long time. I'm slower than some people because taxes are not my passion. I just hate paying for them. Okay? You guys hear all these things like, oh, so-and-so, they don't pay into the system. They're cheating us. They don't pay their fair share of taxes. No, here's the difference. They read the rules. They got great advice. And you can legally pay 0 taxes if you follow the incentives the government's already spelled out for you. Do you understand that? It's so ridiculous when people say so-and-so doesn't pay their taxes. They read the rules. Who's played Monopoly in here? Show of hands. Okay, put your hands down. Who here has actually read the rules to Monopoly? Show of hands, honestly. If you read the rules of Monopoly, you will beat 98% of your opponents. You can go as creative as you want in Monopoly, and people are like, what are they doing? You can cut backdoor deals, you can do all sorts of stuff. I look at taxes with the government as the same deal. If you don't want to do any planning, and you want to be a regular W-2 employee, you are going to pay the maximum penalty because you're not contributing to the system the way they go. They've created loopholes. If you invest in certain things, if you take advantage of this and that, and it's constantly changing. So I've been doing this 20 years. So Bill, luckily, every year sits down and goes, I got a bunch of stuff I got to go over with you. And it's like, how can they do that? And I've been through enough presidents now, it's like the rules always change, every type of administration. So I'm just telling you is, the idea is you can do little things to set yourself up in the long run. So right now you're coming at the end of 2024. By a show of hands, who's confused that like in wholesaling, how much am I going to owe the government and how do I report this income? It was me the first 5 years I did it. I go, Bill, dude, help me. And Bill would teach me a lesson. He goes, you do it again, it's going to be problematic and you got to learn going forward. So these aren't huge commitments, but you've got a plan. So we're busy in our business, and using someone like Bill helps you plan for someone to watch out. No matter what I pay for Bill, it pays me back usually 10 to 20 fold, and it keeps me out of trouble. Okay? When the IRS starts leaning on you, it's brutal because they will come after you for everything. If you don't understand, I already told you in the beginning, if you have to buy a property in your name and get an assignment contract, don't let that stop you. Get your first 10, 20 grand, that's fine, but you have to have a plan going forward. You can't keep putting everything under your name. So if you're doing under your name, I'd like you to reach out and talk to Bill. Bill talks fast. He's the smartest person I know when it comes to taxes. And I'm very quiet in the room when Bill's here because I have to sit down just like you guys. I'm gonna sit down. And my suggestion to you is on the replay, go back and watch it, because you're going to have to watch it 4 or 5 times. So without further ado, I'm going to bring Bill up here. And
howdy. How we doing? Am I on? Am I live?
I think you're on. I'll check with that.
We'll see.
So I've known Bill a long time. Bill has actually survived the entire North Carolina debacle. He's in that whole community. So He's going through a lot, so I don't even know how he made it here. I didn't expect him to make it here. He's like, Rick, I need a mental break of everything going on.
A distraction.
So it's up to you. If you want to use a microphone to be a little bit louder, that's just for the recording part. It's completely up to you.
Yeah, I can use that one. Can you guys hear me? Is it all right, or do you want me to use a microphone? You're okay? All right. Then
Okay.
I'll just.
It's
I
right
talk
here if you
loud
need it.
anyway? All right, great. How's everybody doing? All right. Well, that's awesome. That's great. You know, I did this seminar last year with Rick and Zach, and it was a lot of fun. I got to meet a lot of new people, and I got to, most importantly, help a lot of people that really didn't know what to do or where to go. The first thing I want to do, though, is I want to make sure, I want to congratulate all of you here for taking the steps that you had to come to this seminar to go ahead and take control over your financial well-being. So congratulations, absolutely. It's great. You know, starting a company, I've been very lucky. And I always say I've been very lucky because I have. I've had my own company now for 23 years. I haven't had to get a job, so that was good. And I'm gonna tell you, it's one of the most difficult things you're ever gonna do. Starting a company is, and especially for those of you, maybe you eased into it and maybe it's part-time. You know, last year I met some folks and they said, no, we're either A, going back to our W-2 job and we're gonna do that full-time, or B, we're jumping in with both feet. That's a lot of brass tacks there, you know what I'm saying? So they did it and they're doing well, which is fantastic to hear. You know, some of the big concerns people have with starting a company is, you know, it gets into their head. You know, is this really for me? You know, after a month or so, maybe that bi-weekly paycheck, you know, I could be missing at this time. You know, all kinds of stuff goes through your head. Maybe I should just settle and take what my employer said that I am worth. You know, or maybe I'm just not cut out for this. Look, that's not it. With ambition, perseverance, and confidence, I promise you can do this. I promise you. All you have to do is have that ambition, perseverance, and confidence for yourself. When you're on the phone and you're making those cold calls and you're talking to that person to get that deal, you cannot sound like this is the first time you've ever called, right? We all have had those calls. We're like, oh, why are you calling? I really don't know what the hell I'm calling. I don't know, I'm done. Hang up the phone. Oh, okay, that didn't go good. We'll try it again. All right, but that's it. Keep picking up the phone. Keep making the phone calls. Keep doing those things. And keep that stuff for you, because this is all about you. No one else. It's about you and your family. No one else is going to help you but you. So be that person, which is really great. And I'm going to be there to help you on our little journey that I'm going to take you through a PowerPoint here. And I really have a PowerPoint only because it helps me slow down. So yeah, like Rick said, I talk fast, I go this way. This does help me slow things down, which is great. And I've got my notes over here just to make sure that we're doing the right thing for all of you. I'd like to know, in this room right now, by a show of hands, how many people have a single member LLC? Okay, that's terrible. I'm so sorry. Oh, jeez, I got a lot of work to do today, don't I? All right, so single member LLCs are bad. Okay, we don't like single member LLCs because they produce this terrible thing known as self-employment tax. Well, what is that? It's extra tax the government gets to work to be your partner. This is bad. We don't want to go through single member LLCs. I'm going to show you why in just a minute, and let's go through here. So here's some major differences I want to point out. Please feel free to take pictures. I think they're going to record this. They're going to put it up. You're going to see it of what's going on and what's happening. But LLCs can be taxed, they're weird, 5 different ways, technically 5, okay? They can be taxed as a C corporation, which I like to tell people it's like a C corporation for closed, meaning it doesn't pass through to your personal. It sits on its own, it pays its own taxes. An S corporation that passes through to your tax return, and allows you to take deductions that, really, I can deduct that? That's what you're gonna say when you have an S corporation, okay? You can have it as a disregarded entity, which is kind of like your single member LLC, where you file your Form Schedule C on your personal tax return, and then the accountant tells you, oh, you owe $18,000. You're like, I don't have that. What am I gonna do? Don't file Schedule C. Schedule C is bad, okay? And then anybody here that is in a state that has a state tax, you're compounded with that as well. And if you're from New York, I'm so sorry again. In New York, these people pay the highest taxes I've ever seen. I thought it was California, but it's not. It's New York. They have a state tax, a city tax, and a local tax. I'm like, now I see why all of them live in, New Jersey. That makes complete sense now. I know what they're doing, and they work there. But all these different companies here offer you asset protection because that's what you want. You want to protect your assets, right? I mean, that's what you want to do and make sure this doesn't affect you personally. When I'm doing something, I don't want someone to come after me and then go ahead and garnish my wages from my W-2 job when I'm trying to do this part-time. If you do that on your own, they can garnish. So make sure you're incorporated. Protect your assets here. Make sure you have that. Partnerships. I love partnerships. Why do I love partnerships? Because corporations can actually be partners in a partnership, protecting my assets even more, which is great. So like in an S corporation, only individuals or estates can be part of an S corporation. Whereas when Rick, Zach, and Bill open up a hot dog stand, and we have ABC Hot Dogs LLC, who are the owners? Certified Tax Experts owns part of that partnership. Flip with Rick owns part of that partnership. Zach's corporation owns part of that partnership. We're not on this personally at all. Because aren't we doing that? That's why we formed this LLC, to protect ourselves. So let's do it. Let's protect ourselves. Let's do it the right way. Single members with your name on it are not helping you. I promise, and their extra taxes. I'm gonna show that to you in just a few minutes here. I just went through a couple things. A multi-member company with partnerships, members are individuals and pay self-employment taxes. So if you have a partnership, okay, with you and your friend, and both of you individually are on that partnership, and you make a $10,000 profit, you're still gonna owe self-employment tax on your personal tax return of $1,530 on that $10,000. That's 15.3% more money that the government says, well, we're partners, right? Wow, that's exactly what we don't want to happen. If my corporation, whether it's an S Corp or a C Corp, is a partner, do they have to pay that? No. Not at all. They will not pay that. So again, if I'm gonna have a partnership and Michelle and Rick and Zach and Bill are opening up a hot dog stand, we will not individually carry our shares as individuals. It will only be as corporations. That's most important. Again, the self-employment tax of 15.3% on this rule, the only exception to this rule, and I have a lot of times accountants in the ones, EAs, CPAs, tax attorneys, and so I put this as a disclosure for all of you or any of you who are here, is because there is an exception to the rule if that partnership that you and I own individually has only rental profits or rental income, then you're absolved from the 15.3%. So that is an exception to the rule. We're doing wholesaling, we're not exempt. Okay, so it's gonna be a whole different ball game when we get there. Rental income, profits, capital gains, interest income, and dividends are exempt from self-employment tax. If members of the companies, no self-employment tax. That's why you want all those companies that you have to be part of the partnership. When you buy a home and you have a deal, you're gonna have your holding company. You're gonna have company A, and we're gonna show you that in just a minute with structure. You're gonna have the company hold it. You're gonna have a separate company over here. It's gonna be your operating company. Company A, Company B. What does Company A do? It buys, sells, and holds property. What does Company B do? It manages the property. So I'm not running everything through the one company? Why would I put all my eggs in one basket? Right? I mean, that's the old adage. I mean, all my money is in different accounts. Why would I keep it all in one bank account? I wouldn't do that. So this is what we want to use, multiple companies for different structures. S corporations, again, these corporations are initially structured as a C corp. We will use the C as closed, like I said. S corps are pass-throughs. S corps can only be owned by individuals. S corps are not subject to self-employment taxes, and S corporations enjoy more benefits than an LLC. And I want to get to that because there's this crazy rule, and you got to look up this rule because it's so true and it's just bizarre. I'll get to it when I talk about your single member LLC. C corporations, they're going to pay all this taxes on one flat rate, 21%. All these numbers that I'm giving you in percentages are as of right now. I have no idea what they're going to do in 25, and neither do they. Okay? Congress, I'm on the HRC Congress bill. I see all the bills that come in. I see all this stuff. It's amazing what people try and pass and what's out there. And then the rumors that you guys hear, right? I heard they're going to tax us on unrealized gains and stuff. What do you think? Well, they're not going to do it. It's in the bill to be passed along with, legalizing marijuana. I don't know part of this. I don't know what that, but that's what they do. They stick stuff in. Don't believe rumors. Check things out for yourself. Go. We have the internet. And my daughter happens to be in the crowd, and she knows what I'm going to say right now, and I usually don't. But internet is just not for porn, okay? I promise you, you can find things out there that are unbelievable. Okay, the Library of Congress is sitting at your fingertips on your phone. All of that is sitting right there. You can look this up. Don't believe rumors. Absolutely not. I'm in the state of Florida now, so I'm talking about Florida tax. Does Florida have a state tax for individuals? No, not for individuals. What about for corporations? Yes, 5.5%. Wow. But Governor DeSantis gives us a $50,000 exemption. So if we make $100,000, we get $50,000 off, kind of like our homestead exemption thing. And then the $50,000, the other one's taxed at an additional 5.5. So now it's $2,000 to the state as well as to the government. Now I have two partners, don't I? Wow. I got all these silent partners that haven't done a thing. This is what we're trying to do. We're trying to get rid of these silent partners. You do this by structure. It's all about structure, I promise you. It's all about structuring it and doing it right the first time. Corporations issue dividends that must pay taxes on those dividends, as well as to individuals, or the entity must claim that as income on their prospective tax return. So there's a lot of weird things that happen with people in their mind, and they think corporations, C corporations, are bad because of double taxation. Has anybody heard of this before? Have you heard, oh, you don't want a C corp, there's double taxation. Actually, that stopped a long time ago with this new thing called dividends, okay? And they're called actually qualified dividends. Qualified dividends is a dividend from a stock that you own for at least 6 months. If you take that dividend after 6 months, if you're single, take $35,000, it's completely tax-free. If you're married filing jointly, I think it's about 80 grand. You can actually take out of your corporation, put it on your tax return, and there's no tax on it. Wow, that's crazy, right? I mean, that was worth the price of the ticket. Oh, I could stop here. So if you do have those C corporations, how do I get money out? Well, I heard I can only take a W-2. You can take dividends as well. Okay, put them on your personal tax return, make sure they're under that amount. You've had the company for more than 6 months. You've been working since January, take it in August. Take it then, and you pay no tax on it. It makes more sense. Let's see, some states do not have corporate taxes, therefore no return is needed to be filed with those, which is true. We have Delaware, Wyoming, we have Nevada that I use specifically on a lot of different things. There's a lot of different states that have no state taxes, and yes, you can have these if you're a Virginia resident or a New York resident. You can own a Nevada corporation, Delaware corporation, Wyoming company. I want you to know that, and that's important that you know that. Okay, so people think, well, I can't own the company because I don't live in the state. Not true. All right, make sure that you have all the options open to you. That's why I'm here, guys. I'm here to give you information. I'm here to just keep giving you more and more information so that you're armed. You know, information is knowledge is power. Power, it ends up turning into money eventually. Okay, and money for you and your family, not for someone else's. All right? I like to keep things simple. This is going to run through a real estate related structure with you and keep it simple. Do I need an LLC for each property I own? That's a great question, right? So here's the thing. There's not one accountant, CPA, EA, tax attorney with any type, they'll have no credibility if they say, I'm gonna give you a statement and it's good for everybody. I can't, no one can. Everybody's different. I could take off my size 14 shoe and throw it into the crowd, but it's not gonna fit everybody. Might fit some people, but not everyone. So everybody's tax thing is specifically for them. Don't think because your neighbor next door, well, you know, he works at the same place I do and they make the same money I do and he's got 3 LLCs, so I should have 3 LLCs. That's not necessarily true. So make sure, again, when I talk to people, I like talking one-on-one. I like doing Zoom one-on-one so that we can go ahead over your specific thing. We're here, we're talking about you and you only. Now I want to know what your goals are. Where are you looking to the future? What are you doing now? That's all it's about, making sure that it's all tailor-made for you. Do you need a separate LLC for each property? I do. If I'm going to buy properties and sell properties and take possession, I'll create the 1234 LLC. That's the address of the property. And when I sell it, 1234 LLC will sell it, and on the HUD, it's going to go ahead and pay my other corporation. But I can do it. I'll do it through one company? I can. Is it best to do it through one company? It depends on your situation. So again, everybody's different. Do I need separate entities if I'm managing the properties? We talked a little about that. If I buy a property in North Carolina and I live in Florida, can I set up a Florida LLC for the property? Yes. Okay, I love doing that. If I buy the property in Rhode Island, and for assignment purposes, I want to make sure that we know, because I talked to a lot of people from last year's conference, if you take title to the property, it's not necessarily an assignment anymore. You've taken title, then you have to sell it. That's a capital gains thing. I'm talking about, I've got the property, I got it under contract for $100,000. I'm gonna sell it to you for $140,000. I'm getting an assignment fee of $40,000. They're taking it over for $140,000, and I get that $40,000. That is a wholesale assignment, getting that cash, and that is what we're talking about today. So I wanna make sure that we're all on the same page with that. How many corporations do I really need? Again, it all depends on your specific structure. I know a company that and I couldn't believe this person took advantage of it. And they said, you know what, here's the deal. Had somebody come up and speak like I'm doing, I'm gonna open up your corporation. Well, to subscribe to our wonderful service, it's $5,000, and we're going to go ahead and open up as many as you want over your entire life. Who says this? This is crazy talk, right? I mean, what? And they bought into it. Okay, so again, with the corporations, how many do you need? You need what you need. Like I said, for this scenario that I'm going through, I'm gonna talk about 2. One that buys, sells, and holds, and one that does operations. What if I have rental property? Different situation. I'm not gonna wholesale out of the same company that I'm collecting rent. Different operations, different thing. So again, this is why I like to talk to people one-on-one and say exactly what do you need and what do you want. Can I incorporate in the state of Nevada, Delaware, or Wyoming to save taxes? Again, yes, you definitely can do that, and that is encouraged as well, doing different things based on your income. Well, if I'm gonna make $10,000, you know, and pay self-employment tax and this and that, do I still wanna open up all this stuff and do that? Not really, but I have to tell you, I have to look at your personal end. What tax bracket are you in? Oh, well, I don't work. It's just $10,000 for the year. Then I wouldn't. You see how everybody's a little bit different? I've got W-2 income. I've got distributions from a pension. I've got IRA. I've got all kinds of things. So we got to make sure that we talk about you specifically, all right? The dynamic duo we're going to set up. Again, both corporations I'm going to show you, they're created in Nevada. They're both in Nevada. They're a single individual who owns both corporations. I'm going to walk you through my $100,000 and not paying any taxes is what's coming up. It's good. It's slowing me down. So that's what's happening. The individual for this example has no other taxable income for the year. The tax rates and examples are given, and this is as of 2023 tax law. So all this stuff you're gonna see is based on this year's tax law 23, which we just finished October 15th, that now we're going into 24 the next year. Corporation A. This corporation is a C corporation. It's formed in the state of Nevada. Its primary purpose is to buy, sell, and hold residential property. It purchases this said property, it holds said property, it sells said property, that's it. When it does that, if this company buys the property for $100,000 and sells it for $200,000 and has a $100,000 profit, is it a capital gain? No, because that's what the company does for a living. So that's ordinary income, different tax rate. Okay, so we're talking different things. Corporations are going to pay different rates than individuals. This specific company only buys, sells, and holds. It's going to go ahead and it's going to do that. Company B is a little different. Let's see what comes up here. Company B, there you go. This is going to be a property management company for this scenario. This is taxed as an S corporation. So remember what I said, S corporations pass through to your personal. They come through to you. Okay, this company manages all the properties that are held by Corporation A. So Corporation A could buy 1, 2, 3, 4 properties. It can have all of that good stuff. Okay, we can have one company manage all of that as well, if that is the correct structure for what you're doing. All right? This company collects rent, supervises construction for renovations, as well as pays for all direct expenses for the company and the indirect expenses for the shareholders. This is so important. The indirect expenses for shareholders. It does not own property, all right? I'm gonna get to where that slide, a corporation buys a property. Before I go on to the buying of it, I wanna talk to you guys about the single member LLC. Here's a real thing. This is a real world thing that we're doing right now. When you have your single member LLC and you're driving for dollars and you're out there putting down things and you're going here and you know what, I'm hungry, I haven't eaten, I'm gonna run through McDonald's. And you go to McDonald's and you give them your corporate business card, your single member LLC business card, you go ahead and put it. Are you allowed to deduct that meal? The answer is no. Why? Here's the law. Single member LLCs can only deduct meals that are held with another individual in a business setting during business days, Monday through Friday, and you have to tell who it was, what you ate, and you can keep the receipt on your credit card, it's fine, but that's the only way they're gonna let you deduct that meal. If I'm an S corporation and I do the exact same thing, this is even crazier, and look it up. If I'm an S corporation, do the exact same thing, I can deduct it. But here's what's crazier. S corporations are allowed to deduct up to $75 a day without a receipt. This is the law that they made. What? That's crazy, and it's a true law. As long as it is $75, you can't claim more than $75, I don't have to produce a receipt. So technically, it's 75 times 5 times this. So I'm looking at $20,000 for the year. That's the law. I'm not going to tell you to do it, but I'm just telling you how the law reads. And it's the true story that is there. All right, so single member LLC, again, are bad. Yes, question? This is United States, federal government. Yeah, federal government. We're all talking federal taxes and stuff here. So for this particular situation, Corporation A has purchased a property in its name. The deal was done all in cash. I hit the wrong button. The deal was done in cash. The property is $100,000. If it hires Corporation B to do the renovations on the property, repairs and maintenance and operations of it. Corporation B takes on management role. Corporation B spends $50,000 in renovation costs. That's really not a ton of money. And I know a lot of you say, well, $50,000, I don't know if it's gonna be that much to renovate. It really isn't, and it all depends on what you're renovating, and if you've done this before, you know $50,000 is very feasible in there, okay? It intends on making a profit for this, and it's gonna invoice Company A for the renovations for the maintenance of the property, all right? So what we did here is the purchase price is $100,000, the sale price is $200,000, the net profit is $100,000, so technically, like we said, is 21%, so $21,000 is what the Corporation A is gonna pay in taxes on that. That's just what it is. But now we're gonna use my setup and how we're gonna do things, okay? So we're gonna actually now have Corporation B wants some of that action, it says. See, Corporation A has a profit of 100 in cash. Corporation Pay, then we have Corporation B invoice Corporation A for how much? $100,000, the whole thing. If it pays $100,000 as income to Corporation B, what are the taxes owed on Corporation A? 0. Nothing. It owes nothing. Now I've got Corporation B. Remember, Corporation B was Yes Corporation, where I can deduct those indirect expenses we talked about that I highlighted a little earlier. And we're gonna go through those in a minute. But for this scenario, now Corporation A doesn't owe anything. Corporation B, okay, has $100,000 of income. It's already spent $50,000 on it of the labor, so now it has this $50,000 profit that's happening in Corporation B. All right, so that basically is what that slide is. Like I said, sometimes I just go too fast. But they are. All right, indirect expenses. I love indirect expenses. You should love indirect expenses. I talked to somebody today that was here, and he says, yes, I saw your presentation last year. You know, thanks for the information. I said, oh, did you open up the company? And he said, no, I didn't open it up because I haven't had any deals. Okay. You're a W-2 employee. You're making money over here. What is your intent with this company? Your intent is to have a deal. Okay, your intent is to make money. So with that intent to make money, and you still have your W-2 job and you're doing this part-time, if I have my S corporation, and my wife and I, who just happens to be an officer of the company, go out to dinner and talk about what we're gonna do with this wholesaling thing, or we're gonna talk about me flying into Orlando for the seminar, is that meal deductible? 100%. But you haven't had any deals yet. I know, it's still deductible. What about your cell phone? Wow, what do you mean? Well, yeah, pretty much everybody has a cell phone nowadays. Can the company pay for your cell phone bill? Absolutely. Absolutely, it just has to validate it and pay it out of the corporate account. Wow, well, so the company could pay for my plane ticket to come to Orlando? 100%, but I don't have any deals yet, I know. It can still pay for it. So what's happening, if you look at this for a whole year, I'm gonna go through some other numbers, but how much do you spend on your cell phone bill? How much do you spend on travel? Okay, we can't deduct entertainment anymore. How much do you spend on going out to eat? It's up to you. I don't know how much you're gonna actually save. But if you have these expenses, why are we not having a company set up so it can pay for them? Well, Bill, how does the company have any money if I don't have any deals? Those are called loans to the corporation or loans from shareholders. What is your intent? My intent is to have a profit. My intent is to have business. That is my intent. You're not breaking the law. If you were going to set this up, what is your intent? Oh, just to write some, I'm not doing anything to produce income. I'm just writing it off. You get 3 years, the IRS says, to do that, and then you got to shut it down because it's considered a hobby. I get 3 years to do that? Why haven't you opened a company yet? The reason why is you haven't had the information that I'm giving you right now. That's why you haven't opened it yet. And that's the only reason, because all the things that I talked about, you already go ahead and you have and you're spending money on. So stop spending money and invest in your company. What about a website? Anybody set up a website for their wholesaling deal yet? Anyone? Anyone? Great. Can your company write that off? Yes. What about your internet access? Well, of course, I have to access the internet to look for deals and to look at this. 100% deductible. Oh my gosh, well, you know, when you do driving for dollars, do you own that car or do you lease it? Well, actually, I lease the car. Well, what percentage is spent in the car for all your real estate stuff? Well, like 80%. Is the company paying for the lease payment? Can they? They sure can. Can they pay for your insurance? Absolutely. In an S corporation, the corporation can elect to reimburse officers and or directors for any and all automobile expenses, including but not limited to the payment, the insurance, the gas. Okay, if you have an electric vehicle, the charging fees, the repairs, the oil changes, the new tires. This can all be run through your company. Why haven't you opened a corporation yet? Because you didn't know this. Some of you may have known this, and you may have the corporation, and you might be doing exactly what I'm saying. Keep doing it. Even if you don't have a deal, how much money do you spend? Or how much is that lease payment? Oh, my lease payment's, $250 a month. I'm looking to get another car, but I'm not sure, this other car that I want, the lease payment is $450. I'm not sure I want to do that. Well, bigger lease payment, bigger deduction, bigger negative on your tax return, and more money back to you. Why wouldn't you do it? Go drive this car and pay the government, or go get that car and don't pay anything. I don't know. It's up to you. Yeah?
If the car's paid off in cash, can I release my car to my company?
I would sell your car to your company. I wouldn't lease it back. What I would do is I would sell your car, and that's a whole different thing too. The question is, if he already owned the car, could he sell it, lease it back to the company? I say no, sell it to the company. Here's a better part of that. Right now, when you lease, those are expenses. When we're talking about buying something, there's another expense called depreciation. Some of you might have heard of it, some of you might not have. Depreciation is a deduction over a certain amount of time. Okay? However, if your car, let's say for instance, was $15,000 that you were going to fair market value, and you validated that, you looked it on KBB, this is what it is, go ahead and sell it to the company. What do you have to do? All you technically have to do is go ahead and change the title, right? Pay the recording fees, which those are deductible too. Now I have a $15,000 automobile, and because it's under 6,000 pounds, I'm allowed to take bonus depreciation up to $20,000 this year. So technically, I've written off the whole car at $15,000 in year one. And all I did was change the title. So a smart thing to do. A smart thing to do.
Pay the sales tax?
Yes, so they will ask to pay the sales tax on that. And again, you might go ahead and sell the car for a lower amount to get out of having to pay that. But yes, you would have to pay the sales tax on it. When we talk about buying a new car, okay, a lot of people say, well, do I have to buy the car inside of the corporation, or can I buy it as a person? Can I do that? Actually, you can act as what's called being a credit angel for your company. Credit angel, what is that? My new company's only been around for 4 months. It doesn't have any credit. It can't get a loan. Okay, so what do? So I go ahead and I finance it in my personal name. The corporation puts down the down payment of $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, and this is on a buy one. So it puts it down for $2,000 or $3,000. The purchase price of the new car is $45,000. It's under 6,000 pounds. How much can I depreciate, maxing out at $20,000? So you get a $20,000 deduction, you still have it in your name, but in your minutes to your corporation, and minutes are just notes. When you have a company, all of you should have a corporate kit. In that corporate kit are notes, minutes, your articles of incorporation fit in there, your seal, stock certificates, all that good stuff. You make a note. The corporation has elected to purchase this car. We're using the officer, William Tyler, to go ahead and finance this car. The company will be making the payments. Can it deduct the payment when you own it? No. It can't deduct the payment, but you got a $20,000 depreciation. So here's really cool. What about going ahead, and I see I'm going to answer in just a second. What if you went ahead and you leased a car, and your lease is up, and you've been writing off your $500 payment all year long? Here it is December. You know what? I got to buy a new car. My lease is up in January. Yeah, well, why not go ahead and take the whole lease, buy your car in December? So now you got the whole lease thing for a deduction here, and then take that extra $20,000 deduction in December. Your out-of-pocket's gonna be a whole lot less than that. Wow, you just totally capitalized, didn't you? And that's completely legal inside of an S corporation. S corporation, it is not legal inside of a single member LLC. Yes?
Is 179 still?
Yeah, 179, I believe it's at 1.4 million right now for corporations, that you're allowed to deduct up to 1.4 million on an asset, but 179 can't take you negative. So that's important to know. So let's say, for instance, I'm giving you that scenario, and right now I've got a $10,000 loss. If I go ahead and I buy my $60,000 car and I 179 it, I get nothing because I'm already negative. 179 only works up to 1.3 or 1.4 right now. They're going to change it again when you have a profit, and then we take it. It can't take you negative. It'll actually zero you out. That's as max as it can go, but that's a good question. So telephone, like I said, landline, business, cell phones, internet, it can pay for that. Bank service charges, office supplies, when you go to Office Depot, can you deduct that? 100%, yes.
If we made our LLC as like a multi-member LLC, can we convert corp and then like now and then take the tax benefit?
Who owns the multi-member LLC?
Well, it's a 50-50.
Individuals?
Well, we just got married, so I don't know if that's...
So yeah, it would still be fine. Yeah, I'm going to answer that at the end. It's Form 8832, change of entity classification, and then Form 2553 to elect to be an S corp, and both of you be on it. That's how you change it. I'm sorry?
What if that same situation you hold rentals in an LLC?
If you held rental property in an LLC, who are the owners of? If the owners are still individuals, could you still convert it? You could. You could to an S corporation, sure.
And then would you still experience the benefits of having been in business for 7 years?
Yes, correct. All you did was change tax classification. You didn't change your EIN number or the date you were incorporated or formed. Absolutely. Professional fees, corporate renewal, software, dues like real estate dues, software you might pay a monthly fee for, all that the corporation be paying. Here's a big mistake. Here's a big mistake. When I get people and they're new people and they come in and then they give me their sheet on my website, I'm gonna share that with you guys. I have it in Excel because there's not a lot of people that, I don't know what financial statements are. What are you talking about? What's a balance sheet? What's this, what's that? So I put it on my website for you to fill out in Excel or in a PDF to show me what your expenses are. All these expenses have to come out of your business account. I can't tell you, and that is part of the 2021 Corporate Transparency Act, which I'm going to go over later, which is new. One of the things is all accountants, CPAs, EAs, any tax professional paid preparer, literally that's how it says, has to have evidence of where they got the numbers from. So by you going ahead and sitting at my desk and say, yeah, what do you got for professional fees? 800. Okay. What do you got for automobile? 600. What do you got for telephone? Oh, yeah, 900. You can't do that anymore. There's no more of that. We have to have reasonable written evidence according to 2021. People should have had that, and they've always had that before, but now you have to have a mandated law. If I do your accounting, that's one thing, and I produce financial statements, we don't have to have that. But if you're doing the accounting and give it to me to prepare for a tax return, you have to have that and sign that. That is a new thing that's going on. Furniture for office space. Anybody got a home office? Okay. Anybody taking the home office deduction? Okay. So let me talk really quick about that. The home office deduction is good and it's bad. Okay. There's a new thing they kicked out 2 years ago called the Simplified Safe Harbor Rule. Simplified Safe Harbor Rule for $1,500. The government is saying, we don't want 25% of your electric bill, your cable bill, your this, your this, your this, your this. We're going to give you $1,500, but if you want more, you got to fill out these 3 other forms, and it is the second most audited thing at IRS. What is the first audited thing and the most audited thing at IRS? Single member LLCs. Schedule C is number 1. There literally is a whole division at IRS called the Self-Employment Division. That's how many audits happen. They have a whole division just to audit Schedule C people. Because again, up until a lot of you didn't know, I didn't know I couldn't write off McDonald's. I didn't know I couldn't write off the bagel. I didn't know I could write off that dinner. You could if you were with somebody else. Well, I was just by myself. Well, you can't. In the S corporation setting, you can, which is really good. Now let me go down here. 274, This is a couple of things that I went over. Taxpayers may be able to deduct 50% of the allowable business meal. This really here is kind of what IRS's law is and says how you can have the meal. The expense is ordinary and necessary, and I give you some codes over there. The expense is not lavish or extravagant under circumstances. What does that mean? So again, remember an S corporation can have it with $75 without receipts. Could my wife and I go to Ruth Chris and spend $200 for our dinner? Is that extravagant or lavish? Not really. Could we spend $600 for 2 people? Yeah, that's pretty much extravagant right there. So you kind of want to use common sense with this stuff too. But again, the single member LLCs, I want to make sure you guys don't go ahead and spend too much on that. Yes?
So if you are an S corp,
Yep.
and say for instance at the end of the year, like December, you want to like take your, I don't know, your network out
Sure.
for like an end of the year dinner.
Yeah,
Is that deductible?
absolutely 100%.
I was thinking about doing that. Like I just ain't know like you have to like set it up in a way like you only pay for it, or how does that work?
Well, whoever pays for it gets the deduction. I can tell you some sly stuff that I've done. We can all go out to dinner, and the 5 of us are sitting there with our network team and this and that, and we just split the bill. Okay, great. Here comes the bill. Great, it's $500, so it's 100, 100, 100. I'll pay the bill. Just give me the cash. I still get the 50% deduction, so I made money eating with me. I hope it was a great time. Yeah, so if you paid the whole bill at $500, it would only be 50% deductible, correct. It used to be 100 in 2020 and 21, 22. They did that because of COVID to re-stimulate the restaurants and things like that for people going back out to eat, but it did kill it in 22, 23. It's not, 24 doesn't look good.
But that's not bizarre, though.
Absolutely not. No. That's absolutely fine. And again, but if you're a single member LLC, unfortunately, we have to clock everybody who's here. But if you go out, yeah, the bill was for 5 people for $500. You're good. You're absolutely fine. Same thing with travel. Here's another cool one. And I have a client that does this. I take care of their monthly stuff. They're a construction company. And they do team building. Okay, and this is a really cool one because they're located out of Fort Myers. So every month they go to Busch Gardens. And they're able to deduct the Busch Garden tickets, okay, as an ordinary team building expense because you can't deduct entertainment. Because how do they do that? They do it during the work week, and they do it and also still pay their employees their hourly wage while they're there. But could my S corporation take me and my family to Disney World? Sure. I couldn't deduct the Disney tickets, but I could write off the lodging because I'm an S corp. I'm an accountant. When I go to parties, I tell people I'm not an accountant because everybody likes to talk questions. I got a question, and that's why, again, well, I'm here, I got the deduction. Were you working? Yeah, I was working. I talked to this one and that one. Oh, okay. You can deduct it. You got to make sense. When I did real estate way back when it was a hobby for me, it always has been. I've done pre-construction. I've sold and bought and sold over 40 homes. Love doing wholesaling. It was my thing. I've stayed out of it a little bit. My practice has grown significantly, and I fired all my employees. So I gotta work more. But real estate is great. I love it. So when I used to do real estate full time and I went ahead and went to Niagara Falls and I flew into Buffalo to go there, I made sure to stop by a real estate office. Say, oh, what do you got going on in the area? Well, that looks pretty good. Get that card. Thank you. Write that off. Go over to Niagara Falls. I stay over at the Hilton on the other side of Niagara Falls. Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna go ahead and take a look in Canada about the real estate. Sure, just take a brochure. Absolutely, thank you. Deduction. This is reasonable written evidence, if ever asked or ever examined. 2% of the United States is audited every year. Of that 2%, 22% are Schedule C people. This is so important that we have S corporations, okay? So important. Food and beverages are provided at events, like at the event today. So we have all this food. Is all this food deductible to Rick? Yeah, it was at an event. If he went to Publix and spent $300 and took the groceries home, are those deductible? No. Common sense. You have to make sense. Yes, sir.
I just want to verify, because I'm new to all of this. LLC versus S corporation. Is the fee the same or the fee higher?
The fee for what? Structure?
Yeah, to have an S corporation.
So I believe the fee in the state of Florida for an S corporation is $70, and the fee for an LLC in the state of Florida is $125. So I do believe it is more money, but the renewal fee in the state of Florida for an LLC is $138, and the renewal fee for an S corporation is $150. So I don't know if that answers your question.
It does.
Okay, cool. And every state has their own fees, and every state's different of what they're going to charge. Yes, ma'am.
It's a really simple question. Say you're budgeting and have all these different items that you can go ahead and deduct.
Yeah.
Does it matter? This is such a simple thing. Does it matter whether you pay for it with a card, with cash, this, or does it all have to be paid for with a company card?
So that's a great question. It's not simple. It's good. I love that question. I was getting to another one and getting there, but I'm going to get to yours now. So we need validation. Validation, okay? And that's when people go ahead and say, oh, I'm like, okay, well, you've got this, $1,200 in this repair. Yeah, and then I see it's on their personal credit card. Well, yeah, but it was for the company. IRS will kick it. That's right. IRS said no. You have got to come out of that, validate that, have that business expense come out of that business account. And that's why, again, why don't we have an S corporation? Because we didn't know this. We just figured we could have our single member LLC. Can you commingle funds in a single member LLC? Yes, you can commingle. That means that a single member LLC, you can take it out of your personal bank account and count it toward a business type of expense. So when you're audited, the Internal Revenue Service gets to pull all of your personal bank statements. Yeah. And they see it all and your personal credit cards. If you're audited as a corporation, what do they get to see? Just the corporate account. Keep things separate. Yes?
Quick question. So let's say a single member LLC, hypothetically, when they travel, they're allowed that 79 per day for traveling versus like the S Corp, if they're not traveling, but they're just taking like their employees out locally.
79 per day. You're talking about the $75?
Yeah, or 75, yeah.
So that's for the meals for S corporations.
Oh, that's not for traveling?
No, it's for the meal.
Okay.
Yeah, travel, there's no limit.
Oh, God, so 75 per day, that's even if you're just locally, take your employees out to lunch locally?
You going out by yourself in an S corp, but in a single member LLC, you have to document the $8 McDonald's.
Interesting, and that's nothing to do with the travel.
No, travel's got nothing to do with that. Right, so travel, you could go ahead and I could travel to the seminar and that plane ticket was $800 to come here. It came out of my single member LLC and my personal, still deductible.
And food when I was here is also deductible travel.
Who were you with?
Nobody. So single member does not qualify for.
If you're eating on your own, no.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're eating on your own, it's gonna be much harder to get. Yes, sir.
So if I decided to change my single member LLC,
Yeah.
that can be right?
Yeah.
If I do that, let's say this year,
Yeah.
will I be taxed as a single member LLC for the next?
Yeah, another great question. Another great question. So the question is, if he were to convert today, would he still have to pay the tax for 24 if he converted from the single member LLC to the S corporation now? And the answer is yes. If you were to convert, we could not convert you until the first 75 days of the new year. So if we were to convert today, it wouldn't take effect until 1/1/25. And you wouldn't file an 1120S corporate tax return till after that date, 1/1/25. So yes, you would be taxed on the single member all of 24, no matter when you convert. You have 75 days. So if you started the company in June, okay, and you elected to be an S corporation a month later, you could totally do that and be an S corporation. And you can, and if you opened your single member LLC, October. So if we opened it in August, we opened the single member LLC, can we convert it now? Yes, and I have instructions on my website how to do that. Okay, you can file the 8832, change it to a corporation, file 2553, be the S corporation, and you can deduct all that stuff. Please make sure you have separate bank accounts. I can't tell you how much that is so important. Have separate bank accounts. Okay, make sure there are separate stuff for separate, yes. No, you can't make it retroactive. So you can only come out then from the time that you form it. So I can't go back and say, oh, well, I already spent this and this and this. You can't really recapture it into the new S corporation. What we would try to do is call it loans to shareholders, loaning the corporations, but I have no validation that it came out of the corporate bank account, and that's what I'm looking for. Validation. Yes, sir.
If I was paying through my personal credit card, pay the bill with my business.
Nope. Pay it through the business credit card, business account pays for it. And don't go ahead and have your personal pay for your business credit card. Make sure you validate it and it comes out. Okay, so all this is basically about meals and what's happening. We talked a little bit about that. Can we deduct it? Can I deduct it with a spouse? If they're an officer, yes. Can the corporation deduct meals I purchased from the grocery store? This is a gray area. Okay, and it's say, for instance, you go and you have Whole Foods for $16.95 and you're an S corporation and it was the hot bar that you got Monday at 1:30, yeah, you could deduct it. But if the corporation were to purse $312 at 6 o'clock on a Saturday night, it totally would get looked at and kicked because it would be for groceries for your family's personal consumption. Documentation, again, is the best way for this stuff. Can the corporation pay for a meal at the ballpark for my business contacts or prospective contacts? Yes. But it can't deduct the ticket prices to the ball game. And for those of you that have tons of money, you all knew in 2018, they stopped allowing the deduction of your skyboxes. So those are all gone too. That's why your company said, oh, I used to get tickets to the game. Well, you can't deduct it anymore, so we don't have that skybox anymore. So that did happen in 2018. Okay, so here I want to come back to this. This is a little bit about what we talked about. Remember, to recap, we had the $100,000 profit. We paid it to the Corporation B that was over here. We had $50,000 in renovation costs for Corporation B. Corporation B still had a $50,000 profit. Here's my indirect expenses. So I got telephone and internet for the year, $2,784. It's really not out of the norm. Auto lease, gas repairs, $9,000. Professional fees, software, conferences, $2,500 for the year. Website expenses, bank charges, $692. Travel, airfare, hotel, taxi, Uber, Lyft, all deductible with your S corporation. Lime, deductible with your S corporation if you pay it through your company, okay? Office supplies, rental space, $9,000. Deductible portion of meals for $5,000 for a grand total of the year of stuff you already were paying for. $35,000. When we look at that, we have the $100,000 minus the $50,000, the $35,000 we have over there. What do we have cooking? It looks like nothing. So let's go to the next, here we go. So now we have a profit of $15,000. So we have a total profit of $15,000 that goes onto your personal tax return as an S corporation. Are S corporations subject to self-employment tax? No. So there's no additional 15.3% on that $15,000. Let's do the tax return. Here they are for the single person, $15,000. They get this new thing in 2018 called a QBI, Qualified Business Income Deduction. Cool thing S corporations get. Schedule C does too, the other ones. They basically get a 20% deduction of the profit. It was a really fun thing, was put in 2018. So I get a 20% of the 15 is 12, the taxable then 12. This is your standard deduction in 2023 of $13,850. My taxable income is zero. So that's how you make $100,000 and don't pay anything in taxes. That's the story. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Just start an S corp. So here's a good situation, right? Let's say, for instance, there's somebody in the room that has a single member LLC, and they're like, Bill, I saw your presentation, it was good. I've got a $60,000 profit in my single member LLC right now. I don't know what to do. I'm at the end of the year. I can't convert it. I don't know what to do. At $60,000 is there. I'm gonna have to pay self-employment taxes or $18,000 and change on that $60,000. How do I get out of that? I can get you out of that. Let's start an S corporation today. We start the S corporation today. We set up the bank account. You take your 60 and you do what? You pay your S corporation. Now that other company owes zero on your personal. The 60 passes through to your personal without that $18,000 in self-employment taxes. That's on 60 grand. That was worth the price of the ticket itself, right? I'm just saying. So yes, we can help you. We can get that done. And predicated on the state that you live in is how much the corporation costs. So we set up corporations all over the United States, and I'm a registered agent in about 9 different states as well. So I can actually act as your office of record in those 9 states. Like Florida corporations are $380 to set up. We're not talking thousands. Okay, you're not talking big money. Florida's are $380. The LLCs are $400 because there's an extra fee on there. They're not a ton of money. okay, to do this. So if you have that $60,000 profit and you want to get rid of that thing, open up the S Corporation now, today, incorporate it, do that movement. What if I don't have the 60,000, Bill? I spent like 30 of it. What can we move? That's what we can save. So that's it. Yes?
Quick question. So in New Jersey, there's like, it's a big gray area where, let's just say, as a single member LLC, and I'm performing the services, I have no employees, they don't require you to have workman's comp. But the second you hire an employee, they make you hire workman's comp.
Yes.
And it's severe penalty.
Yes.
So my question is like, if I elect an S corporation for an LLC.
Yes.
And I'm now the owner and the employee, does me as the employee now require
No.
workman's comp?
Exempt. All officers are exempt. That's why when my kids are on my company and working for me too, kids too, I gotta tell you this is a crazy law too. Anybody has kids under the age of 18 years old, right? And you've got this $60,000 profit in your Schedule C that's going on right now. Do you know you can give your kids $12,000? Okay, give it to them, and you don't even have to 1099 them, and you can deduct it on your Schedule C form, and because it's under that $13,000, they don't pay tax on it either. If you got kids, there's more options. This is what I'm saying. Everybody's thing's different. You know, you don't know. I've got one kid, I've got 8 kids. I have nothing. What am I gonna do? Everybody's different. That's why, again, I put my information up here, and there is a QR code. You guys can go ahead. That'll take you to my website. I'm gonna be back in town probably Friday night. I'll be back in my office Monday, and so if you guys wanna call, I'm offering everybody here an hour consultation, a one-on-one with you and me on a Zoom, okay, and to see what's happening. Like Rick said, I do live just north of Asheville. We have had a terrible thing happen. I was without power and internet for internet was almost 2.5 weeks. We are up now, things are going well. In my area, my town is devastated. Don't believe the rumors, FEMA is there. The Army is there, the National Guard is there, they are helping us, all right? But yeah, QR code me in. Question here.
Going off of her question down there about starting an S Corp.
Yeah.
If you already have an LLC, if you're in Florida, can you just start the same exact name, just classify it as an S Corp?
No.
No?
Not in Florida. See, LLC names technically aren't protected, but Florida always has an issue. I always have an issue when I'm dealing with Florida. So what I do is I say use a derivative. So let's say, for instance, yours is ABC Inc. or LLC. Well, okay, I'm gonna go ABC of South Florida Inc. Do enterprises, do group, do associates. You know, if it's your name, all names are protected. Okay, it is another weird area. There are actually 7 William Tylers in South Florida, which is completely weird. But if I were to incorporate William Tyler PA Inc., someone else could challenge that because it's their name. But if I get it first, I win. That's kind of the rule. Sometimes they do allow like 1 or 2 on the end. Yeah, South Florida 1, South Florida 2, sure, they do. I would spell it out, I wouldn't put the number, just to make sure, because you're gonna see when you go on Sunbiz and to look at all that stuff, you're gonna see 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3, 4. Or, you know, remember it was funny, way back in the 80s, they had in 70s, you had the phone book, so everybody was A appliance, you know? So it's a different world now, but Sunbiz, you'll see it on there in Florida. Mm-hmm. Any other questions I can answer before I go? Yes, ma'am.
So I quit my job back in July because I want to escape the matrix.
Good.
Now, if I open up an S corporation now today with you, and my company has expenses, but I don't make a deal by the end of the year, and my company basically has a loss, what happens then?
So that's a great question. So what happens with an S corporation when you have those losses, and that's what I was saying for those of you who have done things before, if in fact, let's say for instance for fun, let's say it's $20,000 that you have in a loss. That loss carries as a negative figure on your personal tax return. So here's your W-2 that you're making $70,000 up here. Now you take your loss of 20, you're only taxed on 50. If you haven't done a deal yet, you still need the S corporation. You need the S corporation. It's just going to keep helping you for years to come. You're gonna do a deal. It's gonna happen. If you work this program, again, I've known Rick for 20 years. If you work this program, when he first came to me and told me about doing the thing with Zach and putting this out there, and then he said to me what an accountant never wants to hear, and I'm going to give all the information away for free, Bill. What? What did you just say? Free? What? Yup, I'm just going to give it away for free. I guess that's a whole new concept in business, you know. But yeah, if you work this program, it's going to keep doing it. Just don't give up. Just keep working forward. You quit your job to do this, to make something happen. Perseverance, ambition. It's going to happen. Thank you all very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Bill, stick around a little while if you have questions. As I said, taxes a lot. Like, we get busy. To be honest with you, I ignored it the first 3 years, and it bit me in the ass. So I'm just telling you, you eventually have to deal with it. I'm not good with it because it's just annoying. I feel like people are always taking money out of my pocket. But if you ignore it, it's going to be a problem. So here's what we're going to do going forward. You all can take a little bit of bathroom break. We're going to break up, and we're going to do breakout groups. I don't want you pairing with people you already know. So we're going to do this very randomly. Don't get mad at me, but this is how we're going to do it. We have straight rows right down here. I want you to find the people, and you're going to have about 5 to 7 people at most in a group. Just take them off and split. Meet before you guys go out and use the facilities and stuff like that. And then we're going to get in that room, and we're going to help work and solve problems here. You've got to be brutally honest. You've got to set your ego aside, and we're going to help. We will probably do some rotations on it. I believe we're going to take about an hour to do it, but this is the time to really network and move. Please, if you have a business partner, you guys split up. Do something.
Yeah, so we're going to break out. We're going to break out into groups of 5. So rule number 1, no dad, no mom, no business partner, people you don't know. Okay, so the way I'm going to do this is when you're in a group, me and Rick are going to be hopping in from group to group, okay? But what we're going to do is we're going to ask ourselves, what marketing are you doing? What are you looking to do? Where are you from? What are your goals? And how are you going to achieve these goals? Those are the questions to ask. So the way I'm going to split up these groups is by row. So not by this row, but by this row. So everyone on this side's in a group, 2nd row, 3rd row, 4th, and everything like that, okay? Does that make sense? It's all random. Me and Rick are going to hop in and break out, sit down, talk, network, and hopefully talk to people you've never talked to before, and we'll get it going. We're excited. And then we'll come back at 3:15. That's good. That's good. Really quick, we need to charge these things.
Mine's right there, but I've had it.
Perfect. You're good. All right, good.
You know, I see a lot of familiar faces, at least a handful from the April Dallas event. And now, I mean, you're in a sold out room. Like, it is incredible to see the community that you guys are building, the in-person stuff you're doing now. It's really, really fun to be a part of this room, part of this energy. And had a lot of people come up to me, you know, talk about Deal Machine, give me some high fives and stuff. It's been really, really fun to get it, you know, the warm welcome from you guys. So I also love to see, going around to this room, how many of you are here to take your business to the next level? That's why you're here, right? You are helping each other solve problems. You're giving each other tips on exactly what to do. And that's all fantastic, but the real value is what you do with that knowledge. It's how do you take action on this? How do you actually, you know, what are you going to actually change in your behavior? And are you going to continue to put in the reps? Are you going to start to put in the reps? And today, that's what we want to get you a little bit comfortable being uncomfortable here. So who's ready? Who wants to do a deal right now? Anybody? There we go. Okay. Zach raising his hand. In Dallas, we did this. I mean, literally, a deal happened that Zach.
One call, one close.
One call. Zach is doing. He's a pro up here. So people who are willing to participate, you might literally walk out of here with a deal like whoever did last time as well. So Again, Matt Camp with Deal Machine over here. Everything that we do is focused on giving everyone the power of real estate investing. We want to democratize real estate by giving you access to data and to knowledge and to technology that normally would be for the big companies with big budgets, and just put it in the power of your hand with the Deal Machine app. What you're going to see as well, in terms of the best practices I share, are from the data of what we look at with our customers. We've had over 10,000 deals done using Deal Machine to this point. We've interviewed hundreds of our customers on our YouTube channel talking about what they're doing, how they use the technology. Zach, I mean, it's awesome to team up with you.
You said 10,000 like 2 years ago.
Yeah, we
definitely a lot more now.
Probably closer to 15. I don't know. We need to talk to Dan on that. But yeah, so everything that we're doing is taking that knowledge and giving you guys that playbook and say, hey, don't reinvent the wheel. I mean, it goes down to what Zach and Rick are all about, just giving away everything for free, right? Like, here to help you guys out. So that's what we're talking through in terms of this entire playbook today. What we're going to be doing in this room over the next, how long do we have, you said?
Hour.
Over the next hour-ish. We'll see how far we can get with this. Over the next hour-ish, I want you guys to take action. How many people in here already have Deal Machine? Just curious here. Amazing. Wow. Okay, cool. You guys are already set up, ready to go. Awesome. For everybody else in here, we're going to ask you guys to, if you want to participate, we'll give you guys the link to be able to do that as well. But we're all together going to go virtual driving for dollars. So I'll teach you guys how to do that if you don't know yet. Zach's got that all pulled up for us, ready to go. We're gonna make cold calls. It's a cold calling live session, right? So you have the pro up here. You got as much support as you need around you to step up and do this. And for everybody willing to do this, again, you have a chance to do a deal right now, which happened 6 months ago in this event. In addition to that, if anyone goes out there and just lands an appointment, we're gonna give you an entire year of Deal Machine free. So that's worth, and it's Deal Machine Pro. It's everything unlocked, everything you need there. That's worth a little over $2,000 if you're gonna pay for it every single month. So anyone who lands an appointment, that's what we're looking at here in terms of prizes. So we really want to get you guys involved. And we're gonna give you 1,000 free calling minutes on top of that. So we want to, again, give you as much incentive to get involved today as possible. And even if you get a no, which again, every single no you have is one step closer to a yes, right? Every single rep you put in is gonna get you better and better and better at this and more confident. Even if you get a no from a seller, we've got some fun swag to give away. So we've got some Deal Machine hats. We've got, I'll help you guys out there too if you're willing to get involved and participate. So what I'm gonna start off with is to train you guys on exactly how to do this step by step. We're gonna actually be in this room making calls together, and we'll call up people, anyone who's willing to come up and do, as you saw, land that deal last time, anyone who's willing to come up to the stage and do this with you. I mean, you've got Zach here to help you out. Again, this is your chance to be able to team up on a deal right here. Who's ready to do this? Anybody? There we go. All right, I like it. Well, if you do not have Deal Machine yet, go right here. It's just this QR code, I think dealmachine.com/FWR, I believe, so flip with Rick. Again, this is gonna be a free trial, so I'll show you guys here. When you scan that, you'll have to actually activate that free trial, which again does require a credit card, but obviously I'm in the room. You can come find me. If you don't think the tool is a good fit, just find me and I can help you guys get out of that. The thing is with this is it's gonna come with, one, the unlimited free skip tracing. So that was something we launched about a year ago. Yeah. Unlimited contact information for every single person inside Deal Machine you're adding, which, how many people were spending over $100 on skip tracing before that? I'd love to know. Yeah, there we go. I know last time in here, we've got people, our goal is to save you hundreds if not thousands a month with that feature alone. So we launched that about a year ago. In addition to that, with this link, you're gonna get 500 free calling minutes. It's a couple cents a minute to use the dialer. So you've got all of that lined up, ready to go, ready for today, ready to go do deals. So it's just dealmachine.com/FWR or that QR code that I'll keep up here too. And again, when you download it, you're gonna have to verify your email, start the free trial, download the app, and we'll get going. So let me show the demo. Zach, can you help me set up that piece too?
You'll be all good.
Awesome.
So I do not underestimate that. I've made millions of dollars on Deal Machine, so stuff works. So I kind of, it's kind of weird how this it's
like zoomed in.
Yeah, but you know this thing like the back of your hand, so
Yeah.
I think you can. I would manage with it. So
all good.
You sit down there
and after I teach this, feel free to raise your hand if you're trying to download it and you're having trouble to get to it. I'll come around and help you guys out too. So
yeah. So while he's doing this, I have one question. So who here wants to come up and cold call? Raise your hand. Perfect. Okay. So whoever raised your hand, I'm not calling you. All right. By the way, everyone who didn't raise their hand, you're next. All right.
Love it.
Go ahead.
All right, Chad, grab that.
Oh, yeah.
Mike, here. All right. So what we're looking at here, guys, and for anyone not familiar with Deal Machine, this is the desktop version, right? There's a mobile app and a desktop. So feel free, if you want to use the AI-powered dialer inside Deal Machine, you guys will want to log into your desktop right now to make calls that way and throw on headphones and things. Or in the mobile app as well. It makes it really quick and easy. Just click on that phone number and call with your own personal number. So you've got a couple options there. On the desktop right here, what we're going to be doing together, like I mentioned, is virtual driving for dollars. It's going out there. You're looking for, as you probably heard from Zach, you're looking for those houses that are in bad shape, that have, the tarp on the roof, the gutters falling off, broken boarded up windows, the front yard or backyard's a mess, really overgrown grass, signs that it's vacant, signs that, hey, the owner of this may be looking to sell sooner than later. And out of all data points, that is the number one indicator that someone may be looking to sell is the condition of the property. So this virtual driving for dollars, I always prefer in person if possible, but virtual, we've got a ton of people. Thousands of deals have been done, using that method as well. So this is a great alternative for you guys as well. So what we're looking at inside the software as you open this up. All you're going to be doing, and Zach, can you give me maybe a zip code here? Or, he's occupied. Anybody have a good zip code that would be good for driving for dollars? 32967? Right, awesome. Great shoot again. 32967. So again, this is the desktop version, right? This top search bar is where you can filter using our data. And going right here, choosing a zip code is where I want you guys to start, is to think of an area that you are actively looking for deals right now or thinking about looking for deals. Go to that top search bar and simply put in that zip code to start off with. So that way it's going to lock on to that location, right? So in Florida, right? Here we go. Awesome. So here's 32967. There we go. It's going to zoom in on that area. We've got all that pulled up. And now, as simple as zooming in, let's see if we can find, it's pretty, got a lot of farms that we're driving for dollars here. Do you know what part of town you see most of the houses here? East side? Here we go, okay. So if you zoom into street level, there we go, beauty of a live demo, perfect guys. This top left button, this orange button right here is your virtual driving for dollars button right there. Click on that, click anywhere on the street, and same idea of, hey, you're gonna be looking around, you're gonna be looking for those houses that are physically distressed. That's what we're doing here using the desktop version. So hit start driving. Oh, if we get going here, let me see if I can, what's the internet? Hold on a second. All right. Oh man, reload the map. It's kind of skewed for some reason. We're getting there, guys. Start driving. Go ahead. In here? Yeah, you might be right. Let me try to find a different spot. Zach, do you have any zip codes that you've done some D4D in recently? Or
So 32968 is a good one.
32968?
You're not going to lose out there.
Close by? All right. Cool. Thanks for the help, guys. Appreciate the assist. We'll get to the call in here in just a minute. We'll at least make sure you guys are prepared. Hey Zach, do you mind jumping in here with me?
Oh yeah.
Since you're familiar with this area.
Okay. So.
Over here?
Yeah, so basically we're gonna be on, where's US 1?
Here's 95.
Okay.
right there, I think Kogan? Not Kogan,
side?
that's gonna be,
Let's see what we get here, guys.
so 25th Avenue is where, that's like the big street.
Okay.
So if you go there, and then anywhere between 6 and 12 street or place.
6
So
and 12 is 25th.
27th, it's 26th. Keep
going
going.
east.
Keep going east. Right there. It's 18th Ave. That's fine. You'll do fine there.
Nice.
Get out.
Okay.
So, literally anywhere.
Perfect.
Anywhere.
You're right about the HOA.
Literally anywhere.
Awesome. There we go. Okay. Interesting. So same idea as real life driving for dollars, but hey, here's the virtual version, right? So we're driving down the street. We're looking at the physical condition of the property. Here's a great example. You know, you're looking at houses maybe with bad roofs. You're looking at houses that have, again, things that need to be fixed up in person. Same idea as you would in real life. You simply point the app at that particular property. The bottom right, it's kind of tough to see from here, but the bottom right big orange button is hit add lead. And that's where we're going to start off. So to get ready to cold call, again, select that area. So put in that zip code at the top, let it lock onto that location, click into that orange button to actually go virtual driving for dollars. Start to identify these opportunities by clicking around and looking at these houses. And here's a great example, a house that is in rough shape. Hit add lead on those. And as you do that, you're starting to build that list. So each individual property you add here, again, the most motivated sellers in your market, the ones that you can really find the people who are, again, looking to move sooner rather than later, are ones that are owned, a rundown house, owns a house that for whatever reason just isn't able to keep up with it, isn't wanting to keep up with it. It's that's a great place to start to identify the best leads in your market. So I'll ask you guys to go through, start to build that list. And then the next step is you add at least 3 to 10 leads, ideally, to be able to start to make those phone calls. And Zach's going to be up here to help you guys one at a time with this live. But we're going to hit end at that point. Great, I added 3 leads in Zach's account. Perfect. Looks like 3 deals, right, Zach? And here we go. And so you've got all that ready to go. And where you're going to find those leads is the top leads tab right here. On the mobile app, it's at the bottom of your phone. There's a little leads button. And you're going to see you've got these 3 properties right here that I just added. Here are those phone numbers ready to go. So I didn't have to pay for any skip tracing, didn't have to add anything else. Simply just added those leads. It includes all that property or all that contact information. With it, really kind of the unfair advantage in your market here is that, hey, I've got property data, I've got demographic data, I've got contact information. This intersection of all 3 of these things lines you up to have a really high quality conversation with somebody that going into this conversation, hey, they might be a tired landlord that has this absentee house that is free and clear. Looks like a pretty solid lead, some pretty solid motivations there. You've got that call button right here, and this is where you can start making phone calls. So I will be around helping with Deal Machine specific questions. Zach, are you cool with going through and bringing people up then to be able to?
I already wrote them down.
Yeah.
I'm already excited.
We'll start to line them up. I will say if we want to jump back to the slides, we can. Do you want to talk through MCTP before that or no?
Oh yeah, no. I have in the slides to show.
Awesome. Okay.
So, well, you have yours. You have it on yours
I
too.
do. Yeah. The images. Yeah, I can answer that too. True. So great question up here. We had a question on, where's that clicker?
Oh, I'll find it.
Put that. We had a question on the images themselves. So some neighborhoods you'll notice it's literally a couple months ago that they added, that they drove, it's Google Street Image, right? So it's Google driving those neighborhoods. Some are very recent, some you'll even see are 6, 7 years old. The big tip I will share is as you add those leads, always just click on that property and check the transaction history on it. So it'll tell you when is that house sold. And if that house has not sold since that photo was taken, even if it's an older photo, but it hasn't sold in 15, 20 years, it's still a really good lead because it's probably in similar condition if it hasn't changed ownership. So that's the, obviously in-person driving for dollars, you get real-time information with your eyes, right? But this is a pretty good alternative with that one caveat of just check the sale date versus the picture date. So
there we go.
Zach, do you want to talk through this section here?
Oh yeah, let's start calling. So
there we go.
This is kind of similar to the cheat sheet we got, but basically MCTP
motivation, condition, time frame, price, book the appointment. So I don't know if you want to talk about this part. I got the cheat sheet after this too for the calling.
Oh, nice.
When it comes here. So let me run through this real quick.
Yeah. And here, I can
Oh, you can
mention
do
this
that
real
real quick.
So
Okay.
one thing I do want to mention, if you guys are just using the mobile app, I see a few people have out the desktop as well. If you're downloading the app and you're like, hey, what am I looking at here? Again, that top right corner is the QR code. It's just that dealmachine.com/FWR. Will take you to the promo where you get all the free call minutes and all that stuff with it. On the bottom left is where I've been doing that drive for leads. So on what I just showed you on desktop, click that bottom left orange corner, and that's where you're gonna be able to start virtual driving. So you start there. This second option right here, this second option down with the red arrow, that virtual drive, that same thing I was showing you on the desktop, but that's on mobile as well. Pretty easy to find there. And then same idea of you're going clicking for dollars. So you're driving around, you're looking for those houses, you're hitting add lead, and as you build that list, the next step here is then, if I can show you guys, is then, again, the leads tab is where all those are accumulating. So you start going, if you virtual drive for dollars, you're starting to build that list. As you build that list, they'll all accumulate in that bottom left tab, the leads tab. And then each individual lead you click on, same thing right there. They got the phone numbers, you've got all that included for free inside your deal machine, even with the free trial. So that's all ready to go. All right, Zach, now I think it's your section.
There we go. All right. So give Matt a hand real quick. That was amazing.
Okay.
Oh yeah, good stuff. All right, so now it's time to call. This is either your worst fear or the most exciting thing possible. Cold calling works.
Maybe both.
You just need to reach out to sellers. Now remember, confidence is everything. So confidence is a belief in the words you say and a true conviction in your heart. So what I'm gonna do is, I asked again, who wants to cold call? And I wrote down on the other side of that board the 4 people who looked the most scared when I said that. I'm not gonna do that to be mean. I'm doing that because if you mess up now, calling sellers in Vero Beach, you're not gonna mess up in person. And I truly believe everyone came here to become the best version of themselves. So I'm pretty excited about it. So let's reveal who we got here. Who I saw quickly was the most scared. So number 1, I got Timmy. Timmy looks like he went to hide behind a rock. 2, we have Amelia Rui. She did not want to get a call, but her dad's doing some deals. Thing with you, Amelia, if your dad's having too much fun, we can make him call instead. Number 3, we got Logan. He's excited, he's ready to go. And then 4, we got Shyla, which she's pretty excited. But still, I gotta test her out, because she's in a good market and she's ready to go. So if you guys want to come up, and we'll call together. So we're excited. Give him a hand, come on. Let's go. There we go. So, oh yeah. So we got Logan on here. Ready to get a deal?
Yeah.
There we go. Timmy, you got this, man.
Let's do it.
Hey,
let's do this.
Even if they get a no, they're getting some swag, so.
All right.
Worst case scenario, you get a free hat.
Nice to meet you. Ready to go. So let's do some calling. So who here does not know how to call, or brand new, needs help with the script? Perfect. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna go over everything today, and I promise you're gonna sound way better than me. Now, first and foremost, the script. Are you the owner of the property, and are you interested in selling the house? That is it. So let's all kind of do it together. So first.
Are you the owner of the property?
And? Yes?
Oh, yeah. Are you interested in selling your property?
Okay, go back to your... just kidding. All right, Logan.
Are you on 123 Main Street?
Yes?
Are you interested in selling?
Dang, it's pretty dang good. I'm sold. All right, Timmy.
Are you the owner of 123 Main Street?
Yes.
Are you interested in selling?
There we go.
Are you the owner of 123 Main Street?
Yes.
Are you interested in selling?
Come on. Well, why are we nervous now? Come on. And the worst thing, if someone says something mean, I got your back, right? And like, just think about this too. Oh, yeah, you're a scary bet. Like, hey, no, Zach's with me. Zach owns a lot of rentals in Vero Beach. So, like, what are you gonna do? So,
Pass the phone to you. Be like, talk to my
I did that last time. You saw the recording, pass it to me. And we got the deal done. So if you're too comfortable, I don't want you. So let's go out here and let's start talking to some sellers. So it's on there?
Cool. Yeah.
All right, cool. Let's, yeah, whoever wants to be done with this the quickest, stand up first. Okay, so Logan, let's go, man. Give my, come on.
There we go.
Logan. All right. So I don't know exactly the best way for this, but I'm just gonna call him on my phone and then you can grab it. Here, take the chair.
That worked well last time.
Oh yeah, so this person, so we got 1100 16th Ave, so let's see if Lonald, what kind of name is this? It's like Donald with Lloyd. If a guy named Lonald makes fun of you, he has nothing on you. Okay?
All right.
All right, you ready to go?
Yep.
All right. I don't think this guy's gonna answer. Uh-oh. 815. See if we can do it from here too.
Also, again, as we go through this, guys, as you download it all, feel free to get going. Like we can start. If you guys start participating again, anybody who lands that appointment is going to get a free year deal machine. So if I see you on the phone and you get a note from a seller, come by, raise your hand. I'll make sure you get a hat. Raise your hand if you need any help setting up deal machine. But also, I know this is pretty suspenseful too. So I know we can make it interactive here. So cool. It's a whole year of Deal Machine Pro.
I'll pick up there.
If you get somebody on an appointment.
Before the event is over?
Yeah, within the next 30 minutes ish. Yeah. There you go. Hey, we did it last year. We had 2 or 3 do it last year. Yeah. Or last April. Yeah.
Do I see the number right there too?
Oh yeah.
The person you're trying to reach is not available.
I've been on it before. I had already
Okay.
done a free trial.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's a way I can get a second free trial.
Yeah, probably the easiest way would be if you signed up with a different email. Okay. So, that's a good for it. That's probably the way to work around. So, yeah. If you need help with any of that, let me know too. Okay. So, what was your name, by the way? Mike. Matt. It's good to meet you, man. Yeah.
Your message for 726.
Yeah, if you guys just raise your hand, I'll come around to answer questions. So, okay.
You have reached your maximum number of calls allowed on the number in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like to suffer.
Those introductory minutes.
Yeah, if you email me, we can give you guys a bonus for sure. So if you just do matt@dealmachine.com, and then I'll add this on for you too.
Business email info easyway.io.
Yeah, that works. Yeah, just matt@dealmachine.com. What was your name, by the way?
I'm
Matt. Good to meet you, man. Yeah, absolutely.
Getting to make up today.
Yeah.
It's your lucky day.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Yeah.
With Deal Machine, if I go through nonstop, and I used to know, like you said, doing the leads
Yep.
and stuff, is there anything that...
I mean, you've been on enough appointments with your dad. I mean, I think you know it.
Yeah, so actually in the dialer you're talking about? Yeah, so if you call out, it's going to actually be a clean phone number that we're handing you. So we basically assign it based on, we've got a ton of phone numbers for all of our customers, and then it mirrors their area code. Okay. So whoever you were going to call, if you have any leads in there, if it was a 314 number, it would come up as 314 for them. And before you call with that, it's going to be tested on the back end to see if it's a spam number or not. So we've got a whole spam cleaning service that uses it. So,
you said we have to sign up for that number prior to that?
no, you just hit call and it just automatically does that for you. So, and then if they call back that number, it'll just automatically forward to your your callback number.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Talking.
Hello?
Hi, is this the owner of
Yeah.
1381 Rosefield Drive?
No.
Do you have any house you're looking to sell?
No, I don't.
All right. Have a good one, Dorothy. Hey,
You too.
that's something.
Hey, there we go.
Hey, just one, man. Just one, man. You're good to
I
go.
got a hat for you, man. Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
Here.
All right, Shyla.
First
Try to get
no, here we
somebody
go.
there.
All right.
Just a hello.
Any other no's in
That's
the
all we
room
need
yet?
here.
No.
Shay?
Yeah.
All right.
Do what?
I have a question about the cold call.
Yeah.
So when I do this,
But I said if someone's going to try to beat me up, if someone says something mean to you, I'll beat them up.
should I say the name?
So with Zach's script, he's really more focused on just like, hey, are you the owner of XYZ?
Let's do a vacant house.
But I actually prefer to say the name. I just say, hey, is this Catherine?
Because
Is
you can
this-
get it
you know,
anywhere.
'cause that usually that perks up their interest more. They're like, oh yeah, it is. You know.
Oh yeah, that's juicy right there.
Yeah.
I try to like. I do feel like if I mention your name,
Oh, Lord.
people like to feel like it's going next. Like,
Right.
I know who you are.
Right, for sure, and that's why I say it. I know within the data too, it'll tell you like the owner name, right? So when you actually make that call, you'll know the name ahead of time. And so yeah, I mean, more than anything, I'd say just try to test out both ways and see which ones get better responses. You know, so yeah, cool. Does that help? Cool, awesome, man. How are we looking? Did it not connect anymore? Or
Hello? 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 Hey, is this the owner of 2675 47th Place?
yes. What's up, man?
Big pardon?
Oh, you got it.
Hey, I'm
Oh,
looking
I
for
thought you said
the owner of
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
2690 47th Place.
26. What?
75? No, 2690. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
I'm sorry, you have the wrong number.
I do? Oh, okay. Have a great day.
Here we go.
Okay.
Got
There we
another
go.
one.
No big deal.
Hey, there we go.
Hey, good job.
Way to get the reps in.
All right. And then Amelia? There you go.
Here you go.
You're a lot less nervous tonight
Here you
than
go.
when I saw you.
Nice
so.
work. Yeah. We still got 6 more hats too, so we're getting there. You're calling right now. There we
Bug
go.
you the whole
Hey.
event. 'Cause you did way more than him, right? There we go. All right. So you good? Yeah. All right. Cool. Let's get one out there. That's it.
And then this is her address book.
Yeah, right there.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, is this the owner of 1655 29th Avenue?
Speaking?
3825 44th Street. Sorry, I misspoke.
Speaking?
Are you interested in selling the property?
No.
Okay, thank you for your time. Have a good day.
There we go. Hey!
There we go.
Great job.
Another one.
Now we got Timmy.
There we go.
Ready to go? Yeah. Come on, man. You got this. I promise you.
Do you have a question? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, gotcha. Okay. If you actually, it's kind of a workaround, but if you use a different email address, it should give you another free trial. So I don't know if you have a second email address, but it should be able to activate it that way if you can go through that. Then yeah, kind of a workaround.
We are not available now.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey. What's up?
I have this property. It's commercial property.
Okay.
How do I find out? Because it's only coming up as like a single address. It's coming out but it's technically supposed to be a lot more.
Interesting. Okay. Do you mind if I?
No. They've
Okay.
very cleverly listed it as the one. It's 4 different property buildings on there, so I think they just
As one property. Interesting. Wow. Okay.
So I'm just not sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Commercial.
Hey, come on, man. You came all the way out here.
Wow. So are you trying to get the right contact info?
Hi,
Or
is this the owner of 4315 25th Ave?
Yep.
And she someday missed the
Yes. Hi, how you doing? I was actually wondering, are you interested in selling that property?
That was you?
By chance it was when she got told me before she found out.
We're not, man. What was that? But do you have an offer? I say we're not, but do you have an offer? Well, if I could ask you a couple more questions before I give you an offer. What question you need? Were you thinking about selling before I called you? No, it ain't up for sale, is it? No. I mean, it's not, but my partner just gave me a list of calls.
In terms of the estimated value. So if there's...
Well, if you weren't thinking about selling, it's probably not the right fit.
Yeah, you might have
Well,
to...
if you weren't thinking about selling, it's probably not the
Are you
right fit,
trying
huh?
to get to? Yeah.
It just may be that she needs.
You said what now? I said, well, if you weren't thinking about selling, it's probably not the right fit.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely commercial property, like I said, commercial class, lot size 98,000 square feet. So,
Yeah, man, I think y'all need to get a better pitch, brother. This ain't working. All right, bro.
All right.
Yeah.
He's not interested in selling, man. But good job, come on. The only people that are going to be mean to you are people that are looking to sell. That's pretty much it. So, congrats to everyone. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And good to go. So, thank you so much. Now, wait. Okay. Do you want any of your dads to call?
My email, right? He's mad at the machine.
Tell him. You want him to?
That's interesting.
All right, good job. So thank you everyone for that. The point of this show is, it's only scary when you have to do it once, right? And then...
Any other no's yet?
We got 4 no's, so it's pretty good.
Yeah.
So I'm proud of each and every one of y'all on there. So it's kind of fun doing that, right? I always love doing the little live cold calling because it shows people it's not that scary. And maybe if I'm next to you, it makes it just a little bit easier. And I think the proudest part about that is oh, I don't cold call gets broken because you just cold called. So it's all over, it's all good. So that's pretty cool. So is there anything else you want to say too on this?
No, I can say one more thing real quick. Through all this, I will say that across the board, I know I mentioned we've had, the 10,000 deal number that we still need to update from like 2 years ago, but 10,000 plus deals. The one thing across the board, no matter if they're a newbie, if they're a more advanced investor, or somewhere in between, the one thing that I can point to that is the common thread amongst all of them is that they didn't give up. They went out there, they put in the reps, they were okay facing that no, getting a hat today. And again, everybody who jumped into this, they did not start as a professional. They didn't start at where Zach's level here. They got out there and they were just not afraid to lead with action. So that's the one thing I want you guys to leave here with today, as well as, hey, we want to give you technology, just make it super simple and easy to click and take that action and do it over and over and over again. But if you're able to put in those reps, keep getting better and follow what Zach and Rick are teaching you guys here, you're in a spot that, barely anyone else is in. You're surrounded by great people and you're getting the best knowledge you can. So I want to say thank you again for having me in here. Let me know how else I can help on anything deal machine related. I'll be here today too. Love giving away the free swag. There, right? Again, that offer still stands if somebody can land an appointment today. So
you don't know how to fight till you get punched in the face, right? Awesome. So awesome. So thank you so much, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely.
Love it, man. Appreciate it.
Enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, so next part we want to talk about is something I think is pretty cool. Just where are the clickers at? You got the clicker?
I don't have the clicker.
Here, I'll grab that for a second. I'll figure it out. I can just do it from here. No big deal. All right. Oh, thank you.
guys are amazing. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, see these sticky notes right here. I think the last one gave to Logan, so I'm gonna give this one to Aaron to give to everyone. So take one, pass it down, then pass the one next to you. So what we're gonna do here is what I kind of call the one thing. So basically what I want you to do is everyone is gonna get a little blue sticky note, not for drawing for dollars, like some people said, sticky notes, but basically I want you guys to write down truthfully, right, because I don't know anyone, I know your names and your faces, but I don't know your handwriting. Truthfully write down the one thing stopping you that you think stopping you from actually getting a deal, becoming successful. What's one thing stopping you so far of what goals you're looking to do? Now, the cool part is you're going to take that and everyone's going to pass it all down to the left. And so we're not going to know, what Sebastian wrote or what Danny wrote, right? But we're going to pick it up and just talk about it. That's specifically what we're going to do, because a lot of people, they'll come up and tell you, but truthfully there's something that they want to say, but they don't want to just tell you right there, right? Maybe it's in their heart, they don't want to truly say it, but they can write it down anonymously and do it. So that's kind of what we want to do right now. Write down on there, really think about it, don't get into it, and really you're going to find out the one thing stopping you is just one thing, right? It's not like a whole paragraph of this is why, it's this. And specifically, if you can write that down, we want to have a heart-to-heart talk to you and see what we can do to help you out, right? Here, put this on. There you go.
What's the most systematic way to do this?
Oh, no, they're all passing it down, writing it out.
Okay. So while we do this, let's do some, anybody got any questions? I'm right here. Stand up. You got to speak loud so everybody can hear you. It might be about your market. Remember, we're gonna go into acquisitions heavily tomorrow, and I need you guys to participate. I know how to do it. The only way you learn is through repetition and practice. You will fail. It's okay. Whether you fail here instead of your live customer. So, any questions while we're writing down in between here? Come on, you gotta have questions. Questions. I'm right here. Use me or lose me. Go ahead.
I was going to ask, where are the best places that you find JV deals online as like a means? Maybe we're going to get that
Discord.
Acquisition tomorrow.
I mean, honestly, the Zach Discord is the absolute best. It goes way over my head. You guys, like how you click in and out of these boxes and stuff, and I leave the mic on, and it's new, so I fumble with it, but the younger generation are really good with it. The only reason I fumble is because I'm not used to it. So sometimes you guys help me out on lives, go click this button, click this invite. It works really well. It's the fastest because you don't get all the advertising. People don't pitch you, and you find people that gravitate towards the markets you want to do and the deals you want to do. And we've had people doing 4, 5, 6 deals with very little experience because they know exactly how to find people in specific markets. As that grows and becomes bigger, it'll become more powerful. Most Discords you have to pay. We have the only free one out there.
So most Discords $50 a month because you want the quality people. We're about 9,000 now. Probably be 20, 25,000 next year, and it just keeps growing. Now, if you're over the age of 27, you're probably like, oh, Discord, I don't know.
Yeah.
Just remember, I'm gonna say this in the nicest way. If you are 45 or 50, you said the same thing about Facebook, right? Facebook,
Yeah.
And now you guys love Facebook, right? So Discord, I think about 75% of Gen Z is on Discord. I think it's like 90% of Gen Z males. And unfortunately, real estate is not 50-50 split. It's like 80-20, like 80% male, 20% female in the business. So most wholesalers that are young are on Discord. So some of you guys like 30, 35, hey, I'm virtually doing this. I want to find some young guns to help me out or to JV or network. And remember, who are the ones that are locking up deals and can't sell them? Young kids, young dumb kids, and they need help. And you guys have buyers. And so it's kind of a match made in heaven. So if you can learn it, it will help you out tremendously. If Rick can figure it out, I think you guys can figure it out. But one of the best source JV deals, obviously our live streams. And then on Discord every Friday, I actually go live at like 8 o'clock. It's like 140, 150 people live in the chat. It's a great place to hang out.
Do you ever have to do price reductions? And if you do, like, what kind of conversation do you have?
Yeah, that's a great one. So me and Rick really don't do many price reductions because we go for no, which we'll talk about tomorrow, but we just give the most embarrassingly low offers possible. But for our JVs, we do a lot of price reductions. Oh, I locked up the deal, and I don't even care about that, right? They lock up a deal that's worth 150 for 160, and most people say, oh, screw you, that's a terrible deal. I don't want to deal with that. What we do is say, okay, I know I can sell this for 150, lock it up for 160, and then we get someone on our team to go out here and do a price renegotiation. So the way it usually goes is, hey, this is Zach, and I know you're dealing with Josh on this, and you have an agreement for 160,000. Well, unfortunately, I'm kind of a numbers guy, and I ran the numbers, and we're gonna have to buy this for 130,000. So what I'm gonna do is send you an updated agreement for 130,000 to buy it. We're gonna bring it through title and then update everything so we can close on X date. The reason is, half the people that want a price reduction on it, they say, can you do 130? You're giving them an out to say, oh, no. If I say we're gonna do 130, it's usually done. If you guys ever have dealt with like a very stern mom or stern grandma, and they're like, you're gonna do this? Usually you shake your head and it's like, yes, ma'am, right? There's those type of people, right? And it's not because of their personality, it's the way they did it. Like, you are gonna clean the dishes. You're more likely to clean the dishes. Can you clean the dishes? No, like when you say it like, we're doing it, it's gonna be done, most people fall in line. Half people like to lead, half the people like to be led. And so if you just tell them, we're gonna be at 130, here's the updated, that's usually what happens. I like to do that with my offers too. I'm gonna buy the house for around 130,000. Usually do that. Even when we're like acquisitions, it's like, yeah, so when I buy the house, before I even give an offer, it just puts them in their head that you're gonna do it. So, hey, good news, we're ready to close, you're ready to go, but we just have one question, I'm the numbers guy, and then you get into there.
So one of the other strategies on Discord, one of the things I just see, because I see a lot of transactions. I will. We're going to go in grave detail tomorrow, so I'm glad you volunteered. So when it comes to a price reduction, we're going to come up and we're going to role play it. Oh yeah. That's the best way to learn it. I can tell you it, but I'd rather show it to you. Oh yeah. And it burns into your system. Guys, on the Discord, I get a lot of people write contracts that have no idea what they're doing. Your job with your training and skills is to help these people out. Most of the contracts, I'm going to be brutally honest, they're wrong. They're overpriced. The best thing you can do instead of just going, you priced it too wrong. All I do is find out what the motivation is there and see if we even have a shot. And usually they give you, no, she's firm on this, he's stuck on this. Go, listen, why don't we do this? Can we just do a three-way call and let me talk to him? Guys, you pay a lot of money. Some of you guys are spending hundreds of hours cold calling. They've got a halfway motivated seller. They just don't know what to say. So here's a trick that I learned that I did hundreds and hundreds of deals. I took bad deals and find out if there's any hope in them, and then I try to course correct them. Don't try to do it through your JV partner. Get on the phone with the seller and go, hey, listen, Ms. Smith, I know John talked to you. We love John. John wants to help everyone out. I got some good news, bad news for you.
What's the notepad?
And just try to walk them off and adjust the price. By you just saying no, you're not helping anybody out. I wrote bad contracts at first. Zach's wrote bad contracts. Most of you wrote bad contracts. If someone just says, listen, what did I do wrong? At least you can teach them something.
Well, the whole
and you know what? If they keep bringing you bad deals, then you cut them off. But a lot of people cut me off when I started. All you need to do is guide me a little bit and I would have brought you a ton of deals. If you can help these people out, my dream is to have an army out there just looking for deals. The money is in finding the deals. You can make money and learn as you go along.
Like what I said.
So I'm telling you, these JV people, as this thing grows,
grab me and you can write down the whole script.
The best deals I find is my mom or my grandma needs to sell the house. I don't know what to do. Can you help me? And you just help them walk them through it. What you guys try to do is course correct through someone that does not have the skill sets, they don't have the knowledge, and they don't have the patience. They just want to get paid. There's nothing wrong with getting paid, but they've got to understand there's a process. We'll talk. Help them. Just don't, it's a terrible deal.
All right. Oh my God.
How many of you guys in Flip with Rick, I go, dude, listen, we got some problems with these numbers. We're going to have to walk it through. Get me on the phone three-way with right now. Probably 50 people in here, I've done a 3-way call and I've worked the deal out. It's just, I've got more experience with the words, and then you learn from it. So why don't you do the same thing and pass it down and help people out? It might take 10 calls, but you didn't pay a dime for it, and split it with the person. You changed their life.
You have like a voice.
I split one deal with somebody in my local market. The guy sent me 23 deals since then.
You sound so much.
And it was a terrible, we made a couple $1,000s. He was like jumping up and down. I was like, hey, that's all excited. I'm telling you, you can change people's lives just by helping them. I can help you guys out too. I don't care how old you are. You got to understand that. You had a question.
This is just so it's like fun.
Those are cool.
I like them.
Anyways, let me grab some more sticky notes.
So I answered this question probably half a dozen times last night. We've had a lot of storms. Bill was a victim of it. Luckily, I passed through tornadoes. I did have one of my rental properties taken out. You don't do anything really different, like during storms or catastrophic events. All you do is help people in wholesale. That's it. If you're coming from a helping hand, it doesn't matter. Now, I will give you a forewarning. If you're in St. Pete, Tampa area, which some of you are, the amount of flooded homes hitting the wholesale market, it's thick, and it's going to be problematic. Here's what happens. Supply goes way up, demand drops because these homes need to be sold to who? There's only one customer for these homes. Cash buyers that have experience doing rehab with wet homes. Wet homes are a nightmare. Electrical, drywall, and the end buyers all want to know it's cured. So if you had a home in Tampa and it's flooded out, and they'll know it, unless you can prove whoever took it at the end, you're going to have a problem with it. So when you think you're buying these things at deep discount, I'm telling you, you better go deeper, because I've gotten 15 deals on my desk in the last 48 hours. And we're just tipping the iceberg. Some people remedy them right, some do it terrible. So when it comes to any type of storms, we went through this in Houston, if you guys went through with the floods and that, I mean, there were thousands and thousands of homes on the market. They all wind up in wholesalers' hands, everybody got all giddy and exciting. They were hard to move. So I went through this in Port St. Lucie in 04 and 06, and a lot of you go through the market. So just keep in mind, if someone's got a house that's really messed up, all you do is try to help them. It's no different if someone's in pre-foreclosure or anything like that. Most of them just want to be done with the house and move on. A wet home is much more complicated than that for obvious reasons. Would you want to buy a house that's flooded out? Would you buy a car that's flooded out? You can't pass bad apples in real estate. It's going to blow up on you, and it's going to come back. So you have to disclose it. You got to let everybody know. And then that rehabber that wants to buy it, they want deep discounts from you. You go, whoa, I got this deep discount. And then you buy it for $150. They go, I'll buy it for $130. You're like, oh, crap. This is the problem with, we want to help out and get these houses solved, but people try to rush. And when people rush, they make mistakes and they get in trouble quickly. If you have a storm-damaged homes, try to get 90-day inspections, because that's what it takes. 30's hard. Someone sent me one the other day, 3 days. I go, dude, I don't even do that on MLS. I'm not even going to bother. That help you out with it? Just help them out. Yes.
You got him? Ah, okay. All right, there we go.
If the estimated value is more than $400,000,
Right, two.
Oh my God.
Pass them down.
Just depends on the market you're in, if it's close, but you should have a cap where you just, if you're above the average median price, it's usually going to frustrate you because it's going to take a lot of time to get it sold, and those people are more sophisticated sellers. It's just the truth. I don't like it. If I thought I could flip Lamborghinis because I could make $100,000 every one of them, we would just stick to $1 million homes. Those people have a different method of liquidating houses, plus they don't like to talk about any financial problems. So,
all right.
Anyone else? We're going to go through problems. The one thing, guys, you have to go out and solve problems. A lot of people want to make money in wholesaling, but they really don't want to do the work, and that's where the real problem happens. The more people you help, the more problems you solve, the more money you'll make. But some of you are so eager to make the money, you forget about the solving the problems. And unfortunately, to solve those problems, you've got to contact a lot of customers.
Act like a
door knocking, cold calls, whatever it is, mail. You've got to find your niche and how you're going to do it. You guys all have to walk out of here by tomorrow and just pick your marketing mediums that you're going to attack. Everybody gravitates towards something. Some of you don't have choices. I get it. But I like to find people out when they're under stressful situations because I can find out who I'm working with. You ever notice when everything's perfect, everyone's like they're all perfect, everything. When people get tested, you get to find out their character and what they're made of. You all have family, you know what I'm talking about. Like, when people start yelling and screaming, it's like, okay, let's see what we got here. If they constantly do it, I don't want to be around them.
There we go.
Because you've got to have peace inside your head. We are going out and helping people out. Some of your frustrations are the starting point of wholesaling. I went through it, Zach's gone through it. You've just got to trust me, you've got to get through it. You are doing what very few people in the world will even take a risk. Everybody's complacent, everyone's average. I am so frustrated when I go anywhere to buy anything. It's literally torture. Like just even the bare level at restaurants. Like the level of service has gotten to the point where it's just painful. People are just showing up. People are asking for tips, they don't do anything anymore. It's like, I'm concerned where the service in this country is going. So we have to do what nobody else is willing to do, and you just got to help them out. And people are more educated about their homes now than ever before, and that's what the AI revolution and some of the tactics we teach you, you want to use it so you can move with greater speed. So, any other questions?
All right, let's go through this.
Okay, let's do it.
All right, let's mix this up so we don't know.
We didn't put names on them?
No, on purpose.
Okay.
So they can write what they actually feel.
I can tell your handwriting.
No, you can't.
You can tell my handwriting. I know you guys can.
All right. So,
go ahead.
First one's fear of canceling a contract or renegotiating the contract, locking it up too high. So, maybe I don't know who this could be. I don't think it's you, but it sounds like something you'd say. But we just answered it. But basically, the fear of canceling a contract. I get that a lot. I think the fear of canceling a contract, you feel like you're like a terrible person for going out here and canceling, which I'll be honest, you are. You're completely bad for doing it. And it's because you want to not screw a seller, but kind of lead a seller on versus just telling them the dang truth in the beginning. It's like talking to somebody that kind of like, they have this one problem, but you just don't want to tell them until it blows up to the last minute. Just be straight up. You know what? I can't buy your house for 150. I'm at 90. And it feels a lot better than saying, how dare you, than saying, I can't buy your house. And then they're like, well, I got everything all packed up, and not a good conversation. So the fear of locking it up, it's not even canceling, it's a fear of locking it up too high. And we'll talk about, go for no. It'd be a lot better. But great question. That's a great fear. I think the easiest way to get away from that is just by giving more offers. So this is a good one. Going for no and the fear of giving a low offer.
Okay, so we're going to spend a lot of time on this tomorrow. Going for no was because I went for yes for way too long in my life. And in wholesaling, it is the complete opposite. So the problem with going for no is you're scared of the uncertain. You're scared of the outcome. You're going to have to seek uncomfortable truths to get the results you want in life. I will tell you, when I first did go for no, I was visibly shaking. I had pits in my stomach. I go, there is no way in hell I can do this. Like, we feel like we're insulting people, but keep in mind, you're providing a service for what you do. They're going to come to their own conclusion what they're going to sell you the house for. Your job is to be a guide. You have to walk them through it. The reason why you guys want to do a yes is because you want to predict your future. I can only give you 2 guarantees in life. We're not going to be here forever, and at some point, Uncle Sam's going to get in your pocket. Those are the 2 given. Past that, you write the script on how you do it. The problem is you put your foot in your mouth when you overspeak because we really don't know what's going on inside their head. So unless you have ESP, unless you're a fortune teller, come on up because you could help a lot of problems out. I got a great position for you in our company. We're all looking for it. So stop guessing and get to the facts. The problem is it's scary and it's uncomfortable. Who likes doing go for no? Raise your hand. After you do it a few times, you will switch. You will switch violently. I've talked to at least a half a dozen people like, listen, Rick, the going for no You made me an extra 50 grand because I stopped trying to figure out what they wanted and I pulled it out of them. It's like extracting a tooth.
When you started going for now, were you guys all super surprised when they said yes? Were you like looking at the phone like, oh my God, they accepted it?
That was my second deal ever. I was like,
Yeah.
My second deal ever, I just gave an embarrassing low offer because I was stupid. I thought it was worth way less than what it was. And they said yes, and I was like, oh, okay. And the cash buyer just gave me a crazy price. I didn't even know I went for no. And then it kind of showed me, numbers are just all in your head. The funny thing about numbers aren't real. It's a man-made concept. It's kind of crazy, right? And so a fear of a number, it's a fear of something that's not even real. Now, what I kind of shown here is most things that stop people are really three things. A fear, a seller fear, a confidence fear, or a failure fear. It is a fear of what the seller's gonna do if I do something, a fear that I don't believe in myself, or a fear that in the future I'm gonna fail. So most people think they can't be successful because they're scared of what a seller's gonna say to them, they're scared that they can't do it, and they're scared that their future is gonna not be good. And I can kind of put most people's issues into those three things. So those two were just seller fear. I'm scared of what the seller's gonna do. Now, the only fear anyone should have with the seller is if a seller gives you physical harm, which, if you do it virtual, I mean, what are they gonna do? Like, so if you are deathly scared that someone's gonna literally attack you, just do it over the phone. That's the best thing you can do, and then find a big, strong person to go out here and do it with you. I'd probably take Jermaine with me. If I got a guy crazy enough like Jermaine, come with me on the appointment, right? So that's basically what I do, right? If you're scared of that, like, I bet there's a big, strong person that can probably go with you, protect you, right? Those are the three.
So we're going to go over in detail with that tomorrow. I'm just like, trust me, if I did it 7 years earlier in my career, it would have made me millions and more of dollars. We all want to guess what's inside the seller's head. Stop it. You are clueless. They don't know what's inside your head. You don't know what's inside their head. Go for no solves the problem. But it's a hard question to ask. Remember, if you do the hard up front, what happens afterwards? It becomes easy. If you do easy first, what happens? It's hard. You guys know this is the truth. I tell you this story all the time. Would you buy a book to cut your marathon time in half? Sounds sexy, doesn't it? It will never ever work. Like 6-minute tab became 5-minute tab, became 4-minute tabs. It's just a sales pitch at the end. This next one's right up my alley. It's time management and distractions, which kind of go hand in hand, okay? So he knows how to manage me, and if you guys talk to my wife, you guys all know I'm pretty much an ADHD, just self-confessing. Who has these issues like I do? It's nothing to be bashful. It's just how we're designed and what my mom did to me, but it's weird. If I let you inside my head, it's just different. But I also find out unique things about humans in this business. Like, I find out all sorts of stuff. By a show of hands, does anybody, when you walk outside in a darker room like this when it's cool, you look up at the sun, you have to instantly sneeze? Show your hands. Did you know only a set amount of people have that problem? I thought everybody had it. Every time I go out there, she goes, my wife goes, why do you always sneeze? I go, it's normal. My daughter goes, yeah, that's what I do. You don't have it, right? And my wife, I'm like, I thought everybody had the same condition, and you're gonna find this. Everything in life is like that. So I have ADHD, I just learned differently. I learned differently in school. I didn't really follow teachers' advices. I wasn't the best student, and I was immature. So when it came to wholesaling, I gravitated. I go deep on one thing. So I get distracted more than anybody. I can be in the middle of a conversation, you guys have seen this, and somebody throws me a comment, and not that I go off on a tangent, my mind starts thinking 5 sentences in front of me. And it's just something I've learned to deal with. And so I try to be super focused in what I do. So what I do is I do time management. I've taught you guys time blocks. If I'm cold calling if you're gonna cold call for 2 hours, commit to 2 hours. Don't do it 20 minutes, look at your phone, answer text, you will not get anything done. Your guys' phone's the #1 problem you have with distractions. It is ridiculous. It's somebody texting me at 3 o'clock in the morning the other day. I do not want to hear what your issues at 3 o'clock in the morning unless you're one of my kids or my wife. I just don't, we are so interrupted. If you don't believe me, go look at if you have an iPhone, look at your screen time and look at the time you're spending in this crap. Either you use social media for you or it's going to use you. You got to decide. So I like to do time management. I take 2-hour blocks and I go all in and then I piddle. You have to piddle somewhat. You got to do something. I take my lunch hour to go work out because that's the slowest time in the gym and I like to be efficient. And that is like my release and relax time. Unless when he goes to me, he won't shut up about wholesaling and I have to do both at the same time. Or I listen to podcasts while I do it. You can listen to Flip with Rick, like whatever gets you going. But distractions, you have to ask yourself, is this serving me what I'm doing? What happens when you're busy? What does that mean? It's just the truth. I learned this the hard way. The busiest people that I know have the least amount of money. And it's by design. Because it's kind of like an ADHD thing. I got to keep my mind busy to keep it just soothed. It is your pacifier. When you're busy, it's your pacifier, you do something. I used to mow the lawn when I got really stressed out in wholesale. I swear, I'm like, go mow the lawn, it's a monotonous task, it just relaxes my mind. So when it comes to time management, I set blocks and I leave some spaces because this thing called life happens in between, and especially if you have kids, you have parents you gotta take care of, you have to manage it. But don't stop the life just because you have a kid, just let them go. They're just, keep their fingers out of the socket, child-proof your house and let them go, because they don't stop crawling. You'll find out real quick. So distractions and time management is like my biggest pet peeve.
It's a failure fear.
It's a failure fear. And we just, you know what? Sometimes we rather mow the lawn or clean the house than to do cold calls. Why? Why? It's predictable. You know the outcome of that. You don't know the outcome of the other. So you go to what your body's comfortable. Your body will always go seek comfort no matter what. You have to take control back. It's up to you.
So if you were told you just had to do 1,000 calls and you guarantee get a $25,000 deal, that little fear would be gone. You would have a fear of time. If you knew it was going to happen, you would do it. The problem is everyone wants a guarantee in life. It's terrible. All right, let's do another one. Let's see here. Okay, that one's like 4 of them. Any one. Okay, next one's not knowing how to properly scale. So that's actually a pretty good one. I don't know how to properly scale. So I kind of put that into a failure fear because it's more of a fear that you are going to be perpetually stuck into your business. So a fear of not knowing how to scale properly is, I mean, if you talk to me every week on the school, I mean, you don't really have a problem with it. The interesting part is there's a lot of people here that scaled, then you got me and Rick that scaled even more, and even more people inside of school that's not in here. When I think of people that doing well, but they don't know how to scale the right way, it's just, you're overthinking this. It's, first and foremost, do you guys know how to eat an elephant? One bite at a time, right? I know it's kind of funny to say, but like, it's one bite. It's one bite, that's all it is. And so, when you don't know how to scale, it's one employee at a time. So if you're doing this all yourself, I would get a VA for the marketing, another marketing VA, then acquisitions, then dispositions, and somebody on top of everything, more VAs, and then get yourself out of it. So it kind of sucks because when you scale, you spend more money, you make less money, and you have no time, but eventually you get out in the way and you're good to go. So not knowing how to properly scale, that is a good one, but in my opinion, that is a failure fear. And however you did that, you don't have to tell me who you are, but if you want to talk about scaling, I'm always here to tell you. It's one employee at a time. It ain't easy.
Okay, so the next one, and I get this question a lot.
Are those different?
Yeah, they're different. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to address as many similar ones. So the proper sites to get information for probates and pre-foreclosures. Do not overthink this. I will tell you this. You are not a traditional employee that your boss tells you, go get the pre-foreclosures. You walk in the courthouse, you don't get the answer, and you come back and go, they just don't have it. I don't know what to tell you. That's what a lot of employees do. And you have to be, what's the one thing you have to do completely different? Being an entrepreneur, being a wholesaler. You have to be what? That's correct. You're going to have to think independently what's going to require you to be what? Starts with an R. Resilient, what else? Resourceful. You're going to have to problem solve. Most of you are used to having other people do it for you. It kind of sucks in the beginning, like, how do I do this? I'm like, okay, let's think, let's walk through it. What do I tell you when you go to get these government lists? Are you going to bat 100%? No, we don't bat 100%, but you have to make an effort, and you can't make a half-ass effort. And they go, hey, a lot of you walk in, like, so I'm not picking on if you wrote this, it's a teaching moment. You walk in the courthouse, you go, I need the pre-foreclosures. Where do I get the pre-foreclosures? Is it this side or that side? And he goes, what the hell are you talking about? What's a pre-foreclosure? Crap, I got the wrong list. Zach lied to me. And you go back. It's not pre-foreclosure slang we use. And we've become more and more as we teach, you have to go in and ask for the legal file. Now, you can get foreclosures that are going to the auction. Those are the ones I don't want you touching. They're a nightmare. You need to look for what? What type of notice filing? Notice of default, and what else? Which one comes first? If you can get the NOD, the notice of default, that's the best one. Is it a public lawsuit record? Yes or no? That's the easy one. If you go in pre-foreclosure, the lady's like, I'm sorry, I can't help you. She's just an employee. You did not check the box. I do not have to help you. You have to be resourceful. That employee just has to check a box. So you're going to have to go back and ask nice in a way. And here's how I would ask it, because I ask for pre-foreclosure. I go, where do I find the people that have stopped paying their mortgage? She goes, you need to call the bank. I go, isn't there some sort of legal filing? And her answer was to me, I cannot give you legal advice. I'm like, crap. And I went back every time. So when you're having frustrations with these lists, especially probates, code violations, how do you overcome it? Yeah. You overcome it with persistence. Resistance, meet it with persistence. It doesn't mean be nasty. You've got to be nice about it. These are people in your community. Don't talk down to them. Although sometimes you just want to shake them. But you're going to have to use the same rapport building skills we teach you with your sellers. They have the key to get the information. Most of your problems are privacy policies. They are not. If you go, I'm going to go, listen, you can do a FOIA request. It's going to be painful, it's long, and by the time you get the information, it's going to be useless. Okay, the next one is discipline, discipline, discipline. Discipline is the end result of how you do your actions every day. If you want to know how good or bad a person is to a point, all you got to do is see what they do every day. Every little decision make your day was going to create the outcome you want. So when you first started wholesaling, what your guys' struggles right now is you have to focus on the action, but all of you want the result, and I get it. But if I want to get in shape and I want to work out, I've got to put in the reps and I got to keep doing it, and it's got to be on you to do it. So the problem with discipline is the end. First, you have to take the action, then you have to consistently do it. And a lot of people are like, hey, what if I followed you and Zach around for that? You would be bored out of your mind. It's very monotonous. It's not sexy. It's not exciting. It's very exact. We have a set schedule and we go with it. I have ADHD. This is not easy for me to do, and I admit it. I have people that help me keep me on schedule. My highest skill set is talking and connecting with you guys. The minute you throw 5 things at me, I'm just like, and sometimes I go to him, I go, where do I need to be? He's like, hey, just look in the camera and then share your wisdom, what you need to do. Discipline is the final outcome. Discipline is you've created a habit from your actions. So if you want to create discipline, you have to look at your actions from the time you wake up in the morning to the time you go to bed. I try to fix one thing every day. If you fix 1% of yourself every day, eventually you'll be a new person. Everybody understand? But everybody wants instant discipline. You have to earn it. How do you do it? What decisions you're going to make up when you wake up in the morning? What decision are you going to do? It can be for you personally, but when it comes to wholesaling, you have to do the marketing efforts. You have to keep going. So I like to set goals. If you're calling 3,000 people in a month, it's a math problem. Break it down. And here's the key to any type of discipline: consistency. You have to do crap you don't want to do, even on your worst days. I got to do it. Wow, I got to take the kids here. I got to do this. Hey, just get on the cell phone. Let's go. The minute you start negotiating with yourself, it is a slippery slope and you won't get anything done. I used to be that guy. Come hell or high water, I'm getting my stuff done. Do I like doing it? No, sometimes it's just fun to play around and do things. And so once you decide you don't, like talking behind people's back and whining and crying. If you take all the hours you waste in a day, you can get a lot done. And you have to do it. Discipline is an end result of the habits you do every day on a consistent basis. But people are like, I need to be disciplined. I'm like, so what are you let's start today. What are you doing today? And then can we do that every day? And how long can you sustain it? And whoever can hold their breath and keep it going the longest, they'll make it work. I've already told you 24 months, I can change your life. But are you gonna fight through the fight? A lot of times in the first 90 days, you're like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I picked the wrong sport here, man. This is brutal. I go, hey, I'm not hiding it from you. At least with us, we tell you the truth up front. You buy all these sexy courses, you're like, man, I thought it was gonna be a lot easier. Of course you thought it was. That's why you paid the big fee. You thought it was gonna be easy to go. What else you got?
So, the next one I think is pretty good. You know, finding a good list to call. I think I just talked about this today, but no big deal. I think that's not really it's a fear, but it's not a fear. So you should not be fearful of having a bad list. One thing I always tell everyone is, a lot of people feel like it's do or die when you pull a list because people, oh, I only have $3,000. I'm gonna spend it here. I'm gonna spend it on skip tracing, spend it on a VA. I'm gonna use all my money on this list and it's now or ever. This is everything. I don't prescribe to that theory, okay? This is not boxing. This is not like your last fight ever. This is not like, oh my gosh, this is everything. I don't look at wholesaling like that. I look at it as a long-term marathon, not a sprint. And looking at, I mean, you want to test every list. And so you want to go after 12, 15 lists, see which ones work and see which ones don't. You should be happy if a list doesn't work, then you don't have to waste your time on that stupid list again. Also, building rapport with the seller. So I don't know exactly who this is because I like using specific examples, but if you're struggling with rapport building, I would talk to somebody that doesn't struggle with rapport building. So there's plenty of people in here that's really good at building rapport. I think Nina and Nita are very good at building rapport. Naturally, they're just always have a smile and they always have something to talk about. Why don't you talk to them and see how well they're doing it? And I think a lot of people think, oh, they're who I call the perfect like extrovert. That's just who type of person they are. I'm like, oh, they're extroverts. I'm an introvert. I can't do it. Introverts actually do a lot better because introverts don't yap. They are very quiet and they ask questions, and that's the best way to build rapport. So we'll talk about rapport tomorrow, but the best way to build rapport is by asking questions. So, got another one? All right, next one. Not having enough time in the day. Well, I can't make any more time for anyone. So
please.
That's a hard one. So everyone in here has some degree of belief in themselves, some degree that they're in here to go out here and make a better life for them. One thing I'll tell you is people make time when they have to have time. So there's a lot of people in here that don't have time. Kim? Okay. Basically, a lot of people do not have enough time. And you made time to come here, even though you don't have enough time. Therefore, time is what you choose. So you chose to come here because you chose that this was a priority. Having time is all about prioritization. So if you don't have enough time, I will tell everyone, sleep one less hour and see if you'll survive. I think most people will. And from there, see, I'm not mean. I'm a nice guy. If I'm a mean guy, if somebody comes to me on a live stream or something and they start with, I don't have enough time, and like they're 19, first thing I tell everyone, my first thing is like, open up your phone. Why? Let me see your screen time. That changes everyone's life because it's all about prioritization. You chose to spend 2 hours on TikTok, not 2 hours on cold calling. And the best part about it is not a lot of people know their screen time's on or they ignore it, but when I force you to actually look at it, it's kind of scary. So I usually do it for young people that don't have enough time. Now, if you're someone that like legit works 2 or 3 jobs, that's tough. You're probably gonna have to find an hour or 2 a day. Just build that up and just grind on the weekends. That's my best. But that's kind of a fear of confidence. You don't believe you can make it work in an hour a day. You can make an hour a day work. You can just hit the JVs. There are people that sell $12,000 JV courses, and I can show you a JV like that too. I mean, just an hour.
Okay, the one that's coming up as a common theme with everybody is consistent marketing effort, plan, whatever it is. Almost half the people in the room. So let's talk about it. It's up to you at the end of the day. If you go outside Flip with Rick, there's a worksheet, and you can spell out the most detailed marketing plan you want. Now we provide it. I'll be the first to tell you, you can make it as complicated or simple as you want. Here's the number one thing you say. I go, dude, fill out the marketing worksheet. I'll help you out. I'm literally offering you help. Here's the reality. Less than 10% of you guys do it. It's just a common problem. The problem is, if you want a plan to come to fruition, you're going to have to write it out, and you're going to have to plan it out. How many people got here with the help of a GPS today? Imagine if you turned your GPS off and tried to figure out how to get here. Now, I'm old enough to tell you how we did that. We flipped these ridiculous maps, and my wife would drive me nuts. My mother-in-law was even worse. You know, make a right here. When you see that, don't go there, go 3 streets down. And this kid just flips his phone on everywhere we go. I'm like, you have no idea the struggle I had. The problem is, if you don't know how to get where you're going, I promise you, you will not get there. You don't have to make it complicated, you just have to start it, okay? I need to know what your marketing plan is, how you're gonna deliver your message, and how are you gonna create a schedule to hold yourself accountable. And so when you call me and Zach, I go, hey, listen, you wanna do accountability call? Let's go through your marketing schedule. What sucks is when you write it down, then you start look at it, and then we all get off keel. And we start like, I gotta make it, and then you just keep winging it. If you keep winging it, you're doing a hobby, you're not gonna run a business. Now you can get away for a little while, but if you're gonna get serious, you have to commit. Everybody knows who goes through my Mailing the Millions, if you won't commit to a schedule, I will not work with you. And if you're not ready for it, you're out of the program, because I don't wanna be partners if you're not gonna carry your end of the stick. So in the beginning, a lot of you guys are trying to find your way. Serious people put down marketing plans. They're not, I want to keep it simple, but if you can't even write out the goals on it, how do you want me to expand on the worksheets on it? So start there, just write it down, get something going. If you're going to do cold calling, how many cold calls are we going to make? And let's break it down, let's just do a math problem. That's it. But it's easier to sit back and not do it at all, because then you don't have to commit yourself. I don't know what to tell you. I don't have a cheat sheet for you. You have to commit to a marketing plan. Anyone who's serious about it, you have to come up with a budget. You have to decide if you're using your hustle muscle or a combination of money, and then you come up with a 30-day plan and you go, hey, and then you can develop a quarter, and then before you know it, now you have a plan 1. All we do is talk about Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. It's like a little annoying when you hear people talk like that. These are people that are trying to get somewhere. But if you all turned your GPS, I told you to go home, you'd be like, I think it's this way, I don't know if it's that way. That's what you're doing when you do it. So if you want consistency marketing, I can't do it, Zach can't do it, you have to do it. I'll give you the tools to do it, but you gotta write it down. Because here's the problem. I have to spend 20 minutes asking you a million questions, DM me. It's a hell of a lot easier if you just write it out for me. Then I can analyze it and go, hey, here's what you need to do, and then I can keep an eye on you if you're actually gonna do it. And here's the scariest part. Then you have to be brutally honest with yourself. And you go, Rick, I didn't do it. I go, okay. You gonna fix it? Yeah. And if you keep failing over and over, I'm like, you gotta get your priorities straight. People who complain they don't have enough time, there's plenty of time. We all get the same 24 hours. You just have different priorities than somebody else. Some of you have restraints. You're taking care of people. There's people taking care of special needs, elderly parents, young children, and they still seem to get it done. So you have to prioritize what's important. I need my 8 hours of sleep. He can get away with anything. I can't. So I'm not going to give up the sleep. And then here's somebody put on, like, this is an honest statement, like the fear of the unknown. Welcome to life. Everything is unknown. We all want predictable jobs, outcome. Why do we want a salary? Because we don't know exactly what we're going to make, so we know how much effort we have to put into it. It's scary to go out there and try to provide value having no idea what you're going to get in return. I get it. Corporate guy, 12 years, traditional schooling. They owned me. I'd negotiate millions and millions of dollars for my company, and the minute I left, they replaced me in a heartbeat with one of my own employees. Like, I'm just a number to them, and I figured it out quickly. So life is full of unknowns. You're not going to know the outcome, but you can control the actions you take going there. Okay? So if you get fearful of the unknown, I'll give you a couple strategies here. Number one, let the past go. As I told you, you guys ever hear me? You go to Vegas, you play roulette. They have the dice, they roll them, they keep a tracker on the board. They do that to influence you, to have you spend more money and to influence the decision you're going to make. You're not making your own independent decision. If the dice lands on red 19 times, you go, crap, I got to put it on black because I know it's coming. The dice has no memory. Now, I'm sure Vegas got tools that make stuff work. It has no memory. You shouldn't either. If you had a really bad day and you got crapped on, do not carry it to the next day because your sellers have no idea what you just went through. You can't carry your baggage forward over and over. The other thing is, if you're having problems, you have this thing called the present. You're here right now. You make the absolute best of it. God called it a present because it is a gift to you. And most people do not have the ability. I want to commend most people for not spending all their time on their cell phones, going through TikTok, looking at every little dance going on. I got to tell you, man, in ADHD, I can't even have TikTok on my phone. I'm in trouble. Because I laugh my butt off. These dog dances, I think cats are the cutest thing in the world when they do all this stuff. And you'll lose an hour before you know what hits you. It's all by design. And you've got to be, so if you're not aware of what's going on, you get in trouble quick. If you're spending all your time on TikTok, your kids are going to triple down on what it. If you say TikTok's not good, but you're sitting there laughing every like 3 minutes looking at it, it's problematic. So if you're fear of the unknown, just look to the present where you are right now. You have some extremely talented people in this room. There's more people, they've done a ton of deals. You're going to meet them tonight and everything we do. Make the best of it. It's not about how much money you spend here. It's not about how much you spend on marketing. It's like, can somebody excite you to do it? I was fortunate enough, a long time ago, somebody excited the hell out of me about wholesaling, and it was someone I met in a room like this. It was not a traditional guru. All he ever did was take my money and say, you got to go figure this out on your own. So if you're scared of the unknown, make the best of the present, because that's all you can control right now. And it will have a massive impact on what's going in the future, and what's behind you, it's in the rearview mirror. That's why the image is smaller than they appear. It's gone. It's over. Everybody's got a story in here, I promise you. We all have deep stories. I've been around a long time. Some good, some really bad, but I move on. And I want to make the best. I've chose wholesaling to change my family's impact in life because I made that decision almost 22 years ago. Is why he's here, my wife's here. I love like family, and that's why I do it for. I did this for the freedom of my time. The money came afterwards. And I figured out, then I had to learn how to deal with money. It was a bigger problem than I thought it was. You see these people win the lottery, they all get broke because they don't understand how to take care of it. I want to create that problem for you. That's why you guys saw Bill today. Bill has helped me out so many times. I want you to have a problem where the government goes, you're writing the biggest check of your life. I'm like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I said, Bill, I don't want to do it. What do I do? And then I have this talk with him. He goes, this is bullshit. I can't believe we have to pay all this money. You mean I get penalized the more money I make? I see why people want to stay broke. It's complicated. It's hard. It's much easier to get a W-2 and let everyone take all the checks out. And then you're sitting there. You have to depend on the government. Wholesaling will free you from doing that. So the consistent marketing is most of your all's gripe. You have to fix it. I can't do everything for you. This is the secret to the business. The ones that are dead serious always have a plan. And they go, hey, I'm doing this. This is what I'm going to do. And then as you guys get to know us longer, then I just say, listen, I'm not going to work with you till you do a marketing plan. I don't want to hear about it. I did it with Corey. I pushed on Jason, everyone else I've talked in here. I go, do you want to get serious, man? Remember, I'm that father or that uncle that's going to tell you the truth. I go, listen, you're not going to like this, but you're running a hobby. And there's multiple people in here. I go, stop running a hobby. Let's go. You have incredible talent. I'm very gifted at connecting and talking to people. I'm not so good with doing books and everything else, so I hire other people to help me out, and I learn how to do it, because before, I did 7 years I spent as a wholesaler. You should not have to spend 7 years what I went through. He figured it out much quicker. He was just better at it. So we all have strengths and weaknesses, so find somebody that will complement your strengths in here and help me out. Consistent marketing, guys, I'm just telling you, you have to cure it, because what happens when you stop marketing? You're done with cash. It's over. So when you do a deal and then you decide, so now I'm going to really show you my age. If you ever watched the old Lucy Ball, it used to be a comedy in black and white, She has a dealership, she's doing chocolates. And she's going down the factory, she just keeps, and the chocolates keep coming faster, and she's trying to package them and box them, and then she starts eating them and putting them out. That's what you guys are doing. You gotta keep the assembly line rolling. You have to stay on the marketing. It's okay if it piles up a little bit in acquisitions and even dispositions. If you stop marketing, which is everyone's tendency, it sucks. You have to reset. It can take 3 to 6 months. You lose all momentum. You gotta stay on it. But Rick, I gotta write contracts. I gotta go on appointments. I gotta sell my deals. 2 years, guys, 24 months, suck it up. Once you have cash, then you can bring in people to help. But so many of you guys want to outsource everything from the beginning. You guys ever watch Shark Tank? What's the number one question they ask you if it's a viable business? What are your sales? I don't care how much you put into it. Mark Cuban loves people that goes out and knocks door to door. That's what we're doing. And then once we get it set up, we find key players to help us out with it. Okay? I did it all by myself 7 years. I don't want you to make the mistake I did. But that was a gift God gave to me because I'm really good at talking to people. And I just thought I was going to lose my mind for a while. I do anywhere from 5 to 10 deals every month for 7 years. And it became a job. I was like, man, how do I stop doing this? And then I started hiring and figuring it out. What else you got?
Yeah.
That's a majority of...
That's a lot of them. A lot of people have a discipline problem. I tell everyone, I mean, I like to eat. So I find people that like to eat too, they always tend to eat dinner, right? Like always.
Yeah.
I always eat, and it's because it's priority. Specifically, a lot of people look at discipline, and I just keep seeing everyone writing discipline, discipline, discipline. Discipline, everyone looks at discipline like it's a bad thing. Same thing, they look at cold calling like it's a bad thing. Everyone's disciplined eating dinner. Everyone's disciplined on Christmas to eat cookies. It's discipline, right? You're very disciplined on fishing. Like, right? So like, do I call you a disciplined individual? No, you do it because it's a priority for you.
It's a choice.
It is a choice.
So think about discipline like this. I always thought discipline as a kid in school, like a record, you're gonna get disciplined for this. I'm like, oh man. Like I used to get paddled all the time. I'm like, dude, I go beat me, don't call my mom because she's gonna put me through the wall. You can't do anything that my mom can't do 10 times. I know things are a little bit different now, but you have to choose what you're gonna do. And you can choose your outcome or it's going to be chosen for you. If you decide you don't want to take care of your body and let everything go, eventually you're going to be forced in such an uncomfortable situation that you're going to have to make very, very hard choices. So you got to choose which hard you want to do. If you've chosen wholesaling and you want to do it and you're committed, I'm all in, I'll help you out. Weed and Tackle will help you out. But you have to choose. Discipline, I've learned, is a reward you get for being alive. So when it comes to our finances and our businesses, it's the same thing. Either you can run it like a hobby and just go, okay, I'll figure this out, and then you struggle. I've struggled paying bills before. I tried the methods my parents taught me. It was just bad information. They loved me. They just gave me really bad advice, and I didn't know any better. Okay, and I'm telling you, you guys are much wiser, you have more education, you have more tools at your hips other than a public school system and a college. You gotta make choices. Yes, what we're showing you is hard, the reward's phenomenal. After 2 years, I really didn't have to worry about money. I had to learn how to make it and keep it and progress it and make wealth, and that's a journey you all go on. But me and Zach try to be singular focused. I'm ADHD, I'm gonna teach you my highest skill set. Can I teach you other stuff? Yes, but you guys came to us for one reason and one reason only, and we're always going to focus on it. We're not going to try to teach you how to do crypto and stocks, and I'm going to ask all you guys advice. I go, how do I do this? Because I'm a rookie when I do it. Choose what you want to do, or it will be chosen for you. End of story. When it comes to discipline, I always scared to death of it. Now it's like, you have to make a sacrifice to get what you want. We are in a world of instant gratification. Everybody wants to be satisfied now. That's why these smartphones are designed the way they are. Our government's going that way. I'm tired of it. We're going to have to make sacrifices and changes to make things happen. And it's got to start with you guys. You have to do it. Yes, it's hard what we're asking you to do, but like honestly, someone says, I'm so scared what someone's going to say on the phone to me. What's the worst that's going to happen to you on a cold call? They're going to hang up. Can you handle it? They're not going to slap you 3 times in your face. In person, that's a little bit risky. That's why I don't really advise it anymore. but you have to make choices. So here's where I go, what's the worst that's gonna happen? Just like, because that's what you all think, what's the worst that's gonna happen? They hang up. I can deal with that, it's no big deal. And what happens when you start cold calling? You know what the worst part of cold calling is? It's the anxiety before. I used to start sweat when I call up. I'm like, why am I sweating? I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And the longer I waited, the worse it got. And so now I just go in and do it. I hate accounting with a passion. Like, I'm just like, what the hell is it? What'd you do with this number? I'm just like, and when I get QuickBooks called me and said, get the hell out. You're screwing everything up. You're scaring the crap out of people. So when I went to bookkeepers and I went to Bill, I go, I can't touch QuickBooks. I'm not allowed to it. I can't do it. And you have to understand, I don't like accounting, but I have to do it to guide the company where it needs to go. If you don't look at balance sheets and all this fun stuff, which we can teach you all of it, you're gonna have challenges. And now I know how to test anyone who has a business. I just ask them simple questions. I'm like, hey, what's your balance sheet like? Oh, I don't do a balance sheet. I go, you just said you did $21 million in business. IRS requires anything over $250,000 in gross receipts. Why did I learn that? Because I spend way too much time with Bill.
Oh yeah.
I go, you just told me you have a $20 million business, but you don't have a balance sheet. You can't operate a business like that. Profit and loss only shows you about 30% of what the business is doing. The balance sheet tells you the truth, if they put the right numbers on it. So you have to pick your heart, or it's going to be chosen for you. If you've chosen wholesaling, you have to embrace it. Ask a lot of the guys in the back. They went through the same journey everybody else did. So the idea is when we go out today, we want to network. You want to share the stories. The number one question I ask anyone, you got a deal, tell me how you got it. And I start putting things together. I go, man, I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. I door knocked, for God's sakes. I thought that was going to be the easiest way. It was actually the most brutal way, but it taught me a lot of valuable lessons on how to deal with people. You knock on the door, to this day, I still take 3 steps back every time. That way you can duck, weave, because today they'll come out the door with a baseball bat, a billy club, people are crazy, man. And that Ring camera, they talk, I don't know how to do anything through a Ring camera. I'm like, hello? They're like, get off my porch. I'm like, my God, I'm just putting it, that's why we like doing the sticky notes. I didn't come up with it. I wish somebody taught me that 15 years ago. That would have been a huge saver for me. So I've been bit by dogs. I've had some crazy stuff happen to me. And so we don't want you to put it at risk. And obviously, guys, when it comes to wholesaling, please don't no deal's worth your life, ever. No deal's worth it. If you are not comfortable, get out of there, period. Telltale signs, common sense. I recently went on an appointment with one of my acquisitions people. I tell a story. He's got a van in the garage, a white van with boarded up windows, odd. And then there's tinfoil on each window. He goes, come on in. I'm like, no. I'm right here. And I'm like, man, what if my wife went on that appointment? I really think a lot more careful about it. I hear about missing realtors and stuff. You gotta have a common sense. So virtual is becoming more common, and sometimes it does make sense. There are weird people out there. If you're uncomfortable, talk to them outside, or go with somebody, or if you have a partner or anything like that. So, especially the ladies, I would never send my wife on these appointments. I'm just being honest. Because you get excited, and then sometimes you put down your common sense, and we don't want that to do that. So just keep that in mind.
Oh yeah. So 8 years ago, I decided to believe in myself. 23 years, Rick decided with his enterprise job to believe in himself. And we both believed in ourselves, but we didn't know where it was going. But we both believed where we were heading was better than where we were in the past. And you guys decided to believe in yourself by coming here. The thing is, you didn't really believe in yourself, you believed in us, and you believed in what we could do for you. So what I'm asking for everyone watching this is to believe in themselves now. We believed in ourselves, you believed in us coming here, now it's your turn to believe in yourself. This is what I'm here to do. So tonight, we're gonna network, we're gonna talk, we're actually going to talk to as many people as we can, get these connections in, because first and foremost, we believe that we can do it, and we believe that we can actually become successful and emulate so many people in here. So we're pretty excited about that. So this kind of wraps up day 2 here. So pretty much, again, more marketing, more offers, more money. That is the lesson for today. Nobody became an expert overnight, one bite at a time, and networking, networking, networking. So we're actually going to be at 7 o'clock Icon Park. Icon Park is like where the big Orlando Eye, there's bars, drinks, restaurants. It's actually kind of a cool thing, little Ferris wheel maybe.
And it's free to get in there.
It's free
you
to
can
get
walk
in,
around.
free to hang in, but there's going to be like a big grassy area to hang out. You'll see Rick.
I don't do the rides anymore.
Yeah, no, don't do the rides, but we'll hang out there and we'll talk as late as we can. But yeah, so we'll meet there at 7 o'clock, and this concludes day one. Thank you guys so much. There you go.
And then tomorrow?
Oh yeah, and then tomorrow, get here at like 8:30. We're starting right at 9 because we got a lot of people needing help with acquisitions, so I'm going straight in at 9. So get here like 8:30. We'll get it going.
Awesome.
Thanks, guys.
Watch your foot. Turn on the music and let's wind it up.
All right. Hold it. Can you turn your thing off? I'm just gonna talk to idiot.